being more like 20. All right, we went live on YouTube as well. Hello, you guys. Hello. Sorry about that. I know I told you guys 10 seconds, and then when I went live on Twitch, I forgot to hit to start the YouTube stream. But we're here now. Hello, everybody. First off, thank you for the hype train at the beginning of the stream, you guys. That is very kind of you, Thank you so much. If you're not aware, this week I'm only streaming 2 days. So I'm going to be here Monday and I'm going to be here Tuesday. Jordan flew out on Saturday to go visit her family. I am going to be flying out to visit her family as well, but I still wanted to make sure I did your Dreamsnap reviews. So I planned it to where I would fly out on Wednesday, and then me and Jordan can come back together on Saturday. So I know a lot of you guys subscribe and you rely on the Dreamsnap reviews, and you know, a lot of you guys have been learning week by week. I didn't want to leave you high and dry. I'm sure if I did take, you know, a full week off, you guys would be fine. I'm sure you guys would not, you know, freak out or anything. And I'm sure you guys would be understanding of that as well. But I like to be very consistent if I can. I like to be very consistent with the reviews if I can. So, you know, I'm still going to be able to visit with them Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So, Pops, hello, Dad. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hype train moving right along here. I think we're, you guys already hit the level 1 here. Harvey said, yeah, we would freak out. Yeah, what's a week without Senpai? I mean, you know, it's going to be a weird week, though, for you guys that tune in every day, because there won't be a stream Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. You know, what are you guys going to do with your like 4 to 7 time slot? What are you guys going to do with that? Dreamlight said the internet would break. I don't think I'm that big of a deal. I don't know if I'm big enough to break the internet. Silvertap says, we appreciate your dedication. Well, I appreciate you guys, you know. I wouldn't be able to do any of this without the love and support you guys show this channel. And we have a lot of people that have become supporters. You know, we just did the Twitch drops. And the funny thing is, back when we booked these flights, I didn't even know about the Twitch drops. So I ended up getting really lucky that the last day of Twitch drops is the day before I fly out. So that way we can actually do the drops and help people get the drops. So really happy it worked out that way. I was very unfortunate. Cambria, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Pops, thank you so much for the resub. Good to see you. Dreamy Luna, thank you for the bits as well. Voxed, additional 101 bits here. Thank you. We got a few first-time chatters in here. I see Sir Turk. Hello, my friend. Hello. Welcome to the channel. Great to have you. I see the Brass Cupcake dropping the capybara hearts. Hello, my friend. Hello. Do we have any other first-timers in here? Drop a chat. Twitch will always mark it if you're a first-time chatter. Unless you want to lurk. You know, that's you don't have to talk. You never have to say anything. But if you ever do comment as a first-time chatter, I'll usually give you a shout-out and say hello. Mags, thank you for the 100 bits. Jennifer, thank you for the 50 bits. Much appreciated. Divorce Cowgirl, thank you for the resub, my friend. You just hit 1 year. You're on a 6-month streak with the subs. Thank you very much. Fallen Angel, thank you for the 207 bits here. Willow Rivers, first time chatter here. Marblowy is back. Hello, Marblowy. Welcome. I think you just joined us last week. Welcome in. Great to have you this week. Fallen Angel, thank you for the resub. And Bell B, thank you for the first bits of the day. Very kind of you. Brass Cupcake, thank you, my friend. Thank you. One of our brand new friends here already supporting the content. Thank you, Brass. Thank you so much for the bits. That is very kind of you, my friend. That is very kind of you. Thank you. Tazzy as well. Thank you for the 200. LW says, hi, first timer here. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. I'm going to give you guys a breakdown of what we do on these Dreamsnap review streams, because a few of you guys are new, and maybe you've never been here for the Dreamsnap reviews. So if you're not very familiar with my content, I'm sure some of you guys that are new on Twitch, you might know me from YouTube. If you are familiar with me as a content creator, you know, there's a lot of Dreamlight Valley creators, but I'm more of a Dreamsnap creator. That's like the primary thing I cover. It's like the main thing I make videos and streams about. I just love Dreamsnaps. I've really enjoyed it since I got into it when they first started doing the snaps, and it's really been a blast. I've done every Dreamsnap challenge there's ever been. I'm very consistent with my results. I think in the past 2 years, I had one snap not get 4K, so, you know, it'll happen. You step outside the box a little bit. Been in the top 3 a couple times, but with all that said, I don't claim to be the best, you know? You don't absolutely have to take my advice. You know, at the end of the day, it's your Dreamsnap. Always remember that. It's not, when I review these snaps, they're not going to be mine. They're going to be yours. So do what your heart desires at the end of the day. I'll provide my advice and feedback, and, you know, you can always take it in consideration, but you don't absolutely have to do the reviews. You don't absolutely have to do what I talk about in the reviews. to give you a little bit of a breakdown of, how I review snaps. So it's not about what I like, right? Because like what I like is not going to necessarily get you 4K. I'm just one voter. I vote on snaps, but like my personal opinion is not going to determine whether or not you get 4K. So I don't give advice much based on my opinion. Sometimes people will ask me, hey, I made these 3 snaps. Which one do you like the best? I might go with that one. And I'll provide my opinion in that case. But when it comes to the advice I give on snaps, it's not about what I like. It's not about my feelings, my opinions. It's about what we see the voters liking. So essentially, every week, we do a lot of research on Dreamsnap results. We look at hundreds of 4K submissions, sometimes thousands, and we see what's performing well on average. And you'll see a lot of the same things every week. Some of the most common approaches would be things like people pushing the camera closer to the avatar. You see this quite a bit. So, snaps that feature the avatar very prominently, where they're a bit closer. Other things are going to be things like lighting. That's also very, very consistent within the 4K range. Typically, the scene is going to be very well lit. They're not going to have like everything covered in shadow. You're going to have really good lighting. Good vibrant color performs well. Balance is another thing. Composition, so like making sure you have your foreground structured, your midground, your background. And all of these things, they don't require you to spend like 8 hours on your snap. You really don't have to do that. You don't have to decorate a whole floating island. There's a lot of ways where you can make a snap in 30 to 30 minutes, and it could still easily get 4K if it's made properly. And the other thing we focus on is the theme itself. Now, for me, what's always worked for me is when it comes to Dreamsnap themes, I always take things very literal, but you don't have to do that for 4K. I mean, on some weeks, you'll see Dreamsnaps in the 4K range that didn't really do the theme. They were just really pretty photos. Maybe they kind of tied into it a little bit, but as for me, one of my big recommendations is to always deliver exactly what the theme states. That way, if you do get unlucky and you get some really picky voters that will not vote for something if they don't think it's on theme, if you make the theme really obvious in your Dreamsnap, you'll be safe from picky voters. And if you make it beautiful, in addition to that, you'll also be safe with the people that pick based on which picture looks better. Now, beauty is subjective, but again, there's things that we can look at, like lighting and composition that kind of play into the beauty of photos. Ashley says, I'm new here. Do you like Farmville? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Thank you for the resub. Dang, you guys already got us on 1,828 bits. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Jingle Bells with a big 456. That was a big chunk there. Thank you, Jen. Tatted Galaxy with a big 100 as well. Brass Cupcake, thank you again for the 100 there. And Tatted with another 59 here. We got another first-time chatter here. Calico Cat. Hello, Cat. Hello. Oh, you're replying to Dreamer? What happened for Dreamer? Dreamer said, not going to be as chatty today. My grandma's not doing well. Started end-of-life care, so I'm not going to be chatting much. That's okay, Dreamer. That's okay. You never have to chat a bunch, Some days, especially when you have things like that going on, it can just be nice to sit back and just kind of hang out. Like, you don't have to be chatty. You never have to apologize for not chatting. You never have to explain it to me. You're welcome to lurk. There's no requirement to, be chatty or be talkative. I mean, plus when we review the Dreamsnap streamer, I can't read chat as much. That's another thing I should probably mention for the new friends here. Once we start reviewing snaps, we get hundreds of snaps sent in each week to review from the community that we provide advice on. And to make sure everybody gets the time and attention they deserve and to make sure we can move through these snaps in an orderly fashion, I'm typically not reading chat as much during the Dreamsnap reviews. Now, I will...
Hello.
Oh, hello, Love Shark. Thank you, my friend.
Let's celebrate the fact that I'm no longer a homeowner. And that the Switch 2 is imminent.
Hey, the Switch 2 is coming, and you guys sold your house. Let's go. Congratulations, my friend. Big things happening for you. That's very exciting, Left Shark. That's very exciting. And thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. That is very kind of you. And yeah, I will periodically come back and check in with you guys in chat when I can, especially if I have a question about the snap or something like that. And I don't know if we have any Pokemon Go players here I know we have some. Like, Ashley, some of you guys joined me on raids when I was at GoFest this week, and I know Hope did, I know Ashley did, I know, well, there was a few of you guys. I don't know why my brain's drawing a blank right now, but there were a lot of you guys that came in and joined in some raids. I got some good stuff. I haven't had time to, like, share it. I'm super busy right now because, as I've stated, I'm flying out Wednesday. I did GoFest this weekend. Tommy left just this morning, but I got to get the house in order for the cat sitter. I got to set things up. I got to pack. So, you know, between now and Wednesday, a lot of things going on for a little old senpai. Kendall, thank you for the resub, my friend. Thank you. Greatly appreciate that. And again, guys, we do have Twitch drops here. So, you know, if you are a little late to the Twitch drop party, we still have the Twitch drops active. We will be here for a good amount of time today. So you only have to watch for an hour to get the drops, but I sincerely hope after you watch, you'll be like, you know what? I like this stream. I'm going to stick around. Let me figure out. I got to add Left Shark Stone into the chat as well before we move on. Okay, there we go. I had to do some quick math because his dono is in CAD and I'm in USD. So I actually didn't do the math myself. I just asked Google. I was like, what do I add here? Oh, we're at 2,000. That makes the math easy. So 2,000 to, we're at 2353. Nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, 2453. Thank you. Much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated. And before we start reviewing snaps, one thing I like to do is go over the theme again, just so you kind of know what we're expecting. We did manage to knock out a good bit of reviews on Friday, thankfully, so we put a little bit of a dent into it, which is good because we have a lot coming in this week. If you're new to the Snap Reviews, I know we got a lot of gifted subs last week when the Twitch drops kicked off. You guys gifted a ton of subs, so we probably have some new members, some new subscribers. You don't absolutely have to participate in the Snap Reviews if you don't want to, but if you ever do want to, just type !Discord. Anybody that's a YouTube channel member, anybody that's a Twitch supporter, that's one of the perks you get. It's just one of the ways I can give back to the community. Now, the channel is locked at the moment, so you will not be able to submit after 3 p.m., but once the stream ends, the channel will unlock, and you could submit for Tuesday if you would like, so just keep that in mind. 2569 on the board. Nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Miss Spock, thank you for the 1116 here. Brass with another hundo. Thank you, my friend. Kendall, thank you for the resub. All right. Blazing Boo says, oh, hi. Hello, Blazing. Hello. Welcome back. Caroline says that people bought Honeyglow Woods. I love it. It's so cute. Yeah, most people here, Caroline, I think have picked it up. We also did a giveaway for Honeyglow Woods on Thursday because Gameloft actually sent me a free copy. They sent me a Steam code. And I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that until after I bought it. And I was like, whoops. So I asked them, I was like, can I give this out to the community? And we hosted a little giveaway on Thursday for anybody that had Steam or had a friend that had Steam that did not have a chance to pick it up yet. And yeah, one of our friends here that has Steam and has been in the community for a while ended up winning it. So that was cool. All right. And yes, gifted subs and prime subs count as well for the reviews and everything. But yeah, GoFest was fun, guys. I had a great time. at GoFest this weekend. Grimmy Hour says, do we have to be subscribed on Twitch to submit our snaps for review, or can we just be a follower? That's a great question, my friend. That's a great question. So I used to do reviews for everybody, Grimmy. I used to do followers, supporters, and YouTube, and just anybody that wanted one. But the Dreamsnap review streams, we've been doing it for a long time. They've gotten rather popular. They've gotten pretty big, and there's just no possible way I can review everybody's. So, since I don't have time to review every snap, we focus on, I can at least ensure the people that make the content possible get reviews. Now, if by some crazy chance we have like a slow week and I finish every Dreamsnap review before my stream time would end, then I would take follower submissions as well. But that's never happened, sadly. There's always so many submissions. I barely have. I usually actually have to stream many extra hours each week just to do all the supporter ones. So if I were to try to do follower ones as well, pretty much, yeah, I would have to completely redo my schedule and probably stream like pretty much nonstop. It would get pretty crazy. So, yeah, it was a tough call a while back, but it got to a point to where, I would go live at 3, and then I would be live until almost midnight, and the reviews just kept coming in. And I was like, I can't, there's no way, because I do the reviews Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. Already 3 out of 5 of my streams are the reviews. And it got to a point where it was so much that I just couldn't do everybody. So, I had to make a call there. But like I said, if there's ever, if there's like if there's a not so popular theme and there's like not as many submissions and somehow we get done early, I would be happy to take follower submissions as well if I could. Tazzy, thank you. Tazzy gifted us up here to Grimmy Hour. Yeah, now you can participate, Grimmy. You won't be able to submit at the moment, but you could submit for tomorrow's. Once the stream ends, the primary channel will be unlocked. There are a few extra steps you will need to do if you want to participate. So let me explain how it works real quick. What you would do is you would join the Discord, and then you're going to find a category in here with a few channels that's called Dreamsnap Support. This is where all the magic happens right here, Dreamsnap Support. The very first thing you're going to read is how to get reviews, and then you're going to read the rules. You'll need to read both of these if you want to participate. This is a requirement. And then as far as how to get reviews, in order for my Discord server to know you're a supporter, you'll need to link your Twitch and your Discord. If you do not do that, you will not have access to the primary or secondary review forum, so just keep that in mind. Also, I need to delete the 7.7 channel here. We had that up last week. There we go. So yeah, when it comes to the primary and secondary reviews, you will not be able to see these if you do not link your Twitch and your Discord. And if you're a YouTube channel member, you'll need to link your YouTube and your Discord. Once you do that, my Discord server will recognize that you are a supporter, and these channels will no longer be invisible. So the Seeking Advice channel is the only one you can see if you haven't linked your Twitch and your Discord. And this is for community feedback. This is just for, if you want to get some thoughts from the community or you want to share your Dreamsnap here, you can post in Seeking Advice. But the primary and secondary reviews is where you would upload for a on-stream review. All right. Let's take a look at the theme, because we have a lot of ground to cover. Dude, I haven't been able to... I still have... I don't know when I'm going to make my Dreamsnap. I guess I might try tonight, or... I mean, I got to get it done. I've never missed a Dreamsnap challenge. I might have to throw something together really quick this week, you guys. My timeline is looking packed. So I wasn't able to do one this weekend because I was at GoFest and I had company. And, we had some really big streams. Thursday and Friday, I wasn't even able to do the YouTube guide. So, and then I got to fly out pretty early Wednesday morning. So maybe I'll try to do it tonight or tomorrow morning. I don't know. I got to figure it out. What happens when my gifted sub runs out? You would just lose access to that channel. So my Discord server would recognize that you're no longer a supporter, and then the channels where you could upload would disappear. But you're good for 30 days, my friend. So you'll be able to participate in 4 snap reviews courtesy of Tazzy here. And also, Grimmy, I don't know if you have Amazon Prime, but you can actually become a supporter for free if you have Amazon Prime. There's a thing called there's a little thing called Prime Gaming, and you can link that with Twitch, and you can become a supporter for free that way. But if you get good value out of the snap reviews and you have the means, importantly, if you're on a tight budget, I'd rather you not support, because you got to look out for yourself first. Got to make sure you're taken care of. But I do like to think that you get a lot of value for being a supporter here. You'll be guaranteed reviews every week. It lets you watch ad-free, and it also makes what I do possible, makes all this possible, makes the reviews possible, makes the YouTube possible. So I wouldn't be able to do any of this without the supporter family. So, yeah, if once your gifted sub runs out, Grimmy, if you have the means, you could become a supporter yourself if you would like, or if you have Amazon Prime, you can always use a Prime sub. All right. Grivenor Panda said the reviews are so helpful. Thank you for taking the time to do them. I enjoy them, and it's a great way to give back to the community. They've been wonderful. Ember says, Senpai. Hello, Ember. Hello. Caroline says, loved all the cute crafted furniture for this week's Snap. I haven't even crafted a lot of the new stuff, dude. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do this week. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Jennifer says, I've been subscribed for a couple of weeks now, and it's definitely worth it. I'm happy you feel that way, my friend. I'm happy you feel that way. That makes my heart full. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lunaire says, I went from getting 900 moonstones on my first 2 snaps to 2,500 and now 4K every week after, thanks to the reviews. I don't know if I can take all the credit there, Lunaires. You know, you've been doing a great job with your snaps. Keep up the great work. Keep up the great work. But I'm very happy to hear you found it helpful. All right. So, this week's theme, you guys, this week's theme is called Lazy Cozy Day. It says to build and decorate a relaxed scene filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. So that's the primary description of this challenge. That's what we're being tasked with. Oh my god, Emily is back! Oh my god, bro! No way, Emily! We're doing this again! Emily, thank you, my friend! Look who's back, Emily, with the 10 gifted subs here. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're doing this again this week. Thank you, Emily. Thank you. 10 gifteds is extremely generous. Thank you so much, my friend. And yeah, for anybody here that just caught a gifted sub, like I said, you're welcome to participate in the snap reviews if you would like. Sweet Tan, Kelly, Sea Line, Hello, Pandetta, Gutter Girl, Psycho, Jennifer, Sakura, Paige, and Zen Coder, all catching gifted subs here, courtesy of Emily. What a sweetheart. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Calamity said, W. Emily. W. Emily. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. All right. So, the primary description of the challenge here is the first sentence, right? This is what you need to consider the most. Build and decorate a relaxed scene filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. So that's the primary, definition here. Now, the second sentence provides you with some examples, some ideas, if you will. It says, enjoy a pot of honey like Winnie the Pooh, or a bit of fine cheese like Remy on a carefree afternoon. So it's just giving you ideas of, what you can do on this lazy, cozy day. You can sit down and have some honey. You can relax. At the end of the day, the best way, I think, to approach this challenge, even for the pickiest of voters that really want to, that are very particular about the theme, is to make sure the scene feels relaxed. I would avoid going too high energy, like everyone jumping around and there's fireworks and, you're like, just very energetic. So at the end of the day, it does, you do want it to feel like a relaxed scene and you want it to feel cozy. Now for the title of the challenge, because in many cases, the title is just as important as the description. And that's the biggest thing people see when they vote. There will be like a little breakdown of the theme, but plastered right at the top of the voting phase, people are going to see lazy, cozy day. So lazy is very important here. Now, Emily with another 5. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Emily is still going here. Tess, Lullaby, Hope, Chili, Shandy, and Moonflower all catching gifted subs. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh my God, that's another 15. That's 15 gifteds already here from Emily. Thank you, my friend. Emily has absolutely no chill here. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. So, how do we communicate to voters clearly that it's not just a cozy day, but a lazy cozy day? How can we do that? Well, when we did some Dreamsnap reviews on Friday, we got some amazing, ideas from the community. People were doing some really cool things. We saw this one snap where it was indoors and the avatar was sitting on a couch scrolling on their phone, and there was a basket of laundry that was being untouched. So they put laundry beside the couch. They're not doing the chores. They're having a lazy day. So it was cozy. It was nice and warm in the house. They were sitting down in some pajamas. They didn't even have shoes on. They're very clearly not leaving the house, right? So, and that's one of the ways you can do lazy. And there's some other examples we have here. Like if we look, there's been a lot of picnic scenes for this lazy cozy day. Just a really relaxed picnic. Like this one's really good here because, as we stated, it's not a lot of high energy. You don't have everybody jumping around and freaking out. There's not fireworks. There's not a million bajillion fireflies. You know, it's just very cozy, very relaxed. You know, they're enjoying a pot of honey like Winnie the Pooh. That one of the ideas the challenge gave us. And these seated poses this week, doing a seated pose, I think is also a very good play because you're not on the go. You know, you're not even walking around. You're just sitting on the ground relaxing, you know, having a nice picnic. I think Eeyore is actually really good for this challenge as well when it comes down to the Winnie and Pooh friends because Eeyore is very low energy, very, you know, just, I mean, he always has a very relaxed posture. But I think this is a great example of what you can do. And like I said, you know, these indoor snaps where people are sitting down and watching TV or scrolling on their phone. There's so many good ways you can do the challenge this week. I do think one of those popular directions will be something like this because everyone's really excited to use the new furniture. Everyone's really excited to use the new villagers. But what I'm going to be looking for in the reviews is, you know, does it feel relaxed? Does it feel lazy? Does it feel cozy? Is there warmth? You know, we have good warmth here, feels cozy, you know, very relaxed scene. So things like this, I think, can definitely work. But if you do, you know, just a Winnie the Pooh theme and you don't make it relaxed and you don't make it lazy, then some of the picky voters may end up, you know, not choosing it. Again, that's only going to matter if you get those voters. So even if you don't have a relaxed scene, maybe you just make a really pretty picture and you have like all the Pooh and friends in there and it's just like, you know, maybe it's still high energy and you got Tigger bouncing around and there's a lot happening. You could still get 4K. It just depends on what kind of voters you get. That's why the advice that I give is tailored towards the worst case scenario. Like if you pop up against really good snaps and you get really picky voters, how can we make sure we stay in that 4K range? Okay. Now that we've broken down pretty much everything, I think we can finally dive into the snap reviews here. I think we're ready. We have a lot to look through. So for our primary reviews here, we have quite a lot. That's a lot to look at. So let's get started, shall we? All right. And thank you again, you guys. Thank you again. Greatly appreciate all the love and support on this stream. Absolutely amazing. We also have several new followers coming in. Tess followed about a minute ago. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Marie with the follow. Caffeinated Pouch Dad with the follow. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, I wish I had a bit more time to ask you guys about how your weekend was. But tight schedule today, you know? Looks like Meredith is up first. Meredith said, this is my first draft. I really wanted to add Piglet, but for some reason it wouldn't let me select him. His box was gray. Oh, Meredith, I can explain that. I can explain that to you. So, all you have to do, when their box is gray, when you're summoning a villager into a photo, right now, Flynn won't appear. Watch. He's not going to appear. You see how Flynn's right here, but he doesn't show up? Flynn was sitting down. Any villager that's sitting down will not even show up in the tab. Now, you see how Winnie the Pooh is gray and I can't select him, and Eeyore is gray and I can't select either one of them? It's because they're talking. If they're talking the moment you open the camera, see, there they are. If they're talking the moment you open the camera, you will not be able to select them. You have to find them and let them finish their little conversation, and then they will not be grayed out. So, you know, like, you'll see as soon as they're done talking. But that's why they show up grayed out in the camera. Doesn't matter how long you keep the camera open, you have to close it, and you have to let them finish their dialogue. And then you'll be able to summon Piglet. But yeah, he was probably chatting with somebody. It's too bad that it works this way. Brass, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Moving right along in the goal. 2669 on the board. Thank you. Okay, now they're done talking, and boom. There you go. So, you know, we got Eeyore here. Now we can move Eeyore. We weren't able to do that a second ago, and now we can move Winnie the Pooh. So I just wanted to break that down for you, Meredith, because I know when you're trying to use specific villagers, and for some reason the camera's not letting you, it's good to know why and how to address that. Creeping, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Much appreciated. All right, as for your snap here, let's see. Despite trying several times and even doing restarts, nothing worked. So in the end, I just went with the ones I could select. As always, thank you for your advice and input. Yeah, if you did a restart and Piglet was still grayed out, that means when you came back, he was probably in another conversation. So, like I said, Meredith, all you got to do is find Piglet, sit there with him until he's done with his dialogue, because anytime he's grayed out, he's chatting with somebody. Can you start a conversation after you... Can they start a conversation after you open the camera? No. Once you open the camera, even if they sit down, like if a villager sits down once the camera's open, they'll still be on the toggle. All that matters is what they're doing when you open the camera. So before you start summoning all your villagers for a dream snap, before you start getting everybody in place, the first thing you should do is check your toggle, make sure everybody appeared that you want to use, and make sure nobody's grayed out. If anybody's grayed out, don't bother placing anybody yet. Close the camera. Give them a minute. Like right now, like I said, we won't have Flynn. You know, he's in the chair again. But he did show up when we first opened it here. Even though he sat down while I had the camera open. Even if they sit down while the camera's open, you can actually pause them. You just have to get them to sit while the camera's open. Okay. Moving on. Let's go back to Meredith here. All right. So, I do see you have some treats and honey back here. You have some good flowers in the foreground. Though it does look like something is blocking the light on your foreground and on your character. I'm not sure where you're taking your picture, Meredith, but, you know, as we often discuss, you know, lighting is very important. You, Pooh, Tigger, you guys are all... You're not getting sunlight. And sunlight is very helpful to help add a lot of good beauty factor to your shot. You see how there's some light hitting the back of Eeyore here? Now, when it comes to choosing where to take your photo, Meredith, that's why I actually removed all these large trees that were kind of in these areas. Because if you have a big tree right here, right? If I have a big tree right here, now my snap is going to be more like yours was, where everything in this shadow is going to be lacking that great sunlight. So before you build your scene, and this is Dreamsnaps 101, this is one of the things I talk about a lot, and I know you've been here for it, so this is my biggest recommendation for you, is to find out what's blocking your light. If it's something built into the environment, like let's say this tree, I can't move that tree. Right? There's no way I can move that tree. So what you'll do in that case is you'll go into furniture mode, and you can just group select your Dreamsnap build and then move it to somewhere where you will have light. But as always, you know, one thing we see a lot in the 4K range is sun behind the camera, good lighting throughout the snap. And, you know, in your background, you're getting plenty of light. Like we have light on these trees here. We have light here. We have light on Winnie the Pooh's house. But yeah, everything in the foreground here is kind of shaded, and we can get some really nice color if we were to address that. Now, another thing with the theme that I want to bring up for you here is it says build and decorate a relaxed scene filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. So you do have some honey and some treats back here, but I would try to make that, you know, a bigger part of the scene if you could. I do think the hedgehog pose here is very good. You know, it's a fun, cute little relaxing pose. I think it's not super energetic, and your villagers seem really chill as well. But also keep in mind, when you toggle your villagers, when you use the villager toggle, you can do a lot more than just place them down. You can have them do different animations. There's all kinds of fun things you could do. So you can have Winnie the Pooh wave at the camera. You know, you can have Eeyore do something cute and fun. I think Tigger's fine because most of his animations are super energetic and he looks more relaxed here, which is good. But yeah, my main recommendation here, Meredith, would be to address the lighting. But it's a very pretty scene. I think it could potentially get 4K. Alejandra is next. Current placeholder. Okay, and let's look at, you got two options here. Very good for a lazy, cozy day. You know, this is what I'm talking about. This is, you know, just different ways you can really communicate the fact that you're having a lazy day. I love that, you know, your books are kind of a mess over here. They're, like, piled up on the floor. And, you know, you're scrolling on your phone here, which I think is great. Pile of books here. You know, you're not really tidying up the room. You're having a lazy day. And the room is nice, but I think the main thing that is going to help this Dreamsnap, Alejandra, would be some indoor lighting. That way we can get some more color on some of the furniture. We can get some more light on the avatar. And keep in mind, vibrant snaps tend to do really well. You can really go with either one of these directions. There's also ways you can communicate your lazy day even more, like if you were to add like a little basket of laundry here. And I do think maybe including a villager, I do think Lucky is really good here. And in this one, you have Winnie the Pooh and his little raincoat, which I think is great. When it comes to lighting in an indoor snap, that is one of the best things about going indoors. For indoor dream snaps, you get a crazy good amount of control over how well lit the snap is, because you can use a lot of things that cast light when you go indoors. Let me show you exactly what I mean by that. So here's my Cozy Holiday Cheer submission. You see how we have this light coming in from this back window? And now you'll see as well, we have, like, look at the wood right here, how dark it is. And now look at the wood here. You see how vibrant it is? You see how colorful it is? That's because we're using items that cast light. And there's a bunch of those. We also got light casting on the curtain. We have, like, reflective properties in the gold here from the star. We have wall sconces that cast light. You don't have to go, with this much light, but having a little bit more light within your scene is going to make it more colorful, more vibrant, and more competitive. And it would take me a while to, like, list off exactly how to do indoor lighting and exactly what lights you can use, because not everything works the same. So let me give you a quick breakdown, and then I'll recommend you to a video that could be very helpful for you. So first, most indoor lights in the game do not cast light until after 6 p.m. your time. I'll give you an example on this by quickly putting up a light. Some do. There's certain lights that cast light all day long, like this one. If I move this over here, even though it's not 6 p.m., you can see the bookshelf gets a lot brighter. We get more light on that picture frame. It really changes the feel of the environment. And the challenge did say warm and cozy. And warm doesn't mean you have to have a fireplace. Marie, hello! Welcome back, my friend. Warm doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a fireplace and you have to, be covered in blankets. There's also warm lighting, warm colors, things like that are going to make it feel very warm and cozy. Now, this also works for the avatar. Like, if you look at where this table is, let's say my avatar was there, look at how much more light we get on the items when we have lights over them. You don't even have to see the lights in the photo. The camera can hide them by kind of pointing downward. And as far as what actually casts light, like I said, I won't be able to go through all the different options. But after 6 p.m., most things will. Like this red hanging lantern, right now, if I put it here, it's not going to cast light. But once it hits 6 p.m., we're going to come back and I'll show you. And this will all actually be lit up here. It won't be dark in this corner anymore. And there's shorter lights that do it too. Like you could just use, there's like a little Mickey Mouse ceiling light that's like very small, not very invasive. Let's organize by oldest because we got that a long time ago. Yeah, this Mickey Mouse ceiling light. As you can see here, it's not doing anything. But after 6 p.m., it will. It'll actually light up this whole area. And if you want to know what always casts light, Alejandra, right above where you submitted the stream snap, in primary reviews, right above that is a channel called Dreamsnap Tools. In the Tools channel, you're going to find a video called 5 Dreamsnap Lighting Tips You Need to Know. I recommend anyone who has not seen this video, watch it, because lighting is one of the most important things in Dreamsnaps. This video will teach you how to make silhouettes, it'll teach you about light casting, it'll teach you about using the sun, and it'll teach you about avoiding shadows. It'll also teach you about taking nighttime shots and using character lighting. But one of the chapters is entirely dedicated to indoor lighting. And if you're doing an indoor snap, I highly recommend being knowledgeable about indoor lighting because it's going to greatly elevate your snap. I've never got less than 4K on an indoor submission, and every single one of my indoor submissions utilizes strong indoor lighting elements. All right, let's keep it chucking. Gotta go back to the review channel here. One second. Had to leave. Oh, thank you for sharing the link there as well, Ashley. All right, next up, we got Lisa. Lisa, thanks for taking a look. Of course, of course. Option number 1 and option number 2. Okay, I like reaching towards the honey. We have some honey in the foreground. Hey, we got a party. Let's go. Thank you, Alejandra. Thank you. I love that you got Winnie the Pooh sitting in the chair here. That's really fun. So I'm really liking the way this is coming together. This one's really cute. I think you're doing a great job with the storytelling and the display so far. My recommendations from here, if you're going to be sitting on the ground with honey, I think it might be a good idea to do a little picnic display, because there's some really good, and then you can also bring in another very low energy villager like Eeyore. Like I said, I think Eeyore's going to be really good for the relaxing vibe. I think Piglet's a little anxious, but you know, if you can get Piglet nice and calm in the photo. But since you're using Pooh, I don't know if you've unlocked the others yet, but they could be great. I do like your backdrop here. This is looking nice. You got some good warm colors in the back. Really good lighting here. Sun is beaming into the scene. We got great light on the avatar. And also, you know, I see you're reaching towards the honey here. It could also be fun to, like, you know, use this same pose where you reach out to, like, comfort Eeyore. You know, you can have Eeyore kind of sulking, and you can just be giving him a pat on the back, and you guys can be on a picnic display. Keep in mind, you don't have to do those things, but I think that would play very well with the kind of scene you're building. And a little bit of extra villager presence, I think, could be quite nice here. You don't have to go too far with it. You don't need like 14 villagers, but if you used Eeyore, Piglet, and Pooh, I think that would be great. And you can also bring in Tigger if you wanted to, but kind of, you know, having a little lazy day picnic with the Winnie and Pooh friends has been very popular this week. So I do think that's something you can do. And that could also, you know, make it to where you don't have the same 2 rugs here. You can have kind of a centerpiece, like a rug. Like you can make your own picnic display, or you can use a preset kind of picnic set. But I would stick with the warm colors. Like, I like these goose feather rugs because they have the yellow, which is a nice warm color. And that would also allow you to add some cooked items, because there's all these new cooked meals, like the honeyed tea. You know, we've seen some really good snaps. And you have a lot of space kind of around where you guys are having this honey. You know, you could turn it into a really cute little picnic. Like in this one, we see these new little honeyed waffles. We see this honeyed tea. We have the pot of honey here. And then they have this little picnic blanket, right? This little picnic blanket with the basket. They've got some silverware and stuff. You know, not saying you have to do it exactly like this, but there's some really good things you can add to your scene that can give it more diversity, more villager presence. Because if, you know, your scene is really cute, I think it'll do good against a variety of snaps. But if it were to pop up against other scenes that are similar where the avatar is sitting, you know, if it was this snap versus this snap, well, this one has 3 different villagers. It's got more variety in the honey that's being served. You know, they're actually seated on a picnic blanket instead of here on the grass. So I think it would have a hard time against photos like this, and there's a lot of them like this. There's a lot of photos like this. So I think this will do good against a lot of things, but I think if you made it a little bit more competitive and really played up, like, you know, the villagers a bit, and, you know, if you're going to be seated on the ground, having some kind of picnic display, again, you don't have to use this exact basket, this exact cloth. You could even use your own type of rug and make it your own little picnic scene, whatever you want to do. But I do think that would allow you to be more competitive with some of these styles. You're not guaranteed to pop up against those, though, so you could potentially get 4K with what you got here. It just comes down to what you pop up against. And now you have this one as well, but between the two, I definitely like the Lazy Pooh kind of, you know, he's like got his hands on his belly like he just finished some honey. I think that's really cute. But they're both good options. You know, they're both good options. All right, moving on here, we got Belle B. I have another option I can send you in case this is too energetic. Thank you so much for your feedback. You're the best. I don't know about the best, but thank you, Belle B. Thank you. And yeah, do you want to send me your other option? You want to DM it to me real quick, Belle? We'll take a look at both. I do worry that it may be a bit on the energetic side, which I don't think is guaranteed to matter. Again, a lot of people will go with a Dreamsnap submission if they find it very beautiful. But during that voting phase, if your voters do end up being the pickier ones that are looking for these very relaxed scenes, since the challenge says to make a relaxed scene and it's a lazy cozy day, I do think it would be safer to make it a little bit more calm. Let's see the new one here. Well, the silhouette looks really pretty. I think the hedgehog pose is adorable. And in this one, we don't have Tigger jumping. But things like the heavy fireflies also, I think, make it feel... I mean, they're really pretty, but I do think they make it feel a bit busier. Because I would say when it comes to the photo itself coming off as energetic, I would say it's, in some cases, it'll be more than just the, like the way the villagers are kind of interacting with the scene. I wish I had saved some of the other ones we reviewed from earlier in the week. But there's, snaps like this that feel like a very relaxed day. Now, this is a completely different concept than the Winnie the Pooh vibe, but as you can see here, there's rain outside. So there's lightning and rain, and these two are having a lazy day. They're not going to work. Kids watching TV with some popcorn. They have treats. The dogs are playing, and they're just going to have a lazy day inside. So, there's not as much like flair or pizzazz here, but I do think that sells the theme really well. And then for the picnic scenes, there's scenes like this where there are fireflies, but they're not as heavily used, and they're kind of further back. They're a little bit more subtle, which helps the scene come off as a little bit more relaxed. It's still, I think it's like equally beautiful, right? It's still very beautiful. You're playing up a lot of really nice colors. You have some really cute decor. You have all these fun items. But the scene itself isn't quite as energetic. It's very warm. It's very cozy. This is absolutely stunning, though. So I definitely think even if you didn't, tone it down, I think there's still a really good chance this will get 4K. But again, that's really going to depend on what you're up against and what your voters are like. And we don't know. We never know what that's going to be like. But on some of the more relaxed scenes where, it's... I feel like when I read... Oh, we talk about this a lot. One of the ways I try to design my snaps is in a way to where if I had no knowledge of the theme, if I had zero knowledge of the theme, would I be able to guess the theme by looking at the photo? Like, are there enough elements to guess the theme? Because if there are, then that means your snap is extremely clear with the theme, and even the pickiest of voters will not debate whether or not it's on theme. So, like on this one, it might take me a few guesses. I might guess like rainy day or something along those lines. But it does have the cozy vibes. It does have the lazy vibes. There's some that have even lazier vibes than this, for sure. But the reason I'm discussing that is, what do we have here to indicate that this is a lazy cozy day? Finding ways to make that super clear to the voter, I think, is going to be important this week. I've seen a lot of people on like Facebook and, different groups sharing really pretty Winnie the Pooh submissions, and a lot of people are commenting that they feel like it's not on theme. And even when we first got this challenge, we had a commenter in the chat say, I feel like a lot of people are going to ignore the theme and just do Winnie the Pooh this week. And I responded to them, Winnie the Pooh's literally mentioned in the theme. So you can do Winnie the Pooh and be on theme. But since it does seem there's a lot of voters out there that are, really looking for that laziness that comes along with the theme. You have the treats, which is great. And we have Winnie the Pooh. We have the pot of honey that it mentioned. And I do think this is a nice relaxed pose. And the hedgehog looks super relaxed. But what could we do to make it super clear that it's lazy? You know, what would our options there be? And could we make it more relaxed? Again, might not be necessary, Belle. It's super pretty. It's super pretty. I guess what I'm getting at here is if by some shot this did not get 4K, my only guess would be that it must have been people that were very particular with the theme. Because on beauty alone, this is 4K. If it was beauty alone. But against some of the lazy day snaps, I think there are snaps out there that have been hyper clear with the theme, and I think it could be tricky to match up against some of those. And like I said, this nails several aspects of the theme. It's really the laziness that I would be, you know, considering, because there's, like I said, there's snaps out there where the avatar is like sitting there scrolling on their phone, or they have laundry they're ignoring, or it's raining outside and they're not going to work. You know, there's a lot of snaps that are finding very clever ways to communicate that laziness. But yeah, beauty-wise, this is top-notch work. Tombsayer here. Would love to receive some feedback on this Dreamsnap and find a new way of doing them. I think I'm out of practice. Okay, well, let's take a look here. Okay. So we got you with the little hedgehog pose. The makeup looks really nice. Cute, cozy outfit. Mostly relaxed villager poses. Even Tigger's not jumping super high into the air. We got the little honey table here. You got the pot of honey. Good foreground elements. And then we have this big honey topiary here. We have the fireflies. You have good lighting. I think you're delivering on the challenge well here. And it's a very minimal snap. You know, you don't have a ton of things going on. Like right here, we have this big honey topiary. And on the left, we have our little table with some, you know, with some treats, which the challenge mentioned. And then right behind you, you have Winnie the Pooh's house, and in the back, some trees. So it's a very simple build, but I think simple helps it feel more relaxed. I think this is actually a good week for simple. And you did a good job with the villagers too, you know, rather than just placing them and rolling with it. You know, you got a little wave from Eeyore here, which is good. And like I said, I do think voters will enjoy seeing the little hedgehogs here. All that in mind, you know, as we mentioned, I do think there will be some snaps that like really play up the laziness. And as examples, you know, of how you can do that, not only do we have some snaps where people are indoors and they're ignoring their laundry or they're scrolling on their phone, you know, we've seen that a good bit, but I also think like being seated, you know, not being active. I do think if you are going to stand, the hedgehog pose is probably the best thing to use because it is relaxed and voters do tend to enjoy seeing the new companions in photos. So, you know, if you are going to stand like you or Belle B, I definitely think the hedgehog pose is a great direction. That said, for my snap personally this week, whenever I do start working on it, I'm definitely going to be sitting. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. I haven't had time to plan it, haven't had time to work on it. But when it comes to being lazy, when it comes to having a lazy, cozy day, when I think about having a lazy day, I'm usually stationary. You know, and I think that's just a really easy way to kind of communicate the theme. It's just like when we had Forested Book Nook, right? When we did Forested Book Nook, we were talking about this challenge, and we ended up being spot on with this, but we talked about seated poses because it was a challenge about creating a book nook. And we talked about how to make it a little nook, and we talked about really competitive poses. And the two most competitive poses for this challenge were the fox pose, which is base game, that way anybody can use it, and the robot pose. Because with the robot pose, you can reach for a book, and with the fox pose, you could actively read a book. Now, not every submission in 4K were using these two poses, but most of them were. Most of the submissions in the 4K range were utilizing these poses that allowed them to interact with books. And some were standing and interacting with books, like books on a table and stuff. So there were some other clever ways people were delivering. I feel the same way about this challenge. I feel that seated poses are going to be very strong this week because it's one of the easiest ways to play up the lazy cozy day. You're not up and about. You're not really moving around. You're stationary, which means you're relaxing. Again, the hedgehog pose is super cute. And, you know, the hedgehog looks super relaxed. He looks like he's having a lazy cozy day. And again, these snaps are really beautiful. But as for my snap this week, I'll definitely be doing something seated. I'm not sure what yet, but, you know, people scrolling on their phone. I mean, this really communicates a lazy cozy day. I do think, you know, like we mentioned, lighting and some things can be different here. But there's when we did the reviews on Friday, there were a lot of snaps where people are finding very creative ways to go about, you know, showcasing this lazy cozy day. And I think being stationary, and you don't have to sit on the ground, by the way. We talked about this on Friday. There's another thing you can do which could be really fun. You could take a chair and you could have a table with some treats, you know, since the challenge mentioned treats. And you can have some villagers around, you know, nice cozy outfit, whatever you want to do. And you can go into third camera mode. And also, I think there's a very good facial expression for this. This one. The second one, you see how her eyes are a bit more closed? You know, she looks really relaxed in this one. But imagine like a scene like this where we have like a little table with some treats, and then we have like Eeyore relaxing over here and Pooh enjoying a pot of honey over here, and we're all just having a lazy cozy day. I'm stationary, I'm not moving around. I think these kinds of shots, and then also, as we mentioned, you know, the picnic types of shots where you're on the ground. I just think being stationary will likely be pretty competitive this week, like, you know, non-standing shots. As always, we will see plenty of standing shots in 4K, but like I said, I do think it's going to be kind of similar to Forested Book Nook, where a lot of what we see in 4K are going to be these scenes where the avatar is really delivering on that, you know, interaction element where they're showcasing how they're relaxing, showcasing how they're being lazy. So I know you were asking if there's any other approaches you could take for this week's theme. Tombseer, I think if you were able to plan out a scene where you guys are all kind of relaxing together, it would make this even more competitive. But just like Belle Bees, the beauty factor here is very strong. I love this new topiary. Very warm colors here from the sun and from the honey combined. These flowers have a nice glow. Your makeup is good. Your outfit is fun. It's a really pretty snap, and I love the simplicity of it, which I think makes it more relaxed. So there's a lot of things you're doing really well here. At the end of the day, what you could do is you could save this one to your gallery, and you could try the things we talked about where you're more stationary, you're seated, you're relaxing. And if you don't like it, you got this one in the gallery. It's a good fallback. You know what I mean? All right. Next up, we got Alex Ray Fox. Okay. Alex says, snacks in the library sounds like my ideal lazy day, so I wanted to try and bring it to my snap. Okay. So, fun concept. And you're stationary, you're seated, you're interacting with a book, which is great. You do have some treats here, some macaroons, some tea. So you're delivering a lot of things the challenge talked about. I think you're doing well with the concept of the theme. But the beauty factor here, I think, could potentially hurt your snap. And when it comes to beauty, one of the biggest things that I'm referencing here would be your lighting. Now, we already talked about this with another Dream Snap, but when it comes to indoor snaps, I've never had an indoor snap get less than 4K. And if you look at my indoor snaps, you're going to see a common trend. And this will be the same kind of trend you see with most indoor submissions that are in the 4K range. They're usually well lit. So when you go indoors, if you're not adding, that's the best thing about going indoors. That's what makes indoor snaps so good. When you go indoors, you get a lot of control over how your scene is lit. And you can have a lot of items that kind of cast light. I also do not show this much ceiling. I like to be very, very careful with how much of the ceiling I show in my snaps. Like if we look at this one here, you see how there's only a little bit at the top. It's all about how you angle your indoor snap. Because when you show a lot of the ceiling, it's kind of just empty space unless you're putting things on the ceiling or hanging things on the ceiling. And if you do put lights up there, you know, if they're hanging deep down into the scene, they can kind of obstruct it. But here's another 4K indoor submission. This was Coziness Beyond the Stars. You see how we have light coming in from the window? You see this big ray of light down here on the bottom left? You see how we're hanging these lights up to add all this beautiful light into the environment? And you see how we're not showing a bunch of the ceiling? All of these things play a big factor when you're trying to do an indoor style dream snap. In this one, this was the bookworm style. And this, just like yours, it was a lot about creating a library. So you see, again, we're not showing much of the ceiling at all. We have some books down here in the foreground. We have books piled up everywhere. And, you know, we've made a nice little library that has a little bit of dimension to it. It's not just the bookshelf shoved up against the wall. You know, we have some bookshelves come out, so it looks like rows. And the room could be even bigger than it seems because we can't see the sidewalls. This could just be big rows of shelves. So this could be a great way to approach doing a library. Other indoor submissions, like in this one, I am showing more of the ceiling. And this is before we could change ceiling texture, by the way, if you're wondering why the ceiling is not changed. But when we do show ceiling, we make sure we decorate that ceiling with some fun items. And we also have, again, really good lighting. See how the light from these Mickey Mouse lights here are casting a beautiful glow onto the portraits, onto the gold items here. This got ranked 19. Ranked 19 for Dreamlight Art Gallery. And again, it's the lighting. You know, that's really what carries a snap like this. Bedroom Beauty, another indoor submission. Once again, we're casting light here in the room. We're making sure it's not dark and dreary. And yeah, you know, this is just a handful of indoor build examples. So, going back to your snap here, we have a lot of ceiling, right? That's probably like 20% of your photo, and there's no light on it. It's just dark blue at the top. Keep in mind when you create a dream snap, you're not only trying to do the theme. At the end of the day, every dream snap challenge is a photo challenge. And in order to get 4K, you have to win 1v1s against other photos. So if you're doing the theme and your opponent is doing the theme, well, you're both doing the theme. So then it's going to come down to which photo is more appealing to the voter. And if you look at the 4K submissions each week, you'll understand what kind of photos are appealing to voters. You see a lot of the same things. Lighting is massive in the 4K range. It's one of the biggest impactors. The other impactor would be what we call the Dream Snaps meta, playing the camera closer to the avatar, not coming in so small. So in your photo, you know, your avatar is pretty small, pretty far away. But for seated poses, you know, what you could do is, I don't know if you have the Vizier's Alchemy table, but if you do have it, you can put it inside. If you crouch in selfie mode, and then you stand back up and switch to portrait mode immediately. This works on every platform, by the way, but you have to do it quick. So you uncrouch, and then you switch to portrait mode, like this. So I stood back up, and I went to portrait mode immediately, and my camera stayed on the ground. It stayed on the ground like it was when I was crouching. Now, I can do a seated pose, and I'm right here at the front of the scene. And if you were to do this for your indoor snap, your avatar would have a much bigger stage presence. What I would encourage you to do, Alex Ray Fox, is to visit my Facebook page and look at 4K submissions on my Wednesday post. Every Wednesday, I share my Dream Snap, then I ask everybody to share theirs, and 90% of what's shared there is 4K. You're going to see that about 80% of the snaps in the 4K range that are shared there, they're all playing the avatar a bit closer to the camera, and if they're not using the avatar, they have villagers close to the camera. So whoever your subject is, it's good to make sure they're well featured. At the end of the day, though, you are, I think I've said the end of the day a lot today, you are doing the theme, which is good. Doing the theme can get you 4K. So any week you accomplish the theme, 4K is possible. But Dreamsnaps are competitive. You never know what you're going to match up against. And there's some really good photos out there. So when it comes to your concept here, you got a good concept, but you want to consider what you can do to make it more competitive, to play up the avatar more. You can still do the same exact concept, but we can do a lot more with lighting. We could, feature the avatar a bit better here. And same recommendation I had for a previous friend. If you go to Dreamsnap Tools, right above where you submitted this, there is a video you can watch called 5 Dreamsnap Lighting Tips. It's going to teach you all about the indoor lighting. Chewy. I love how this one turned out for myself, but is it competitive? Oh, this is so cute. Yeah, I really like this. Really well done here, Chewy. I think it's competitive. I love the big Mickey cloud up here, the bee floating, and also everyone's relaxed. You're kind of here in like Pooh's thinking spot, and even Tigger is in a thoughtful pose. So you were very clever with how you presented the villagers. You don't have Tigger bouncing around energetically. You have a nice picnic blanket. You're actually seated over here. Instead of on the ground, you're seated over here on the side. And you might not be right up against the camera, but your villagers are very close, and everyone's kind of enjoying this beautiful view here. I love the clouds out here, but this really does, I think this captures the theme very well, this lazy, cozy day. And you do have some good warm elements. My only recommendation, if you wanted to, take this any further or do anything else with it, I don't know how close you can get flowers to this edge, but maybe a couple of little flowers kind of lining, not like in a straight line across, because I think that would be tacky, but a couple of wildflowers kind of placed. Like you have this purple flower right here. Like maybe one right here, maybe one over here by the rocks, just to add a little bit of texture, because once we get past the horizon, it feels very empty, so maybe we can help fill in with, and the sky is great too, because you have this beautiful Mickey cloud you guys are looking at. But yeah, I think a couple little flowers down here. Not a lot. Maybe 3 like scattered across this side. But I love that you've got some honey. I love that everyone's relaxing. It really does feel like a lazy, cozy day. I love this. I think this is super fun. I think this is a super creative take on the challenge. You played up villagers really, really well. You got them all close to the camera here. The avatar takes a bit of a backseat, but I don't think that hurts this snap at all. And yeah, good warm notes with like the honeycombs out there on the side. You get the beautiful new rug here. I really like this, Chewy. I really like this. I certainly hope it gets 4K because it's a very creative take on the challenge. I haven't seen anything quite like this, like enjoying the view like this. Very well done. Live Fatal here. My perfect lazy day consists of lots of books, so I wanted to convey that here. I know the book isn't quite in the right place, but I didn't realize that until after I placed all the characters and didn't want to do everything again. I feel ya. I know how that is. Okay, well, let's see. Good job with the sun. You got the sun behind the camera here, which is nice. Jangle Bells, thank you for the 60, my friend. And also, if you guys are enjoying the stream today, today is big goal number 210. We've hit the previous 209 goals in a row. We are almost halfway to today's bit goal, so if you want to support the content, you can do so by typing exclamation donate, exclamation tip, or you can send bits or super chats, whatever works for you. Donations are always appreciated, but, not required. Not required at all. But thank you for all the love and support you guys show the channel. It means the world to me. Thank you. All right. And, yeah, I would definitely recommend, like, fixing the book. And also, we've talked about this with the fox pose quite a lot, Liv. When you're doing the fox pose, there is a little bit of an issue here. Number one, I would get a lot closer. I would push the camera up. We've already discussed that quite a bit. You already know when you submit. Alejandra, thank you, my friend. Thank you. When you submit for Dreamsnaps, anytime you submit to my Dreamsnap forum, if your avatar is the center focus, like in the middle of your shot, and you don't have the camera a bit closer to them, you should already assume I'm going to point that out. So again, you can use the camera trick to do exactly what you're doing, but make it, right at the front of your scene. Now, here's the issue with the fox pose. If you don't turn the avatar and you just go into the fox pose, it's not a good angle. You're looking down the bridge of the nose. It's just, you get a lot of forehead. Not a very flattering angle. That's what we have here for yours as well. But here's how you can make that look really good. Instead of just doing the fox pose and saying, okay, I did the pose, turn left. Turn left a little bit, and then go into the fox pose. We're also going to put the camera down here. So we're going to turn left a little. We're going to put the camera on the ground. And now we're going to do the fox pose. Now, instead of looking down the bridge of the nose, now we have this beautiful side profile. And again, you can hide the fox, and you can put your book right here. That's going to allow you to have your avatar closer to the camera. And again, for what you're doing, we saw this a lot in the 4K range for the Book Nook challenge, for Forested Book Nook. But the snaps that perform the best with the fox pose, we're doing it this way. So if you want to have a better chance at high performance, I would definitely recommend being more considerate at having the camera closer. Because again, for every Dreamsnap challenge, if you want to get 4K, it's all about understanding what the voters prefer. It's what the voters like. It's not about what I like. It's not about what you like. It's about what everyone on average likes. So how do we know that? Well, we can look at what gets 4K each week. And the last time seated poses were very popular, the ones that tended to do the best were the ones that had the avatar play a major role in the scene. Like, even though they're seated, they're still close. And if you can't figure out the camera trick I'm doing here, where we duck down and then we push the camera down, you can just use free mode. That's going to be a lot easier for many people. And also that way, you wouldn't even have to really, change your angle as much. You can just go into your fox pose. Like, you wouldn't have to rotate like I just did. You can just pan the camera around. But you can do exactly what you're doing in your scene, like this. And you can find a great angle for your avatar here. You can have her right at the base of the shot, like so. You can have your book right here, and then you can have your villagers in. But I would definitely recommend being closer to the action, since you're really trying to highlight the fact that you're reading a book. You're really trying to highlight the fact that you're right there on the ground. In addition to that, I would be on the blanket instead, or, I would be on the platform instead of in front of it in the grass. Like, you put down this little area here for your, cozy little spot to read, but you're not even on it. We're not really using it. If you're having a hard time, getting on it, again, you can just walk back there on it and then use free mode and zoom in that way. And lastly, with every photo, when it comes down to framing your shot and filling your shot, you want to fill in your bottom left and bottom right-hand corners. You see how this corner here is completely empty? This corner here is empty. You'd have a lamp close to it, but nothing really going on at the base of your image. Let's look at a competitive snap. Let's look at one of our example scenes here. You see how in this snap, we have these items at the base of the scene? Like in this left corner, we have the honey. In this right corner, we have a flower. That's going to be the case with most high-end players. Players that are just getting 4K week after week after week. They're filling out their scenes. So bottom left corner here, whoops. We see these cute little books. We have the hedgehog house. We have these pots here, these empty honey pots. We have these teacups hanging up here. We have these honeyed carrots. We have a rug, and we have the pie. So we have all these items in the foreground. This is what tends to perform very well in Dreamsnaps. So this could get 4K if it pops up against the right things. But it would have a very hard time against snaps that are layered and structured to feel a bit more completed. So my biggest recommendation to you here, Live Fatale, would be to readjust your angle, readjust your pose, maybe try free mode. And, you said I didn't want to move the book because I already had the villager's place and I didn't feel like doing it again. Are you enjoying snaps? Like, do you have fun doing them? Because the way you described that made it sound like maybe it was a chore. This isn't that many villagers. Like, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, you know, that doesn't take... No, there's 6 with her. It doesn't take too long to place 6 villagers, you know? You're trying to get 4,000 moonstones, right? That means you want to beat 96% of players. That's what you have to do to get 4K. You got to really think about that. Like, take a moment and picture in your head 100 people standing in front of you. First, picture like 2 or 3 so you get an idea of it. Now picture 10. Now picture 20. Now think about 100 people. Only 4 of them will get 4,000 moonstones. The reason I'm telling you that is you kind of want to be in a place where you're enjoying creating the snap. Like, instead of saying, oh, I didn't get the book in the right place, whatever, I don't want to place all the villagers again, it's not fun. If it's not fun, you might want to do something else, maybe use less villagers, but like, you're going to do better in snaps if you're enjoying the process. It shouldn't feel like a chore. It's easier than ever to move villagers and to use villagers. And keep in mind, you know, like I said, only 4 out of 100 are going to get 4K. If you want a good shot at that, and if you truly believe you deserve to beat 96% of the other players, then you got to be okay with putting that little bit of extra effort in, you know? Like making sure the book is in the right place and repositioning your villagers. Because that's the advice I'm giving here. It's not about, you know, my advice is not about getting 4K every now and then. Anyone can do that. Literally anyone can get in 4K every now and then. All it takes is making something on theme and popping up against some selfies, and you'll get enough votes. My advice is about getting 4K week after week after week after week after week. If you want to do that, it's best if you enjoy the process. Build something you're going to have fun doing. If placing villagers is annoying, maybe just do 3. You know, you don't really need this many villagers. And then, you know, fill out your photo. And always consider, like, your framing. You know, you put this great little blanket down behind you, and we're not using it. You don't necessarily have to use this, but you could have some kind of rug here. It's just, like, grass at the base, you know, books off to the side. This would really struggle against most of what we reviewed. But if you enjoyed the process and you were like, oh, I bet you I can add some really fun items down here, or I'm going to try free mode and like get closer to the avatar and like see how pretty I can make that look. If you have fun with it and make sure it doesn't feel like a chore, you'll have a much better chance at 4K. And, you know, be critical of yourself. I'm taking a ton of time out of my week to always do these reviews. So I feel like it wouldn't be a lot to say you could take a little extra time to like have, because you knew the book was a thing, but you just left it like it was. And, you know, now we got to talk about it. So, you know, if you know something's off, change it before the review. Sweet Lady Sue. Very cute. I love the outfit. Love the little beanie here. Eeyore is great to use here. Very fun. Eeyore's falling asleep during story time while Winnie the Pooh plays on the TV in the background. And some possible edible snacks. Thank you for all you do. Always appreciate hearing your thoughts, says Sue. Very good job here, Sue. I think this is super cute. Yeah, I love that Eeyore's dozing off. I mentioned earlier, I think Eeyore's just one of the best villagers for this challenge. And this is what I mean about how you don't have to use a whole bunch of villagers. Like, if placing 5 or 6 villagers is too much of a task, and you're not going to fix a book because you placed 5 or 6 villagers, now you got to place them again, maybe don't use that many. You know, you just use 1, use 2, you know, as long as you're using some. It's good to have more than 1 or 2 if possible, but you don't absolutely have to, especially in this week's challenge, with it being about relaxation and laziness. So yeah, you know, we have Eeyore chilling here. The new rug looks really good here. I love how relaxed the avatar looks. Love your cozy little outfit. The bedroom is really cute. Love the little honey pot decor here. Overall, very solid. I will say for like a lot of my snaps, Sue, for like indoor and outdoor, I like to stray away from like a lot of white or pale colors. So I do think it works here. But in a lot of my indoor builds, you know, I'll have like, you know, window frames that have like the white. But warm notes, I think, even in like room design, can be really good. Again, this is like way too busy for what you're doing, but I'm just kind of highlighting the colors here. Now for my Dreamlight art gallery, you know, we have a lot of white here, but I want it to feel like an authentic gallery, so it kind of fit in there. But for bedrooms, you can have all kinds of different walls, all kinds of different windows. My recommendation for you is you can keep this one saved to your gallery and have it exactly like it is, because I think it's a strong snap. I think it communicates the theme really well. I think it's well filled out. You filled out your bottom left corner, bottom right corner. You got a good villager. You know, it's very cute. I love that you guys are watching TV, and this really communicates the theme well. And again, it's very well filled out. I feel like the avatar is well centered here. You can keep this one saved to your gallery. And if you're interested at all in a secondary review, you can always try one with like a wall away from white. And maybe even a dresser away from white. As far as what to use, you know, whatever you want. You know, you can just try different things. Or you could stick with the white if you'd like. But, you know, there's a bunch of good walls out there. I know you're going for a traditional kind of bedroom. If I had more time, I could go through all the different options. But we have a lot of snaps to review. And since this one's already done and looking pretty good, like I said, you can keep it in your gallery. And then you can, if you want a secondary review, you can submit up to 3 photos for your first and secondary review. So if you would like for your review, if you want to review tomorrow, we can look at options with different floors and different wallpapers and see if there's something that feels a bit warmer, a bit cozier, and doesn't play up as much white. Could be fun, could be fun. Not absolutely necessary, but I do think it can be helpful. Donkey is next. This one was really hard. Still can't see my characters. Eating their houses on the island sometimes works, so I can only guarantee Pooh, my second review, will have completely different characters, and I may just redo this entirely, so any suggestions are welcome. I tried for an hour to do the sitting hat with the fox pose, and it didn't work for me. The angled one, you don't have to use the, you know, like we already stated this, Donkey, just so you know. You don't have, some people can't get the timing down, you know, if you're, like, I'm doing it on controller, and for me, it's you know, it's not too hard to do. You know, it's just you stand up and then you immediately go into portrait mode. So I've never really had a problem with it, but I know some people do. So what you want to know when it comes to that is that you don't have to use that. You don't have to use that approach. You could just use free mode, like the third camera. I feel like a lot of people don't really use this one too much, or they forget about it. But if you're really struggling to, you know, do the camera trick where you put the camera on the ground, you don't need the trick if you have this mode. Like this camera mode here, there were a lot of snaps in Book Nook that used this camera mode right here and got 4K. You know, all they did was do a seated pose and then just get close to the avatar. And, you know, they just made a pretty backdrop. You know, simple as that. So always keep that in mind. Always keep that in mind. You know, don't, if you're having a hard time doing this combination, like if that's tricky and it's wasting too much time and it's stressful and you're not enjoying that, don't worry about it. You know, just use free mode. Now, I'm not too sure where your issue is with summoning villagers. We've covered that a lot. You know, you can just use a villager summoning item and bring them, you know. I'm not going to go into that because we've spent a ton of time on that. So if it's not working for you, I haven't heard of that ever just not working for certain people. I know there was somebody, like last week, might have been you, maybe the week before, where their mouse wasn't working. So every time they tried to left click to summon villagers, it just wouldn't do it. But then when they used a controller, it did work. So I'm not sure where the issue was there, but when it comes to summoning villagers, you know, you can check out last week's Dreamsnap tip video, the one we did before where we brought a lot in. You just build a fence, you put a villager summoning item, and then you use it, and you'll get all your villagers over. All that said, though, you really don't need, like, there's nothing in the challenge this week that says you have to use, like, specific villagers. You can use whoever you want. You know, the challenge is to make a lazy, cozy day. So, if you're having a hard time with villagers, well, I would definitely figure that out at some point, because, if, you know, Dreamsnaps are a lot more fun to make, which is a big part of getting 4K consistently. You want to be able to enjoy the process. They're a lot more fun to make when you can always use the villagers you want to use. And we've gone over in great detail exactly how to do that. Love the pose here. You're pretty close to the avatar as well. We got the cute fox backpack. Hair looks nice. It looks like a really relaxing day. And we got a nice little picnic spread here. Some good villager presents. Yeah, the butterflies are fun. I definitely think out of your two options, because you have this one here, which is more of like a high-rise here. If you were going to do this one, I would still highly recommend, like, filling out your bottom left corner. You know, you can even do a little bush right here next to the picnic. Or you can, you know, pull the picnic down a little bit to fill out that bottom corner. There's a lot of different ways you can fill out these corners. We talk about this every week. If you look through my Dreamsnap portfolio, you're going to see pretty much every Dreamsnap I do has bottom left and bottom right corner filled out. And you're also going to see that from all the consistent 4K earners here. Mama Dukes, DreGG, Bobs, Weasley, they all do this. Beyblade, and they're always in 4K. Like, most of them have like a year-long streak or more, or almost a year long. Very, very consistent. Same thing with this one. We see the rainbow flowers, bottom left, bottom right. With this one, we see presents, bottom left, bottom right. Cane of Beauty, flowers, bottom left, bottom right. And even when you frame your camera a little bit differently, it's still a good idea to try those. Hey, let's go! Thank you, my friend! Jennifer, that is so nice of you. Thank you. Jennifer coming in with the super generous dono here. Greatly appreciated. Dang, 1335. Let's go. We're going to add that to the goal here. Let me math. Actually, I'll just do my calculator, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm not very good at math. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you so much. That is very kind. 2909. We're at 4244. Coming up on the daily goal here. Hey, thank you to Kai with a big 400. I'll add that as well. 4244, so 4644. We're less than 1,400 bits away. Let's go. Yeah, we still got a lot of time left in the stream because we have a lot of snaps to review. So I feel pretty confident we'll hit it for sure. We got time. We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be here for a while. All right. I saw a first-time chatter mention taking notes earlier on lighting and stuff. Yeah, lighting is really big. So anyway, back to your snap. I think this angle is your best. You get really good lighting on the avatar. We can see into this pretty little forest. You know, we can see the kites, little bike here. You look really relaxed with the seated pose. The only thing I would slightly alter here is if you took the picnic blanket and moved it towards you just a tiny bit, we can probably put something fun in this bottom left-hand corner since you have the tree here. We can balance that with like a little bush or, you know, there's all kinds of fun things you can put in this bottom left corner as well. Now, for this one, it'd be a bit trickier, but also these upward shots aren't quite as popular as the standard portrait style shots. So this could do well You would have to get creative with like what you put right here. Could be some food dishes, maybe a little basket that's with you guys, you know, something that you brought to set this all up. Or another villager you can have lurking in the corner here. That works as well. But yeah, I definitely think this is your stronger option here. And I do think it delivers the theme well. And again, don't worry too much about, you know, there's nothing in this week's theme that says you have to use exactly these villagers. At the end of the day, you want it to feel relaxed. You want it to feel cozy. And I think it does feel that way. Ultimately, how it does will just kind of depend on what type of snaps it's up against, of course. But I would try to figure out, you know, summoning characters at some point because it's super useful. Going to help you make, when snaps do call for specific villagers, being able to use like them and ones that work very well with them can help you be very competitive. So when you have some free time, I would try to figure it out. Fallen Angel. Let's see what you got here. Oh, very pretty. Oh my god, Eeyore. See, this is what I mean about Eeyore being so good for this week. I'm honestly really surprised I haven't seen more shots like this of Eeyore. This is perfect. Eeyore looks... he looks very lazy. I mean, if anything, I'm probably going to have him like right at the front of my snap like this. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I just really want to play up Eeyore for the lazy bit here. Love the beautiful beehive house in the back. We got a nice little cozy outfit. And everyone's relaxed. Even Tigger. You don't have Tigger jumping around. You kind of have him with his arms open. He's kind of hunched down a little bit. So there's not a lot of high energy. And on top of that, you're not using like a million fireflies or fireworks. You know, you're just kind of going with a little, you know, nice, chill, cozy vibe. You even got the little hedgehog house. The little hedgehog. This is super cute. Good job filling out the corners here, Fallen Angel. Wonderful job. You see how these flowers make contact with the bottom left and they make contact with the bottom right. Talk about this all the time. Look at the way it frames the shot, you know. This is exactly what I'm recommending for, you know, when you guys hear me talk about your foreground, when you hear me talk about the corners. It's just framing. You know, you're framing your shot. That's the great thing about building Dream Snaps is, you know, you have full control over where things go and how you line up the shot. And having just a little something in this bottom left corner, a little something in this bottom right-hand corner really helps to just build a balance in your scene. And this looks really nice. Now, I did compliment you for not having a million fireflies, but a couple I don't think would hurt. You know, I think a little bit of firefly action over these dark reds and some of the orange, just maybe a tasteful amount, would look really pretty here. Because you have all these gold orbs rising up, you know, around the flowers. And we have some down here at the base. There's these beautiful little gold orbs. So a tiny bit, maybe like one firefly patch flying around here. If you have them, I know not everybody has them because they were an old Star Path item. But if you do have them, they could look really nice back here. Now, if you don't have them, don't worry about it. I don't think you really need to change anything else here. And for the avatar, I do love the way the skirt ties in with the eye, or the scarf ties in with the eyes. The color here is really nice. But I'm wondering how it would look without the scarf, you know? I don't know. I think you can keep it. I do like the way it ties in with the eyes. And you also have like a very similar green on the honeypot here. So it kind of plays up the colors here. But yeah, not much I would recommend differently on this one. I think you did a great job. The villagers look very relaxed. Your avatar is stationary. You have the camera close to the avatar. You have the sun behind the camera. You're pretty much doing everything. Whoops. Sorry. You're pretty much doing everything I consistently recommend here, and you're doing it very well. So, great job on this, Fallen Angel. Breezy is next. Oh, I've been waiting to see one like this. I talked about this when we were talking about the robot pose. I've seen a lot of people reach for honey. I've seen people reach for picnic baskets. But I was talking about how great Eeyore is this week as a, you know, lazy villager. And I was talking about how you can, you know, he's also kind of sad all the time, so you can reach out to comfort him. And I thought that would be a really good element of storytelling. I've mentioned that a lot, but I haven't seen anyone do it yet. So really happy to see Breezy bring that in. Also, the fact that Aurora has this beautiful seated pose. Another stationary villager, very relaxed, which is really fun. And a beautiful scene. You know, it's very cozy, lots of warm colors. I like that you're using the new oak leaves in the bottom left here. Like, we get these light beams coming up in the bottom left with the honey pot, and then on the bottom right, we got another honey pot tying out this corner. This new rug, also very popular this week. It has a very nice glow to it. And you filled out the left-hand side of this little forest with some great little bushes. My only small recommendation, if you want to, like, you know, mess around with anything, or if you have time to... I mean, this is fine to submit. I think you'd be pretty safe for 4K with this. But with all these beautiful colors and warm notes you have here with kind of the autumn trees, in these tiny openings back here, I think yellow streetlights back here just to make a magical yellow glow at the back of the forest. Like here, here, and here. That's it. That would just add a little bit of a magical glow, because we have all this yellow, orange, and green, and then we have like a pale blue back here. So I think if we put some streetlights back here and create a silhouette, or you can use the new smoke bombs. That's right, that's right. We have a new item that works really well to fill out the background. So if you put the smoke bombs back here, change their color, they could be whatever color you want the spot to be, and you can make that another warm color, and we can eliminate this cool color back here, make it even warm and cozier. Really good job here, Breezy. But yeah, those spots are really tiny, so don't worry about that too much. Like, if you don't have a lot of time to work on it, it's already really good. I think it's looking strong. I think very likely for 4K. Great job, great job. Katie Girl is next. Made 2 similar picks. Thank you for all your help. And thank you for the gifts on Pokemon Go. Of course, my friend. I actually have a Pokemon Go quest right now, Katie Girl, to send 500 gifts to friends, so expect a lot more.
Party one, party one, party one, party one,
Yo,
party one,
Tranquil Panda, thank you, my friend. He's not going to read all those, don't worry.
Party one, party one,
He'll stop.
Party one, party one, party one,
he'll stop.
party one, party one, party one, party one.
He'll stop soon. There he goes, there he goes. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, sometimes the bits he reads, like the code for the bit. 366 bits here from Tranquil Panda. Thank you very much, my friend. We are now less than 1,000 bits away from goal. Greatly appreciate it. Very kind of you. Party one, party one. Party on. Okay, so Katie Girl, 2 similar picks here. We got option number 1. Ooh, again. Dude, how do we go? We got 3 really good Eeyores in a row. I'm loving this. I love Eeyore. Yeah, this one's really fun. Pooh over here. We got Piglet here. And then we have this one as well, with Eeyore a bit further back, and it's letting you play up the... It's letting you play up the picnic basket here instead. Now, I will say, if you did go with this one, I would probably add something back here if you have space for it, just to fill in, because on the left side, the balance, you know, you see on this left side, the tree line goes all the way to the left-hand side, and we don't have any opens. And then over here, we have a big open spot, so maybe a nice little yellow tree or orange tree right behind this pocket could be really nice. And just like we mentioned with one of the previous snaps, don't forget about your open spots behind your forest if you want to make it look like a deep forest that goes on and on. If we seal this off with streetlights or with smoke bombs, whatever color you want, you can always fill in these gaps with like behind the trees, essentially. As an idea as to what I mean here, I do this for like all my forests in this game. If we look at BG Bliss, if we scroll in on the forest, you're going to see there's waterfalls back here and green streetlights. So we can't see through the forest. It allows the voters' imagination to fill it in, you know, because they can't see through it. So from their perspective, it's just a lush forest that goes back for miles and miles of beautiful trees. We see the same thing here with Marvels of Nature. This was like a rank 90. You'll see in our forest, we have some small and medium trees at the lower end of the canopy, and then behind that we have green streetlights. So we get this beautiful green silhouette behind the forest, and again, that just allows the voters' imagination to fill it in. Instead of this feeling like a row of trees, because that's really what it is. It's just kind of a row of a bunch of trees. Silhouetting the back of it makes it to where you can't tell it's a row of trees. It could just be a, you know, now it seems like a really deep forest that goes back for miles, because we can't see through. We can't see through. So our imagination has to fill in the gaps. And like I said, that's something you'll see that I do with like pretty much all my forests. Some of them have a bit more of an eerie glow where I play the streetlights up a little bit closer. If it's like dark cottagecore dreams, you know, we're going to make it a little bit more eerie. But now that we have the smoke bombs as well, you don't necessarily have to use the lights. You can also use smoke bombs to fill in the back. But yeah, maybe filling in back here could be nice. And then also, you know, since the tree line goes all the way to the top left, I think a little something here would be nice if you use this one. Now, I do really like this one as well, but a lot of people are looking for treats since the challenge mentioned warmth and treats, you know, so maybe a little, you know, I wouldn't do something big here because it might cover Piglet, but maybe a little Winnie the Pooh bento box. We got those in one of the other DLCs, a really cute item. And I love Eeyore up close here, but I actually think this snap, I think I prefer this snap between the two, to be honest. It feels a bit more balanced, and adding the little picnic set here is nice. The only thing I would try to fix is the grass at the base. That could be a bug where the grass clips through things when it's not supposed to. If it is a bug, don't worry about it. But if it's not a bug, what you could do is pave right outside of what we can see, and it'll usually help tame the grass here. Or you can try flower petals. Those can sometimes tame the grass. But the grass is a small issue here. It's not very invasive. I would still definitely try to have something on this little table here. If it's a chair, then, you know, maybe we could put something else on it. I think it's a table, though. But yeah, a little something on here. You know, not anything big enough to cover Winnie the Pooh, but there's a lot of meals. You can do a plate of cookies. A lot of good things to put here. And you can put a couple of more little fun meals, like the honeyed tea, maybe right here on the rug. But yeah, looking really good so far, Katie Girl. Looking really pretty. Very nice. Very cozy, very relaxed. Good lazy day. Sue Lee. Hi, Zim, I have redone my snap, but still not sure if it's giving lazy, so I've submitted 3, so hopefully you can point in the right direction if I need to go. Thank you again for all the help you give. Of course, my friend, of course. So we have option number 1. Yeah, you holding the giant honey mixer, I wouldn't say feels very lazy. It feels like you're working. You know, that's a giant item made for, like, mixing honey. So, personally, this week, I would avoid, like, holding, you know, shopping bags or gift baskets or tools. It's a lazy day. It's a cute accessory, but I feel almost 100% sure we're going to get some kind of beekeeping or something to do with bees or honey at some point. I don't know. I don't look at Dreamsnap spoilers, so if you've already looked at the spoilers, don't tell me, but I feel like there will be opportunities to use stuff like this. Now you have this one here. Okay, so it's a little day watching TV outside. And then we have this one here. I think these could definitely work. Like, this one's super cute. I think you featured the villagers well. So here's the thing. You could definitely use this. I would just present the avatar a little bit differently. Think about how you're communicating to the voter that you're lazy. Like, what is, you know, your lazy or cozy day, right? How is this a lazy, cozy day? What's here to imply that? What's happening to imply that? Whereas with these, you're implying it very well, you know? I also think the little bounce house is pretty cute here. I'd like that more. I think it gives more warm notes here. Good job silhouetting the back of your forest. And yeah, the villagers all gather around watching TV is really fun. Only downside is that, you know, you're really, really tiny in the shot. I still think this would likely get a good result, though. Just keep in mind, you know, there's a lot of people that are doing ground shots that are going to be a good bit closer to the camera. Like Breezy, you know, Breezy's performed very well on Dreamsnaps. Been getting 4K for a long time. And, you know, we can see they're very close here. Kind of like you were in your other one. You know, you got nice and close to the avatar here. You could do the same thing with a concept like this. You know, because we don't necessarily need to see as high up in the tree line. So, you know, you could bring it more into... I mean, it would make the TV more obstructive if you did get closer to the avatar here. So, I guess if you're going with a TV concept, you might have to stick with being further away here. But you do have a great villager presence, so hopefully that'll carry. And even though the villager is tiny, we can still see them well. It's too bad. I don't know if we can turn on this TV, though. I feel like it would be more convincing if, because I've seen a lot of snaps where they're indoors watching TV, and the little TV is on. But yeah, the TV outdoors is a really interesting concept. It's a really interesting concept. I do like Peter Pan relaxing in the back here, though. The fact that he's floating is great. And the fact that all your villagers are kind of just lounging around. I do think Lady looking up at the TV is super cute. So, yeah, there's a lot of things I think you're doing really well here. Though, as we always discuss, the Dreamsnaps meta is very popular. A lot of what you see in the 4K range are going to be these shots like this, where, they play the avatar up very close to the camera, and, they're playing up that lazy cozy day. But whereas in your snap, your avatar will play a very small role. In these other snaps, the avatar is going to be playing a very large role. And the reason I believe, we know voters love this. We know voters love this, but we can't ask them all why. And the reason I think so many voters love snaps like this is because a lot of people, they're just voting to get their 50 moonstones. They're in and out. And many people are on the Switch 2. Many people are on, the Steam Deck, Apple Arcade. And when you're playing on a small screen, you might not have time to enlarge every photo to, look at what's going on. So when villagers or the avatars are right at the front of the scene, and you have good foreground elements really making the theme clear, they don't have to look at it very closely to see what's going on. I think it stands out a bit better and helps perform very well. Like I said, we know these do really well, but that's just my theory as to why. So the downside here is that, if you did get as close as they are, the TV won't be as impactful, or it might take up way too much space in the scene. So you could go with this concept, or you could always, design the scene in a way to where you're able to use all those fun villagers and get nice and close to the avatar. But yeah, I do really like both of these. I would definitely vote for them. I like this one the most out of the three.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Yo!
Probably Horton Way.
Beagle Mama, thank you, my friend. Welcome in, Beagle Mama. Welcome in. Great to see you. Thank you for the big 500 bits here. That is so kind of you. We are now less than 500 bits away from the goal. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Big 210 today. And y'all drop some love in the chat for Beagle Mama and Trinkle Panda with the recent bit donos. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Next up, we got Sabelina. Very cute here. Again, playing up the meta well. Very close to the camera here. Piglet, very well featured. Eeyore's looking super chill. Tigger is a bit high energy here. I have seen a lot of people using Tigger in more calm ways, which I think is really good. You don't absolutely have to do this. Keep this in mind, Sabelina. You really don't. But, in this shot, what I really appreciate about the way they built this scene is that it's very cozy. It's got lots of really good color. It's very warm, but they really upped the relaxed vibes. Even Tigger he's not bouncing. He's kind of got his arms down, and even his ears are down a bit. Eeyore is literally passed out on the ground. Pooh is probably just daydreaming about honey, and Piglet's kind of just chilling. So, everyone feels super relaxed here.
Notice me, senpai. Notice
Fallen
me.
Angel, thank you, my friend. Oh, let's go, let's go. Goal number 210, baby. Let's go. Thank you guys. You know what's really crazy? We are now 3 goals away from 100 goals over our previous all-time record. So before this streak, which has gone on longer than I ever imagined, our previous record on Twitch was 113 goals in a row. But we're at almost 213. That's crazy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Big 210. Big 210 out of the way. And really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Fallen Angel. Thank you, Bigawama. And thank you, Trinkle Panda, for the recent bits. Also, shout out for the gifted subs earlier today. Emily, thank you again. And we had several other gifteds from the community as well. Thank you so much, you guys. So, Sabelina, if you wanted to, Tigger jumping is really fun. I don't think people are going to necessarily, you know, dock you on that. I don't think people are like, uh-oh, Tigger's too excited. I can't vote for this. But if you go up against a snap where everyone's a bit more relaxed, then it could matter. But in most cases, it won't. But if you want to be on the safe side, just in case you do pop up against snaps where people are, you know, really looking for that super relaxed vibe, you could always have Tigger tone it down a little bit for today. The other thing I would consider are your corners, this bottom left corner, bottom right corner here. You have this chair kind of coming down to the bottom left corner. And again, you can always do something small. Could be a little flower. Could be flower petals. Could be, you know, there's all kinds of things. You don't want to block Eeyore, of course. But I do think something to round out these corners just a little bit would look nice. But yeah, really good scene here. Great lighting. Stationary avatar. Again, seated poses I think are going to be very strong this week. Looking good. Looking good. Mellow mode. Cozy gaming here. Okay, let's see. All right, well, definitely feels like a lazy day here. We got you on the couch, a little bit of a mess in the house. And you're just chilling, watching some TV. Got your slippers on. We got Pooh towards the front of the scene. And you do have some light back here, so I do think you're using something, some kind of ceiling light here, which is good. One of the things I've seen a lot of indoor snaps, you know, missing today has been some of that additional lighting. So we got some good lighting back here. And yeah, like I stated, it does work with the theme. We do have some good treats here. I think there are a few opportunities here. Think about pets and also other villagers. Now, I know you're using one villager, and a lot of people don't know, but you can actually bring in whoever you want indoors. You don't have to just use one villager. A lot of people aren't aware of this, but instead of a Wally motif, you could actually have Wally here, like, doing exactly what he's doing. This, you know, when you use a motif this way, you're basically telling voters they're going to have to imagine it's Wally. Because it's clearly not. You know, it's very clearly a two-dimensional sticker. It's cute. I think the placement of it is good. And this is very clearly a sticker of Olaf, because it's way smaller than Olaf would be. And, you know, it's two-dimensional. But you don't have to do that. You know, you could actually bring in Wally himself. And then instead of this robot, you could have Eve. You can bring in whoever you want. So I always like to bring this up when I review snaps, because I feel like a lot of people don't know this. Here's an indoor submission I did around the holidays. It was Cozy Holiday Cheer. So in this, we have Christmas Mickey, Christmas Eve, the Winter Dream styles for Cinderella and Ariel, Merlin in his Christmas style, Joy, Anna in her winter style, and then right at the front, we have Belle in her Christmas style. So all the Christmas Dream styles we had at the time. And we have Figaro as well. And then we also have Aurora over here on the side just because she's pretty. She helps balance it. There's a video about this, how to use the villagers you want indoors. Right over the channel where you submitted this mellow mode, you're going to see a forum or a channel called Dreamsnap Tools. There's a video in there called Dreamsnap Tips and Tricks. Choose your indoor villagers. It'll walk you through this. Now, it's actually even easier now, because I made that video before we had the new toggle where we can place the villagers. So when I made this, I actually had to trap them with Touch of Magic items and then pause them and then hide the items. You can disregard all of that. you can just watch that video to see how to summon the villagers into your house. But, you know, just like we pointed out with a previous Dreamsnap, the advice I give is how to get 4K consistently, right? In order to get 4K consistently, you have to be 4 out of every 100 people. So this could get 4K because you're showcasing the theme. You know, that's one of the most important things when it comes to getting 4K. But a lot of people are going to be doing the theme. More than just 4 out of every 100, right? So if 2 photos are doing the theme, typically the one the voter likes more is going to end up winning the vote from the voter, right? What do we see a lot of in 4K? We see a ton of really good villager utilization. We don't see a lot of people replacing villagers with motifs. It does happen. They can get into 4K, but why don't we see it more? Why is it that most of what we see in 4K is actual villagers instead of just stickers of villagers? And I think the reason that's the case is, number one, it looks way more convincing. It feels more like a real scene. It feels like a movie scene, not like a movie set. You know, you're not requiring the voters to imagine. You're taking the extra time to build your scene, and voters can recognize that extra time and extra effort, and they will reward you for it. So if you want to get 4K consistently, learning how to summon multiple villagers into your house, utilizing exactly who you want to use, all of these things are going to be very impactful. But yeah, I love the seated down, you know, watching TV. It works very well here. I do think if you were to reposition Pooh a little bit so we can see what you have on the table, could be fun. And I do think we have some opportunity over here. Another light off to the side here to light up this back pocket a little bit. Another rug that starts when this one stops. Maybe a rug here in front of this bookshelf just to break up this pale floor. And I do like the little trail. I know you're using the tree sap here, but it's like a trail of honey from Pooh here. I think that's pretty fun. So you got some good storytelling, but I do think you can make it even stronger. Wings of a Daydream is next. I plan to add Eeyore and Tigger the first pick, if it's my best option, but I really wish I could make the vibrancy the second. I've never taken a snap with the sun in the background before. As always, your valuable advice is greatly appreciated, especially on a busy week. Wishing you safe travels and good time with family and friends. Thank you, Wings. Thank you. So we have 2 options here. You have this one, and then it was this one you were trying to get the sun in the back of the shot. Okay. And it looks like you have a remade version here. Yeah, character lighting is going to be one of the big ones. So when you have the sun behind the camera, you definitely did a lot better with the settings here. Actually, I do like the extra light on this one, but I'm not sure where your character lighting's at. But I definitely think you can strengthen that a little here. And yeah, when it comes to getting the sun behind the camera, that can be a lot trickier. Sunset shots can do really good. And I love that you're seated right at the front of the scene. And the sunset in the back is beautiful. I actually think I like this one a bit more. You got a lot more color in your tree. And just like with a nighttime scene, when you take a picture at night, it's kind of an opportunity. Because you're not going to have light necessarily hitting your scene from our side. You know, we're looking at it from this side, and the sun's coming from the other side. So there's no light hitting, you know, this or this. It's coming from back there. So the way you adjusted your colors in this one here is really nice. And the way you're using items that put off their own light. That's why this honey topiary here looks really good in this spot. And yeah, between these two, I definitely think this is going to be your stronger bet. You've really, really good color here. Eeyore, perfect with his lazy pose. I love this. you seated right at the front of the scene. I think you did a great job with the makeup. If you can capture your scene like this with this level of color, but also amplify the lighting on your avatar. And don't forget, when you are putting the sun in the back of your build, there's another fun thing you can do for lighting, and that's use the light casting tables, light casting items, like a table with the Chandelier of the Deep, for example. So we're going to use the Icy River Kit. Icy, by the way, Icy River Kit, because every time I say this, a bunch of people try to put this on their actual River Kit, and that does not work. So the Icy River Kit works as a table. If you don't have the Icy River Kit, you can use a table, but it has to be big enough to fit this light. And now we're going to use the Chandelier of the Deep. Now, the reason we're doing this is because it works just like... Oh, am I out of them? I think I placed them all somewhere. The reason we're using this, unless they patched it, I don't think they patched it yet, is because it works just like the... Yeah, I gotta go get one. It works just like the Vitalis lanterns used to. So we used to be able to put Vitalis lanterns in our scenes, and they would cast a lot of beautiful light, but that is no longer possible. They don't cast light anymore. You can put Vitalis lanterns in your scene, and they'll have a yellow glow, but they no longer emanate light. So if you want to get a little bit more light in your scene, you can bring your own. We're going to be using these chandeliers. And I mean, look right here. Look at the difference in these flowers when I bring those lights back. See all that light? That's not coming from the sun. That's coming from these guys. Now, for your scene in particular, what you could do is you can kind of put these towards the front of the scene you've made. So, going back to your image here, if you put an Icy River Kit right below you, kind of close to the front of the scene, and you hung one of the chandeliers there, you're going to get some good light on your avatar. You're going to get some good light on the tree, because we can't rely on the sun for the light, because it's back here. And again, between your two options, I would definitely go with this one, because I think you have great color here. But I would consider playing with the character lighting and then also having one of those lights in the back. Though I do think either one of these could work. I do really like that you brought the rainbow out a bit more in this one. I actually like this a lot more than this. You do have a good relaxed vibe here, but it's very enclosed with the big tree trunks. Whereas in this one, you know, we can really see like kind of the picnic area. The avatar feels very relaxed here because she's stationary. So yeah, I really like your second option. And even if you don't have time to make changes, I think this one, as it is looking really good. But this one's also very pretty. If you added the Chandeliers of the Deep with this level of lighting, it might get a little bit too warm on the avatar. Whereas with this one, I think the Chandeliers of the Deep would actually work really well, especially on the right-hand side close to this tree. Whether or not you can place them close to the tree wings of a Daydream is going to depend on how big the footprint of the tree is on this side of the frame. Lexnar says maybe it feels too cluttered. Let's see. All right. Well, it's really pretty. I wouldn't say cluttered. You know, okay, here's the thing. Here's my thoughts on this, Lex. If this week's challenge was just Winnie the Pooh, or like Winnie the Pooh Party, Winnie the Pooh Celebration, then this would be 100% perfect. There's a big difference between too cluttered and like just well detailed. This is just well detailed. It's not too cluttered. Voters tend to really, really like snaps that are well detailed. Like this one, you know, right around top 100, right? I got just about every villager in the game here in my expo. Insanely busy here. But what makes it to where it's not cluttered is that no one's face is blocked. Everyone is clearly visible, and everything makes sense. When you have a dream snap where things are just placed willy-nilly and you got big things at the front blocking a bunch of stuff and there's just like, it's chaos, nothing makes sense, that's when it's too cluttered. Your snap makes sense. You have small items at the front, we have flowers, and then the larger items are in the backdrop and we have bees. But it's not the level of detail, I would say, that is the risk here. It's the theme. Again, I think this would be perfect. Wing says, truly appreciate you breaking that down for me. Thank you. Of course, my friend, of course. Cool to see you working on a sunset theme or sunset scene. I've done a lot of them myself. They can be very tricky because you're not going to have that good level of lighting. Like in this one, we have the sun behind the camera. You have a ton of lighting coming in. You're not going to have that when you have the sun in the back, but there is a lot of beauty to that. It's hit or miss. Sometimes the sunset shots, they can do really well. Sometimes they can struggle against really well-lit shots. But yeah, adding your own lighting and then playing up the dark spots by having items that glow or put off light is the best way to work around them. So my big concern, if this were my snap, I would be, rather than being worried that it feels too cluttered, I would be a little worried that it doesn't feel like a lazy day. That's the theme. Lazy, cozy day. What is happening here to show us that this is a lazy day? Now, it's super pretty. Just like Belle Bees and some of the other ones we've seen. Absolutely beautiful photo. If you get the right voters, this could do really well. If you get the wrong voters, this could get less than you would hope. I've seen a ton of comments on Facebook. I've seen so many really good Winnie the Pooh builds very similar to this, where it's beautiful, there's a lot of lighting, there's fireflies, and it's like a little celebration welcoming Pooh and friends. And almost every comment on those is like, I don't think this is on theme, it's not a lazy cozy day. And I've even had some people tell me, I'm confused, like, I thought picnics or little scenes like this were cozy. It's not the cozy that people are having the issue with, it's the lazy. And right when we got this theme, we actually had some people in the chat saying, like, I feel like a bunch of people are going to ignore the theme and not do a lazy day and just do Winnie the Pooh. And I was like, nah, like, I don't think that's the case. I think we're going to see a lot of lazy days with Pooh. Now, I think this could become a lazy day, but right now, it's with the level of fireflies, with the level of light, with the level of energy, like Tigger jumping with a silhouette, Piglet with his arms out, Pooh waving, fireflies everywhere, balloons. It's a party. This is a welcome party for Winnie the Pooh and friends. That's not the theme. That's what I would be a little worried about. Again, it's really good. It's absolutely stunning. Beautiful scene. I think it'll probably get 4K because it's so pretty. I think even if you don't do the theme necessarily, it has a great shot at 4K. But if you open your mailbox and this gets 2,500 or 1,500, I can pretty much guarantee you got picky voters. I think that's where this one could have a harder time. Because again, there's a lot of people that are going out of their way to make scenes where it's a lot more relaxed. People are finding clever ways to show a lazy day. Like this one, they're all watching TV, There's snaps like this where we have these indoor builds where the avatar is laying down scrolling on their phone. There's a lot of different ways people are... We had some really good ones last week on Friday. We had some absolutely amazing ones. Like this one is so good. I love this one. It doesn't have all the warm lighting and the pizzazz that your scene has, but it's extremely strong with the theme. It's extremely relaxed. Tigger is not jumping. He's thoughtful. He's sitting there thinking, looking out at the view. Everyone is relaxed. The avatar is seated. You don't have to have the avatar. And even the fireflies are very muted. It's a lazy, cozy day. And let's say you got this person as your voter, right? They went out of their way to sit down, bring in a super chill villager, build a bedroom, put on the TV. They went out of their way to make a lazy day scene. a lazy cozy day. A voter, and these people you see submitting, they're showing you how they interpreted the theme. I feel like for a lot of these voters, when they see a snap like this, they're like, well, that's nothing like what I thought the theme was. And then they're going to, I think, unless it's up against something that also is not quite on theme, it could end up costing you some votes. And that would be my big concern. What's helped me be extremely successful with Dreamsnaps over the years, what's helped me perform very consistently, is always designing my snap in a way to where the theme can be guessed. And when I look at this, I would never guess lazy cozy day. I don't think I would ever guess that. Not trying to be rude here, but because it's a stunning piece of work. And because of that, like I said, I do think it has a great shot at 4K. When we did the Expo theme, for example, we did the Expo challenge. And the challenge was to build and bring your Expo to life. I literally reviewed a Dreamsnap that was just a Winnie the Pooh build with Tigger, because they said I didn't really know what to do this week to make an Expo, so I made a scene to hype up the new showcase we watched. And it was just Tigger jumping, the Winnie the Pooh tree in the background, and some Winnie the Pooh colors, and some honey pots. It was really, really pretty, kind of like this is. And it ended up getting around rank 2,000. So yeah, they didn't make an Expo at all. They just ignored the theme and made a really pretty scene. That said, though, a lot of people were very confused by that theme. And I saw a lot of comments online from people saying, I'm just going to vote for whatever has effort, I guess. So I think there was a good chance you could do well that week, even if you didn't do the theme, because I think the Expo theme really confused a lot of people. But I think this is like one of the prettiest pictures I've seen today. It's like really nice. It's just a shame that, this week's challenge is not welcome party or, Winnie the Pooh celebration. With it being lazy cozy day and with it being so busy, so energetic, there's not anything here to really indicate laziness. But again, like I said, I still think it will probably get 4K. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. You have different types of voters. In order for this to not get 4K, you'd probably have, you would definitely have to get the very picky ones that are very much voting for the theme first, like theme and then beauty. They prioritize it that way. But a lot of voters out there, they just prioritize, they're there to get their 50 moonstones. They're not even going to really read the challenge. Most of them just submit selfies. So when they open up their game to vote, they're just going to pick whichever the two photos they think looks better, and then they're going to get their 50 moonstones, they're going to leave. That's a lot of voters. And that's why scenes that don't necessarily do what the theme says can still get 4K if they're really pretty. So, good shot at 4K with this. You filled out the bottom left and right-hand corners really well. You have excellent lighting. You have a lot of beauty. It's super fun. It's super exciting. Only caveat there is that the challenge says to build and decorate a relaxed scene filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. And the challenge being called Lazy Cozy Day. I mean, we can look at the examples, and we got people in their pajamas inside of their bedroom. We got a girl on the couch reading a book with her cat. And then we got this guy at a garden tea set. So all of these scenes are super relaxed. And then that's what the challenge calls for as well. And that's also what we're seeing most of our submissions are doing. Is taking the time to try to find ways to communicate that they're having a lazy day. Whether they're sitting down on the ground to do a picnic and they're keeping their villagers a bit more chill and not doing a lot of effects this week. There's scenes like this. This has a tasteful amount of fireworks. I would say this, in my opinion, is equal to this in terms of beauty. This has a lot more light and pizzazz. But in this one, we have these little hanging jars, which look absolutely gorgeous. We have a tasteful amount of fireflies in the top. We have great foreground elements. We have this beautiful rug. So they're both very pretty photos. but this one feels more like a lazy day. This one feels more like a big celebration. Again, really like your work here. It's so pretty. If you want to run it, I say go for it, because you obviously put a lot of work into it. I think it's just so pretty. Dreamy Luna's next to my queue. I have her already, like, right there, so don't worry about it. They're next. And thank you, Ashley. Thank you. They're next in line on my end. So yeah, I would run it if you want to. You can go for it, see how it goes. If it ends up not getting 4K, I think that would be why, though. But Snaps is good. The challenge at least had Winnie the Pooh's name in it, so I think it still has a great shot at 4K, based on prettiness. But if you didn't want to risk it, you could always find a clever way to, like, make it more of a lazy day scene. Up next, which was already next, is Dreamy Luna. Just want to do something in Honey Falls with the background, chilling, playing phone games, and watching a play with some good snacks at a picnic. Appreciate your tips if I need to tweak or balance lighting or anything. Been really trying to work at balance. Okay. Well, it's a fun kind of lazy day concept. You get the board games, the little shadow plays, kind of cute. And it looks like you worked on filling out the corners with these leaf piles here. So the big thing, Dreamy Luna, we talked a lot about getting closer to the avatar. I've talked to you about that a lot. You've been doing a lot of reviews, and I keep on asking you to consider that. Again, as I've done many weeks in the past, I would encourage you to go to my Facebook page and look at the snaps getting 4K every week. If you want to get 4K more consistently, that's going to be one of the most important things you can do. And when it comes to getting close to the avatar, Dreamy Luna, you're already doing the seated pose. If you can't do the camera trick where you push the camera up, with the squatting, don't worry about that. Just go to free mode. You can zoom in. All your camera controls are over there on the left-hand side. It says to move the camera, hold left trigger and use your left stick. To zoom in and out, hold your left trigger and use the right stick. To pan around, don't hold the left trigger and just use the right stick. So with the third camera mode, you can move all over the place. What I would recommend doing is featuring your avatar a bit better. So that's one of the biggest recommendations I have for you, because you're pretty small here. And also, you see how you're looking at the robot, but the robot's hidden? Why not have something here that you're looking at? Could be a pot of honey, could be Eeyore, could be a lot of things. You always want to be considerate of how you're using your avatar, what kind of story you're trying to tell. Like, what is she interacting with here? I like that you have your villagers facing the play here. I think that's great. But what do we want the avatar to be doing here? Because that could be fun as well. Now, when you asked about lighting, well, you tell me. Do you think the lighting could be tweaked or balanced? You've been watching me long enough to have a good idea of that, I think. So we can see your shadow going back here. So you have the sun behind the camera, but you see how all of this has no light on it? So here's where the sun stops. It stops right here. You have sunlight here, and then after that, all of this is dark. So all of this is in the shade. So something is blocking your sunlight. When it comes to shade, that's something you want to be able to find and fix yourself before you even submit for a review. So let's say I have this here. Whoops, it didn't stay. That's great. I'll just use a tree. I'll just put a tree there. We'll do this. So let's say I'm taking my picture here. And this whole right-hand side is in a big shadow. Well, I wouldn't need somebody to tell me that, right? You don't need me to tell you that. It's right here. You can see it. You know how important lighting is. We talk about it every week. And that's why you mentioned it. You know, I feel like you already had an idea that the lighting needed a little bit of adjustment. So where's all this darkness coming from? Where's all the shadow coming from? Well, that's for you to find out, because I can't see what you have behind the camera and stuff. But if you have a big shadow here, follow it. Follow it to its home. Where's it coming from? It's coming from this tree. Get rid of the tree. Now, when your sun is off to the back and the right, sometimes, we can have a lot of good lighting in our scene, but some trees on the side can cause a lot of shadow. That's why I don't put big items on the side of my snaps. So for most of my snaps and for most of Beyblade's, most of our high-ranking players, so the people here that are constantly getting in the top 100, they're always building their snap in a very similar way. They're always building it in a very similar way. And I'll show you exactly what I mean by that. There's nothing big on the sides. The trees are all in a line in the back. There's no need to have trees here or trees here. They're not going to do much for you. And the reason we don't want a tree here is because look where the sun is. The sun's hitting this side. The camera is going to catch this side of the tree. We're going to catch the dark side. So that's why our big items, they just go in the back. Houses, trees, they go in the back in a straight line across. And you can have that line kind of move a little bit if you want. But there's not much of a benefit of like bringing your trees out towards the side or other big items that create shadows. Like if this tree was here, now look at Casita. Casita has a big shadow on it. Of course, having that tree there adds some extra details to this top right side, but there's no light on it. You see how it doesn't look red. It looks black, right? Looks like a black leaves. And we got this big shadow on Casita. So find out what's making your shadows. If it happens to be like some trees that you have here, or if it's like these flowers here, move them towards the back. Make a cool backdrop for your scene. Tall items all along the background. And then medium and small items towards the front of your scene. Think of it like layers, right? Layers. That's how you can make sure you have really good color in your scenes. Like in this snap, right? At the front, we have little presents and small villagers. And in the back, we have big buildings and a big theater screen, right? And castles and tall items. It's just, they're all in the back. So for your scene here, you have like these big flower things right here on the side. You have this big tree right behind you. You could build these things into the background, and that's going to help you, not have these shadows here. But again, I would recommend you, Dreamy Luna, to, you don't need me to find these things for you. I would love to give you pointers on how you can have your villagers interact with the environment more, or other good villagers you could use, or how we could do the foreground a bit better than the orange leaf piles. There's so many things I could recommend here, but we only have limited time. So when we have to touch on the basics like lighting, it's going to be hard for me to help you, progress to a more consistent stage. So these are things you need to find before submitting for review if you can. And I believe in you. I believe you could find what's causing these shadows. And I believe you could adjust the build to where we have good lighting, because you have good lighting on the left, but, very dark here on the right. And I believe you can find those things without my assistance, and then we can focus on more important things. Or not more important, but we can focus on more competitive things. Camzel says, I didn't buy the new expansion yet, so playing with the old villagers. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of them, Cam, that are not using the new villagers just yet. A lot of people are doing like really creative indoor builds. This is pretty cool. So we have you seated and stationary, which is really good. Belle reading a book is very nice. Merlin, you know, he's old, he's tired. Got him relaxing as well. Got a nice little walkway here. Got some good warm colors. Feels cozy. Very dark on this right-hand side, though. You could remove the default vignette. That'll probably brighten that up. Or you can take this red tree here and put it more towards the background. That way it'll catch the sunlight a bit better. When you take big trees and you pull them up towards the side, you know, the sun's actually, since you see our shadows going to the left, so your sun is behind the camera and to the right. So the sun is actually hitting the far end of this tree that we can't see. That's why it looks very dark on this side. The other thing is it can be tricky facing away from the camera. I actually have a rank 2 facing away. But I think it really comes down to how you set up the scene. So let me go to my Dreamsnaps real quick. Now, this is before we had the meta of pushing up the camera and everything else. This is a very old photo. But, you know, we have a villager here that we're waving at. And the challenge was take a hike. So I wanted to showcase the hiking backpack because it was the only true hiking item we had. So it paid off here. Though this week, you know, there's a lot of lazy cozy days where we can see the joy and expression on the avatar's face and on many of the villagers. Again, I'm not saying it does not have to have anything to do with Winnie the Pooh. It's totally optional. But there are a lot of scenes where we can see the avatar very well. I think this definitely works with the theme. And I do think your environment is pretty here. If you could set this up in a way to where we could see the expressiveness of the avatar, I do think that would be nice. I think voters would appreciate that, but you could face away if you really feel like it. I would be more concerned with this right-hand side here. I love the villagers. But the sugarcane on this Nala waterfall set, it doesn't really match this kind of fall environment here. Like you have these orange and yellow trees, you have the yellow lanterns, and then we have sugarcane and tropical plants and palm trees. It feels very foreign in this location. You don't need to have this. It feels a little out of place here because they're just two completely different types of environment. There's a lot of good fall items you can use. There's so many great things you can use here. I would really embrace this fall cottage kind of aesthetic you have here and play up items that work with that. You know, the little waterfall here is cute, but you could do some kind of like rustic fountain. You know, there's all kinds of good landscaping items, but the palm tree and the sugarcane, it just doesn't really fit into an environment like this. And now the other thing I would recommend, if you did swap that out and find something else to put there, we can see right through your snap. We can see right off your floating island. Most snaps in the 4K range, that's not the case. When you look at 4K snaps, you're going to see that you can't see through them. Right? Like, people find ways to seal them off. Like, let's look at one with a forest, right? We'll find a snap with a forest. Instead of just letting people see through my forest and off the cliff of the floating island, I took the time to put in streetlights to create a silhouette behind the forest. Everyone has these. They can be crafted very early in the game. And then, you know, this gets ranked 90, right? Instead of just placing the trees and saying, well, all done, that should beat 96% of everyone. No, I'm like, you know, how can I really elevate this snap? How can I make it competitive? How can I not make this feel just like it's a row of trees and that's it? How can I make this feel like a movie scene and not like a movie set? And that's easy. Take the extra couple minutes to put some lights back there, or smoke bombs, or whatever you want to seal it off. That's all you got to do. So going back to yours here, in these pockets where we can see right through your build, it stops feeling like a real village with trees, but if you sealed it off, you put yellow lights back there, now we have a beautiful yellow glow, and the voter's imagination has to fill in what's back there. Could be more cottages, could be more trees. We know it's not just falling off a cliff back there. Same thing back here. So I would encourage you to always do that for your dream snaps. It does not take very much extra time at all to just put some lights behind your trees. Look for those openings. And I promise you, if you do that, you'll find that your snaps will perform more consistently. If not the lights, you can also do things like foliage walls. Like even with this one, we're using these dark green foliage walls in the back instead of lights. In this one, we have lights and waterfalls behind the trees. But like I said, no matter what the snap is, no matter what my snap is, you won't be able to see through it. They're all sealed off. There's only one exception, which would be an ocean scene. Because, we can't seal. We want to see the water. We want water on the horizon for this. But you can't see through this side. We've sealed it off with trees and houses. That little bit of extra detail can go a long way. Because, again, you're not trying to beat 20% of players. You're not trying to beat 40% of players. You're not even trying to beat 70% of players. If your goal is to get 4K, you're trying to beat 96% of everyone else. So those little details that take a couple of extra seconds go a very long way. So, again, a little bit of lights back here to fill in the gap here, silhouette it, close the build off, and then having the environment feel more natural, right? So, like, where all of this is autumn and kind of fall themed and your outfit is autumn and fall themed, a tropical waterfall might not be the best bet, right? We can find something that fits a bit more naturally into the environment. As far as the theme itself, though, sitting down, having some books, Belle, Merlin, good choices. Doing a lot of things very well here. Dekai. Very good, Dekai, very good. Let me open that one up. Like what I'm seeing here. Very relaxed. We got Eeyore right here. We got Pooh. We got Piglet. No one's super hyper. Everyone looks like they're chilling. A very relaxed scene. Lots of good, warm lighting. I like the horizon comes up back here, so we're not just like falling off the edge of a floating island here. We can see the acorn here. It's okay to see some sky through your snap, guys. I just wouldn't have it fall off, right? Because now it looks like there's hills behind it. So when you're in an environment like this, you can use the environment as your backdrop. The honeypot looks really good here. You got Pooh's thoughtful spot here. You got little bubble machines. And I love that you featured the little bento box here. I'm surprised I haven't seen this more. This is actually from Wish Blossom Ranch, guys, if you haven't made this one. Or was it the Veil? And it's one of the older DLCs, but this little Winnie the Pooh and Friends bento box is super cute. Great avatar design. Really good job here, Dekai. I like it. I think it's very strong. I think it feels like a good, safe bet for 4K. If you wanted to add like a tiny bit of fireflies, tasteful, right? You don't want it to feel super energetic, right? You want it to feel relaxed. But with the shade here, a little bit of fireflies in this top left spot, and then maybe a little bit right here. Like just two patches, I think would be all you would really need. But yeah, besides that, I wouldn't really do much else different. Really like this. Beautiful work, Dekai. As expected from you. Lunaris. Hi, Sabai. Thank you for making taking the time to do our reviews this week. I hope you guys have a wonderful break. Appreciate your advice as always. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh, this is so pretty, Lunaris. Wow. I love the way your avatar looks here. I love that you did the yellow eyes, like the big, beautiful yellow in the eyes here. It's very nice. Good job filling out the bottom left and bottom right foreground corners. We talk about that a lot. I like that you have Tigger, but he's not jumping, not hyper animated, and you have very tasteful amount of fireflies. I like the hanging lanterns, very cozy. Yeah, overall, very solid, very solid. I do see you have a little bit of light here from one of the oak leaves. I think you could probably bring the oak leaves in a little bit more, because my only recommendation here is, you have really good foreground presence on the left and right, but the base of the foreground is a little bit more open. So I think you could take things like those little oak leaves and kind of show them off a little bit, like maybe have the oak leaf itself come into the frame, maybe here. And then if you wanted to, you could take this pie and have it come into the frame at the base, but I would probably put something under the pie because it's kind of just sitting in the grass. Or you can choose a pie or an item that has a plate. So I think that could be fun. That could be fun. But yeah, my only recommendation for this one, would just be to dress up the foreground here a tiny bit more. Just have some things breaching the base of the frame. But you did a great job with the villagers. I love this cozy little pond here. Love the lanterns. Love the tasteful fireflies. Love the avatar design. Very good lazy day vibes. I think it'll be very safe with both picky voters and voters that prefer, beauty scenes. Messy Rebel, my first submission for you to review officially. Nice. Tried the third camera mode, and it's tricky. Thanks for helping us all out. Of course, of course. All right, let's see. It is a little hard to get used to, but I promise you, once you play with it a good bit, Messy Rebel, it'll start to feel a lot more natural. If you're new to the third camera mode, it can be a little bit of a pain to get used to. Because you have to hold different, you have to hold the left trigger and use different sticks to, move it around. And if you've never used it before, it can be a little hard to get used to for sure, because it's very different from portrait mode. With portrait mode, you just open the camera and you're there. You can kind of move around and that's it. But with free mode, you can zoom in and out. You can pan up and down. You can move the camera position itself all over the place. There's a lot of opportunity here. In a nutshell, there's 3 different ways to move, and that's all you got to master is those 3 different ways. If you hold the left trigger and use the left stick, you can move the camera like it's a drone flying in the sky. You can't go up or down. It's just going to move it around the biome. So you can take the camera and put it way over here, or you can take the camera and put it way over here. So holding the left trigger and using the left stick is going to do that. Holding the left trigger and using the right stick just zooms in and out. That's movement option number 2. So if we use the left stick, we can bring it all the way back here. And if we use the right stick, we can zoom in. So that's all with holding left trigger. Now, if we release the trigger, the right stick can pan the angle. It'll rotate the camera. And once you master those 3 movement techniques with the camera, you'll be a lot more comfortable with it. It won't be as, tricky. It just takes, it takes a little bit of messing around with it, but you can get comfortable with it. Practice makes perfect, as they say. All right. So I really like the way you positioned Eeyore here. This is very fun. You got a little cozy setup here. And you got this honey topiary to the right. You got a table here with some honey. You got a little fireplace back here. My biggest recommendation for this scene would be to put a little bit more time and work into it. Keep in mind, the advice that we're giving is for you to get 4K, right? 4,000 moonstones. But in order for that to happen, you have to get more votes than 96% of players. The amount of effort people put in each week is pretty high. There's a lot of people that, we have this scene, for example, the one we just reviewed. You see how they have flowers in their foreground here. They filled out the bottom left corner. They filled out the bottom right corner. They made a central display with the picnic blanket. And then they put all these beautiful trees in the background, right? They have a little chair here. and they spaced their villagers out. They have a little pond here. They've kind of decorated the entire environment, but it still feels open. It still feels cozy. So in this scene alone, I would estimate there's probably 50 different items placed, if you count landscaping and everything else. Pocket items, meals, probably 50 different things. When we compare that to this one, there's 1 with the rug, 2 with the honey topiary, 3 with the table, 4 with the honey pot, 5 with this little item here, and then 6 with this stove. So it's going to be really hard to beat 96% of players if you don't take the time to put down more than 6 things. The trick to Dreamsnaps, to doing well, is to enjoy making them. If you're not going to enjoy decorating the space around you, if you're not going to enjoy decorating the environment, it's going to be really hard to do well. At least consistently. This could get 4K just as it is, if you pop up against the right stuff, but you'd have to pop up against stuff quite different from what we've mostly seen today. Most of the snaps we've seen today would give you a hard time, because they feel much more complete. I love the storytelling you have here. That's why I think you have a shot at 4K. But again, you gotta beat 96% of players. And you can see from these other snaps just how much detail people are putting into their scenes. There's a lot you can do when it comes to making a snap. So my big recommendation for you is to have a bit more fun with it. If you're working on a snap, and the very first thing you're going to want to do is choose your spot. And it does look like you have the sun behind the camera, which is great. You definitely want that sun behind the camera, casting some good light into the scene. I think it's a little late here, so I got to go back an hour. So we have the sun behind the camera here. We can see my shadow going straight back. I'm actually going to roll the time back here. So we can see my shadow going backwards. Let's say we choose this spot right here. This is where we're gonna build our snap. Well, we can have a little central display with our picnic blanket or whatever we want here, and then in the background we can put some trees, like a bunch of different pretty trees. We can take this Winnie the Pooh house and move it a lot closer. We can have a little table over here with some items. We can have different bushes, different landscaping things. You want to have fun with it. So, going back to your snap here. My biggest recommendation for you is to have some more fun decorating. Truly. Enjoy yourself. That's the magic of Dreamsnaps. That's when you really start getting better, is when you're like, oh, I could put this over here, and I can have this in that corner. Oh, and that rug would look really good over there by that fireplace. Or, if you choose a different angle, you can have a spot where you can have some more trees and all kinds of fun things. There's different furniture you can have in the back. You don't want to just drop items willy-nilly and put things in there that don't make sense. Use your filters. Use the Winnie the Pooh filters. Go to the new crafting bench and craft some of the new items, things you might be excited to decorate with. And don't forget to fill out your corners. Your bottom left corner and your bottom right corner. If you're going to use this angle, try to keep a mental image of where this corner was and put something fun there. Look at the previous snap, right? I praised these corners. You see how they have the new honey pot flowers right there in the corners, equal distance away? And when I talk about items, we have these new trees, these honeyed trees. We have the Pooh's Thoughtful Spot tree right here. We have these honey pots stacked up here. We have this new pond over here on the side. We have these trees that hang lanterns down. We have this brand new chair. There's so many fun new items. And again, you got to go into a Dreamsnap challenge understanding that in order for you to get 4K, 96% of other people can't. That's, your Dreamsnap doesn't have to be insanely good to where it takes, all week to make. But dropping just a handful of items and saying, is this good enough? Maybe, if you pop up against random selfies, maybe. But why submit something like that? Like, the whole point of Dreamsnaps is to have fun. Otherwise, you just buy moonstones. Like if you're not going to enjoy the decorating process, just buy moonstones. Unless you can't. Some people can't spend money on moonstones. Understandable. But I would encourage those players to find a way to enjoy themselves. Because if you start having fun with what you make, I think that's a huge part of the reason I've done well in Dreamsnaps, because I genuinely have so much fun making them. Consider like the new items, consider all these things you can craft. Really think about it and have those aha moments where you get excited. And don't forget, you want to frame your shot. So fill out your corners and just think about all the great stuff to use. Since you're kind of doing the Winnie the Pooh concept, you're in luck because we've seen a ton of these today. And you can take a lot of what you've seen and kind of consider it for this snap. There's a lot of good stuff you can do. Also, your sun is like way off to the right. Another, look at this stream snap. You see how well lit everything is? That's because the sun is right behind the camera. Look at Piglet's shadow. It goes straight back. All these shadows are kind of going straight back. Hi. You're coming up on mine really soon. I did it before watching the indoor villager vid. I may have missed it. If I change rooms, do they go back? Or no, you can change rooms. You can actually summon them in one room and then move to another room and they'll follow you. They'll all follow you. So yeah, my last word for you, Messy Rebel, is lighting is very, very important. So look at your shadow when you're setting up your snap. When you choose where to take your snap, this spot right here would be really good because my shadow goes straight back. So that way I'm going to have really good lighting in the entire scene. That's why everything here looks so lush and vivid. Whereas if I face this way, now this tree looks really dark. That's because the sun's hitting this side of it, right? Think of it just like real-world photography. You need lighting. So if your sun is like over here to the left of the scene, well, you're not going to get the best lighting on things in the background. But if your sun is right behind the camera, you're going to get really good lighting on the background, foreground, midground, all of it. As long as you don't block the sun with, like, big items. Tito is next. I said I have 2 options this week. I only just mastered, and by me, I mean my husband did it for me. Nice. Shout out to the hubby. That's awesome. The sitting down position of the close-up. And let me say, it is not as easy as you make it look. Thanks for the feedback. Yes, it is. What do you mean? I mean, not for everybody. Like I said, not for everybody. Okay. Looking good here. I like what you got. So we got one standing up with the hedgehog, which is very cute. Love Eeyore here. Very fun. Pooh sitting up, full of honey. We got Tigger in this section back here. So I definitely think this... I love that you turn to the side. So for the fox pose, we get to see the side of your face here instead of looking down the bridge of the nose. Great job there. And you're probably going to hate me for this, but I would recommend getting a little closer to the camera, which means you'll have to do the trick again. That's really my only recommendation. You filled out the corners really well. You got the both of these potted plants here. Great job. Bottom left, bottom right. You got perfect balance. Like you're showing the exact same amount of the honey pot on each side. Your villagers look nice and relaxed. Well, they got some laughing going on, but I mean, Eeyore is awesome here. And if you did move a little closer, we could kind of appreciate you reaching for these macaroons. Now, if you moved right here, you'd probably cover Eeyore a little bit, but you can always put him right here. You can have Eeyore kind of laying here, and we can have you reaching for cookies at the front of the scene. You don't absolutely have to do that. I think this could get 4K as it is, but what would be nice about that is the bottom side here, it has some detail with the rug and with the food, but there's a lot of opportunity down here. If you brought the avatar down a good bit more, we could utilize a lot of that opportunity, and then we could take a really impactful scene like this here, and we could put Eeyore kind of like where, like right here where the cookie stopped. Could be good. And you always have this one as a fallback if you have a hard time with that or can't get it to work. And just remember, if you do struggle with the camera toggle, if you do have a hard time with it, there's always free mode. You can always do free mode. Your angle will be more towards the ground, of course. You're not going to get that portrait mode where we can see higher up in the scene. But it's still a great way to get close to the avatar. And, you know, for the portrait mode, I don't know. I have some people here for this camera trick that figured it out the very first time they tried it, and they've never had an issue with it. But I have other people here that have had a hard time to get the timing down. So, honestly, I really think it just comes down to, you know, the timing. I feel like for me, one of the reasons is because I played a lot of timing games where you had to be, like, super quick. And there's other people here that have had kind of the same. But if you've never really messed with the camera tool, you know, I'm sure your husband was able to figure it out shortly afterwards, but the reason it probably wasn't easy for him right away is because he just had to, like, learn the buttons on this game first. But now that he's done it, he could probably do it again. And I have faith you could do it as well. I have faith you can do it as well if you needed to. But yeah, only recommendation here would be to play the avatar up a little closer. As a kind of a example of what I mean with the closeness here would be kind of like this. This is with the robot pose, and as you can see, my knees are kind of touching the base of the scene. Gets you nice and close, gets you very impactful. But you can have your avatar kind of right at the front of the scene. Ziggy, stop. One of my alarms just went off. Which means I've already been live for 3 hours. I got to pick up the pace, guys. I still have a lot of snaps to review. I got to go faster. Because I have so much to do before I travel out on Wednesday. All right, I'm gonna have to crank it up a notch, guys. Oh, first, before I crank it up a notch, I gotta grab something. Sorry, that's what that alarm was for. Don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back. Don't run off. Don't run off. Give me about 1 minute. 1 minute. Uno momento. Hi, Horny. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. It's okay. I'm still streaming. I know that's not what you want to hear. Yeah, buddy. I'm still streaming. I'm still streaming, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, good boy. I'm still streaming, so you can hang out in your cat bed, okay? No? What do you know? Oh, gosh. Okay. All right. All right, we gotta move. We gotta book it. JMR. Hello, Sabai. Here's what I have so far. Thanks for your tips and advice. Okay. Dang, looking really good. Great job. You know, Tigger's not jumping around. You got him nice and chill here. You featured the honey very well, which is referenced in the challenge here. Bottom left corner filled out very well. Bottom right corner, you have the picnic basket in. Great job with the pose. Very cozy outfit. I do think with the dark ground here, it might be better to have like a lighter color for the pants. That kind of matches the top a little bit. Everything else about the outfit I think is really good though. And you don't have the change of the pants, but I do think a color that complements this cardigan would be worth considering. Good colors in the backdrop here. Sun behind the camera. We can see the shadows going back. And yeah, stationary avatar. You have fireworks, which are... I haven't seen too many of those this week, but they're tastefully done. They just feel like magical sparkles. You're not going too crazy with them. And if you don't have fireflies, they're a good substitute. But yeah, my only recommendation here would be the pants, but I think you got a pretty strong case of 4K here. I know I just said to speed up. I promise I'm not just skimping you out on tips here, but this is solid. Model newbie. My first indoor snap. Oh, first ever. I'm trying to figure out lighting and light placement. Sorry, I haven't. Sorry, I don't have any cat companions yet, and Cheshire was being a pain. I like the lighting in 1 and 3. Pose in 2 for the companions is great, and I like how my character's in the middle of the frame. It just looks odd with her sitting in the middle of the room for no reason. Okay, gotcha. Well, good lazy day here. Also, yeah, good lighting with the light kind of coming in on the side, and you do have a good chandelier here. And for the middle of the room, you know, if you were going to do this, what you could do is you could turn the seat to where you're kind of facing more to the side, and you can have a little table in front of you with a snack. That could work. That could be an option if you wanted to go with something like this. But yeah, the companions are good here. And then for this one, I think this one's probably the best of the 3. My only recommendation here would be, you know, I don't know if you have anything that can push the camera up. If you have Eternity Isle, one of the best items to put indoors to push the camera up is this right here. This would be your Vizier's Alchemy table. And the fun thing about this is, you know, you can grab yourself a chair, and you can be sitting right... I might be too close for this, actually. I might have to see in a second. What? Why can't I sit? Let me rotate. Maybe it's bugged here. Okay. I just said I need to move faster. My game is being kind of dopey right now. I wonder if, like, all my chairs are bugged. Let's grab a different chair, see if one works. Okay. Well, all right. Well, that one works. I was sitting in this chair yesterday, just like this. Not yesterday, but Friday. I'll just grab a different chair. But if you have an item like the Vizier's Alchemy table, you could sit and you can have the camera pushed closer to you. Or you could always use the free mode camera. I've actually used the free mode camera a good bit indoors. I'm going to turn these companions off because they're getting in the way here. But with the free mode camera, you can also get pretty close to the avatar when they're seated. So if you have her on the bed on the phone, you know, you could have the bed kind of in the foreground. You can have her on the phone right at the front of the scene. And you can have that towards the front of the room. So there's a lot of room and there's a lot of space in the background. And in the background, you can have the pets. You can have the villagers. Of course, this would require you to redo quite a lot. So you don't have to do this. The lighting is strongest here for sure, because you have good light coming in from the window hitting the avatar. But also with it being called Lazy Cozy Day, you have all this daylight coming in, but we have a starry night window. I would maybe consider a window that is going to look more like it's daytime outside. I think that would work a little bit better. And then, I think you're doing good with the lights here. Like, you have a great light here. You have a great light here. I do like your scrolling on the phone, but like I said, you could always use an item like the Vizier's Alchemy table to play that up even more, and have her, towards the front of your scene. It's probably close to what I might do this week myself. Brittany is next. I have two options. I can't decide between the two. Okay, so we have this one and we have this one. So, looks like you're doing the squirrel pose. Have you thought about maybe putting some kind of little motif in your hand? It's a great way to use this pose. That way you can, because your hands are open right now, but you don't have anything. A clever little motif could be good. I love Eeyore here. That's really fun. And you do have the avatar very well featured, pretty close to the camera here, which is great. Great Mickey cloud in the back, even the little rainbow. Only downside is from this angle, you're not going to get the best lighting in your scene. You have a lot of good light. It's like noon, right? So the sun's kind of up on top of the scene. So we don't have the best light hitting the avatar here. At least not her face, because her hair is shading her face because the sun is kind of above you guys. But overall, it's solid. You filled out the bottom right corner really well. Bottom left corner has this nice bush. And you have a good relaxed pose. Nice little picnic scene. Maybe for some added detail, the new oak leaves. Don't forget about pocket items when you're decorating a Dreamsnap scene. Like, you have the new honey here. That's a pocket item. The oak leaves could look really good in some of these open spots. Like, you have an open spot right here. And the oak leaves have, like, little gold orbs that float off of them. And they have that yellow light. So, like, an oak leaf right here would be really pretty. You can have one kind of right here between you and Pooh. Or you can do some of the new flowers. And don't forget, if you make the new honey potion, you can water the flowers and make them glow. Which could be super, super nice. Lastly, if you have fireflies, since the sun is hitting the top of these trees, but the inside of them is rather dark, a little pocket of fireflies close to the camera to kind of, hover in this range could be nice. But yeah, the Mickey Cloud is really pretty. And again, Avatar looks good. Villagers look relaxed. It's on theme, so overall solid. I think some added details could go a long way here. Oh, and between the two, yeah, you had two options. Definitely the second where you're a lot closer here. In your first option, we always discuss the Dreamsnaps meta. It's very, very popular to highlight your avatar prominently in your scene. So the more prominent we can make the avatar and the villagers, the better. And in this one, Piglet's right at the front. Pooh's close to the front. You're right at the front. And we can see Eeyore and Tigger really well. Like in the first one, we can see more of the scene, and it's a really pretty scene. But, as far as what we see more consistently in 4K, it's features like this. Marie, very solid, Marie, very solid. I love your picnic area here. The fact that you combine the new honey rug with the new little picnic rug, and you have the tropical wood planks back here to add more texture. You did a really good job with this. Little table behind you is super cute. You highlighted the honey really well. Like, if you had put the honey on the ground, it would have just been blocked by Piglet. But the fact that you put it up on a table, the beehive house behind you, the outfit is super cute and cozy. You didn't go crazy with the makeup. It's a lazy day. You're not going to be super dolled up. So I like that. Usually we're all about, the eyeshadow and the lip. But for a lazy, cozy day, I think it's good to just kind of go as is. I mean, you can have light makeup. Don't get me wrong. I've seen some good light makeup. But I would definitely recommend from, like, heavy makeup this week. Yeah, and the back here looks really nice with the silhouette. You don't have a lot of energy here, which is good, because it's a relaxed scene. You don't have, like, a million fireflies. You have a nice, tasteful silhouette on the backdrop here. And I love the big pot of honey behind Pooh, how we can see the little bee here. That's super cute. Acorn lantern. Honestly, I don't really think there's anything I would change here. Like, if you wanted to add a pocket of fireflies in this region, you could, but you don't absolutely have to. And I wouldn't do anything different with the foreground. Piglet's feature here is really nice. There is a little bit of a shadow on him, but if you boost his character lighting, it's going to boost yours and everyone else's too much. So I'd leave him as is. I think you're pretty safe for 4K with this, Marie. Looking good. Danielle. So in this one, Danielle, you're facing a little bit more. You know, we've talked about this pose before. You don't want to look down the bridge of the nose with a fox pose. It's good to do more of a side angle. I would actually turn probably even more to the side. And also what you can think about is if you hide the fox, you could put Piglet here and you could be interacting with Piglet. You could put a food dish here. There's a lot of things you can be doing with this interaction here. The other thing is you see how most of your area is just empty grass? Let's look at Marie's. We just looked at Marie's and I was complimenting how well she built this area out. Notice how she has this beautiful rug under her and then the picnic and then the tropical wood layers. So she's not just leaving her grass empty. She's adding all this great detail, which, you know, really ups the beauty factor of the scene. And when we go to yours here, you know, we have a lot of opportunity for a bit more. I do like that you created a little bit of a silhouette here, but you want to be careful not to show your street lights. So if you add another tree, you know, kind of like this one, that can block those street lights in the back, that way you can just have the glow, but you don't want the street lights necessarily visible. You want the glow from them, but you want trees to block off, like, the bulbs themselves. My biggest recommendation for you here would be filling out the ground with some more detail. So, again, there's really good new rugs. If you go to crafting, there's that really beautiful new honey rug, or it might be friendship reward. And then you have things like the tropical planks, or not tropical, but they're the new wood planks. Those look really good. There's also tons of good new flowers that you can put into the environment. So I would adjust the fox pose a little bit more. I would consider even hiding the fox to put something in. And with Remy here, he's not convincing at all because he's standing, like, you see how the grass... Like, if you could just add Remy if you wanted to. Like, you just bring Remy in as well. I think that would be much better than just the Remy motif, to be honest. The motif will work if you put him on a table or you put him on a flat surface, but you see how he's not interacting with the grass? It just looks like a Remy sticker slapped on here. When it comes to using motifs, the best way to use them, what we see most consistently in 4K with motifs, is when they're blended into the environment to feel natural. But the Remy sticker won't feel quite natural here. And I know the challenge mentioned Remy and Pooh, but those are ideas. You don't. That's not the theme. You don't have to use Remy and Pooh. It's just giving you ideas. I hear you, buddy. I know. Mommy's not home and you want attention. I understand. Buddy. Wishing Star said, this isn't exactly what I envisioned, but when I snapped it, I got a very calm feeling, and I really like it. I included a second similar one with a few minor changes. Thank you for taking a look. Well, I love this. You know, I've been talking about how this is one of my favorite lazy day villager poses this week, so that's probably why, you know, you got a great calm feeling. Also, you did a great job with the avatar expression. I've talked about this a lot, and I think it would be great to see more people do it, but if you use face number 2, her eyes slightly close and she gets a light smile. It's a very relaxed expression. If we look at the other ones, that one looks like she's forcing a smile, like she's panicking. This one's kind of cocky. This one's a little bit more relaxed. This one works good too, number 4. Number 5, the mouth is open, a little bit more excited. The wink, it's just kind of creepy. And then this, not even an option. So 2 and 4 are really good poses, or facial expressions. Now, going back to your scene... I love the calm expression here. Like, this really, really helps with the, you know, relaxed feel of the snap. The foreground is good. And even if this is not quite what you envisioned, I think you did a really good job with the theme itself. Even Tigger is very relaxed. He's not jumping around. He's not hyper energetic. You don't have a million things going on. It's very tasteful. Now, you have this one as well. This one's really cute, and she's facing the camera. But I'll be honest, I definitely think you should go with this one for the relaxed vibes. Yeah, and the new wood planks down here at the base do add some nice texture. If you wanted to add something on top of them, you could also drop one or two of those oak leaves, because they can go on top of the wood planks, and they can put off some cool light and some gold orbs if you wanted any more detail at the base. Skylar. look at all you guys doing these great seated poses. You know, been talking about this a lot this week. I do think these are going to be very popular this week. And I love that you're reaching for the treats. I actually recommended this for, I think, a snap just a little while back. It was one where, you know, they talked about it being tricky to do the ground camera thing. And I mentioned getting, bringing the avatar even closer to the item that's pushing the camera and reaching for, you know, the macaroons they had at the base there, or these little cookies. Looking really good here, Skylar. My only recommendation would, like, a big recommendation would be Eeyore. The reason I think Eeyore would be so good for your snap is, again, if we go back and look at, you know, scenes that are using Eeyore, he's so lazy in this pose. He's so relaxed. He's just like, oh, you know, he's kind of had enough. It's just a really, really, really good option this week. And, you know, Piglet as well. Like, I would say if we're going to be using some of the, you know, new Mickey or new Winnie Pooh cast, I would consider Eeyore and Piglet as well. Now, I know you might not have the best spots to squeeze them in, but you can always kind of shuffle things around a little bit if you had to. I love the base of the scene here, the leaf, the pose, or the leaf rug, the empty honey pots, the way you've positioned Pooh and Tigger to be a bit more calm and relaxed. The very light makeup, like you have eyeshadow, but it's very light. You have a pink lip instead of a bold lip. And I love the beauty of the aurora in the back. And you also have like a tasteful amount of fireflies. You know, they're not going too crazy. Also, this bee looks super cute in the back. Overall, very solid, very solid. My only recommendation, Skylar, would be, you know, if you could incorporate a very lazy Eeyore and maybe a little Piglet as well, I think that'd be great. But if you don't have time, I think this still has a good shot for 4K. But I do think incorporating them could be nice for a Winnie the Pooh concept. Horizontal. Oh, we got this big waterfall in the back. That's very fun. I will say the avatar seems really, you know, she is seated, but she seems a little bit high energy here compared to some of the other scenes. And we also have Tigger kind of bouncing, which I don't think is going to hurt you, to be clear. I think this will perform about the same. The only reason I bring it up is if you pop up against some of those photos, I do think that the tricky thing is that in some of these photos, it'll feel more relaxed. And since, you know, the theme called for us to make a relaxing scene, finding ways to make it as relaxing as possible by having, you know, Tigger a bit more calm and an expression on the avatar that's a bit less energetic, so she feels a bit more lazy, I think could be a great option here. I see you got your signature Bellflower and Poppy in the back. Nice. You got some over here on the side, too. And the other thing is, you know, you do have a lot of the white flowers here. I do like that you have the new rug here. I wish we had other options for the flowers, but there are things like the new oak leaves that you can use that are really good. And there's also the new wood planks. You can put some of the new wood planks under this bench instead of all the white flowers. And you could do like an oak leaf over here instead of these white flowers. If you want to go with the white flowers, that's fine. It's just that there's not really any white flowers in the environment. And I do think some of the warmer colors, aside from white, would work better for the warm and cozy vibes. Again, not something you absolutely have to do, but could be worth considering. Tranquil Panda. See, this is what I meant when I was talking about doing the squirrel pose. If you're going to sit there with your hands open, great idea to put something in them. And I love that you did a little Remy here. That's super cute. Very fun. And you got Remy, like you actually positioned your avatar to where Remy feels like his true size. You have Lucky playing with the ball here. I would say the only concern here is that we do have a lot of shade on the bottom left here. But if that's from the item pushing your camera up, like if you're using like a big rock for that, then, you know, not too much you can do about it. You have some good treats. You have a good picnic scene and good villagers in the backdrop. I do like Remy here. So yeah, I think the photo's doing well with the concept of the theme here. The tricky thing is that there are a lot of good photos out there that are playing up more warm colors. And since the challenge did state, to create a scene with warmth and relaxation. That's why we see a lot of scenes with good warm colors. Even the indoor scenes that are not Winnie the Pooh related are using a lot of light casting to have warm light in their scene, or they have light coming in from the windows. So, keep in mind, this is not me telling you, oh, you gotta use Winnie the Pooh. It's just me saying that I do think some of the warmer shots might give you, it might be tricky, if you pop up against those. But it does communicate the theme well. You have the bottom left and bottom right-hand corners filled out. Only concerns here would be, not a lot of warm colors and a good bit of shade here on the left-hand side. Again, pose is very strong. And, I really like the Remy motif. So if this pops up against the right things, Tranquil, I think it can do quite well. I like the interactions in the background. But it is a bit more hustle and bustle than a lot of the other submissions, right? In a lot of the other submissions, everybody's kind of just, it's a few villagers very relaxed around the picnic set. You have like a town in the background with a lot of interaction going on. So it's not as relaxed as some of these other scenes. Could still get 4K though, really just depends on what you pop up against. Miss Griffey. My first ever submission for review. Very nice, very nice. Welcome, my friend. All right, so a few things. So when you submit a Dreamsnap for a review, the goal is to help you get 4K consistently. And in order to get 4K, you got to beat 96% of players. That's a lot of people. So out of every 100 people, only 4 get 4K. So we talked about this earlier when I reviewed a snap. In your Dreamsnap, you have in what you've decorated in your area. You have a seat here, you have a seat here, you have a picnic here, and you have a tree here. And then we have a handful of flowers. It's going to be pretty tough to get 4K that way. Again, what you see getting 4K rather consistently would be these snaps where they really enjoy the decorative process. Rather than going to a spot that looks cool, where there's like a cool little pond or a cool waterfall, and just putting a few items down, taking a picture. The players that are getting 4K consistently, they're really enjoying the decorating process. They're decorating their entire scene. They choose their own background by choosing houses, trees, and then they add lights behind those to create a magical silhouette. And then they fill out their corners, right? In this left-hand corner, we have a bush, we have this flower. In the right-hand corner, we have these candles, we have more flowers, another bush. And then in the center, we have this cute little picnic. We've got the avatar much closer to the frame. So when it comes to getting 4K, Miss Griffey, a big part of it is knowing what voters like. Because almost every picture you take in Dreamlight Valley is going to be pretty. And this is on theme. But what makes it hard to get 4K with a photo like this is that there's a lot of people on theme. Only 4% of players can get 4K. And way more than that are also doing the theme, just like you. So how do you contend with them? How do you win the vote up against them? Well, one of the biggest parts of that is understanding what the voters like. Because there's very clear things that the voters prefer in terms of what they like to choose in Dreamsnaps. The best way to find out what those things are is by reviewing Dreamsnaps, by researching what got 4K. Every week on Wednesday, I post my Dreamsnap, and then I ask everybody to share their results. We get hundreds of 4K submissions on there. You can look through and see and you'll see the same things every week, regardless of theme. So what you're going to see nearly every week with the 4K range, actually, not even nearly, just every week, about 70 to 80% of the snaps you're going to see are going to be featuring the avatar very close to the frame. Most of them are going to be these shots close to the avatar and close to the villagers. So what's not very popular with voters, doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it, doesn't mean it's bad, it's just not popular with voters, would be shots where you're a bit more zoomed out like this. So my recommendation for you, Miss Griffey, would be to take into account what you've seen today. Take into account, how a lot of the very consistent players are designing their scenes. I'm not saying you have to do something this elaborate, because this is definitely more advanced. I'm just asking you to give it a shot. So instead of building a scene where half of it is like a pond or empty water, ponds are pretty, they look good in photos, but what voters like, what voters choose very consistently would be designs, when somebody designs an entire environment. So Marie here chose to take her picture by the big ever oak tree. The big ever oak tree is in the background. On the left-hand side, she has this new house. On the right-hand side, she has Pooh's thoughtful spot. She's designed all of this. She chose a spot, and then she filled in the environment with all kinds of fun items. We have a picnic table here. We have this beautiful rug here. And then she's also got the avatar featured very close to the camera, along with Piglet, Eeyore, Pooh, and Tigger. So, as far as getting the avatar close to the camera, that's extremely popular in 4K. You see it a whole lot. We've talked about it a lot today. There's several ways to do it. You can use free mode to zoom in, to get closer, just like this. Like, I could have a table in front of the avatar here with a little honeyed tea, and then I can have, Piglet and Eeyore and Tigger and Pooh kind of gathered around the table with me, everyone in a very relaxed pose. And then for the background, I could take like Pooh's house right here, and I can put it right behind me, and then I can do, I can go to landscaping, I can grab some extra trees, and then I can go to my inventory and I can grab some flowers to put those in the environment. But the biggest thing is, you really want to have some fun with your decorative process. Because again, to get 4K, you got to beat 96% of people. That requires you to, really consider your design capabilities. And I think, if this were just a normal photo, yeah, it's beautiful. Like if somebody was taking a picture by a pond with a picnic. And it is on theme, so it has a chance for 4K. Your avatar's stationary, you got a cute little picnic, it's very cozy. So this could potentially get 4K if it pops up against the right things. But you don't want to rely on popping up against, the snaps that are easy to beat. You want to build a snap strong enough to compete with snaps like this. And, this is what the voters like. So you want to build something, it doesn't have to be exactly like this, but by having good lighting, by playing the villager close to the camera, whether that's by pushing the camera up with the Vizier's Alchemy table, or by using free mode to zoom in, either one of those are going to work. And then by designing your entire environment yourself. Rather than, having a cute area like this where we have a pond and some trees, and then just dropping a handful of flowers here, the picnic basket, the tree, and the 2 seats. It's not quite enough to be competitive. And you really gotta, like I said, I think the best thing for you to do would be to look through what we've seen today and look at all the different ways you can design a scene and then give that a shot yourself. I would love to see a secondary submission from you tomorrow of something that, think of it as layers. You'll want a foreground, a midground, and a background. So for your background, houses, big trees, the big things will all be in the back. In the midground, your medium-sized items, smaller trees, tables, chairs. And in the foreground, your avatar, maybe a tiny villager like Piglet. But avoid these upward angle shots. They're very uncommon in 4K. They can get 4K. Anyone that does the theme can get 4K. I want to be very clear on that. Anything can beat the random selfies that get submitted. So if a snap gets lucky enough, even if it's not competitive, it can find itself landing in 4K. But the advice I'm giving you is how to get it every week. Whether you land up against random selfies or whether you land up against really good photos. I want to help you design your snaps in a way to be competitive against all of them. Kirsty is next. Hello, I've really enjoyed this thing, but I'm worried that a back picture is a bit risky. Do you feel like it would be better if the camera was turned around? Or the villager was turned around? Hard to say. Honestly, it all depends on the kind of story you're telling. I actually have a rank 2 where I was facing away. So rank 2, facing away submissions can do well. Though I do recommend caution with them. The reason this Take a Hike submission, I believe, did well is because we had a really good waterfall backdrop. And this before we could adjust focus and do a lot of things with the camera. But it was a hiking challenge. So I turned around so I could showcase the hiking backpack. And me and this monkey are waving at Donald. So it was a bit of storytelling, and I think that's why it ended up doing well, even though I faced away. In yours, you got really good lighting on the back of the avatar here, too, and it does show the hat really well. I think it's really pretty, and it does feel like a nice, lazy, cozy day. As far as being faced away, that's gonna come down to your villagers or your voters, and it's also gonna come down to what kind of snaps you're up against. The tricky thing with facing away is we have seen some snaps where the expression shown on the avatar is really strong. And that's the thing about facing away, is you can't make use of things like that. The fact that this avatar is seated, she's very calm, and that they chose a facial expression that let her have her eyes slightly closed with a light smile, she looks extremely relaxed. And we can see that relaxation on her face. And that's the benefit of having, the avatar's facial expression revealed. But there are snaps that don't even show the avatar that still get 4K. So it's not required. It can just be tough against, it can be tricky if you land up against those types of snaps. I like your scene here. I think it works well with the theme and the challenge. And I think it's very tastefully done, very pretty. Feels cozy. What you could do is keep this one safe to your gallery and then maybe experiment and submit both for a re-review. Sorry, I'm losing my voice again. Submit both for a re-review, or even 3 photos, and then we can look through them, and maybe you'll like the one where you're facing the camera a bit more. But I would say if you're on the fence about it, the best thing to do is experiment and try some of the other options, and then that way you'll have, more to pick from, and you'll know, likely which is the better option when you can observe both options. Or at least the better for you. Babbitt is next. Hi, Zemi. So after watching your Friday reviews, was unsure if my original would fit the theme. I've altered my original photo to 2 options that will hopefully fit, and added 1 fun indoor snap. Would really appreciate your opinion. And as always, thank you for all your advice. Of course, of course. Okay, very fun, very fun. Oh, this is cute. Oh my god, poo in the bathtub? I also love that you're like reaching down to pick up Piglet. You're using the cat pose. And the way you have Piglet with his little arms up like he wants uppies, dude, I think you should go with this one. Honestly, this is super cute. Though my second choice would be this one. This one's really fun as well. And you're like reaching to pick Piglet up again, but it's not as strong as it was in that indoor one with the way the framing was. This one's also a bit more energetic with you being up. So as far as the outdoor ones, I kind of like this one a bit more. But I do think there's a better facial expression you can put on. Again, there's one with the mouth closed, which will have a little bit more of a relaxed feel. Actually, maybe. Yeah, there we go. She'll close it at a point there. I mean, you kind of have to pause it when she does. But for the seated poses, you can get her to look a bit more calm and relaxed. I know if you don't put an expression on, she'll be a bit more wide-eyed and usually a bit more, energetic at certain points. But option number 2 and option number 4, if you get her a minute there. I think option number 2 is what was being used in that other one we discussed. This is actually probably way too small for you guys to see. But that way it would feel a little bit less energetic. And regardless, though, I definitely think this one is really good. I like that you're not using a lot of white on the walls. I've seen that a lot for the indoor builds, and I think that makes it a little bit warmer and cozy. I love the little bathroom here, and Piglet being asked to be picked up. Pooh singing in the bathtub is super fun. And the fact that we have Eeyore and Tigger back here playing board games, I think people would be really impressed by this, honestly. And you even have like a little laundry basket that you're not working on right now. You're still in your PJs, it feels like a nice lazy day here. I think this one communicates the theme extremely well, and I think it's super cute, and I think voters would really appreciate this because you're playing up the meta. Not only do you have your avatar close to the camera, you have a villager close to the camera. It's a very creative scene, and the way you got Pooh in this bathtub is so fun. That's just so fun. This one may have a better beauty factor with like all the light and the color. But if you did go with this one, I would try to make the avatar come off as a little bit more relaxed. But honestly, the storytelling in this one is top notch, and voters do really like a Dreamsnap that tells a story. We see a lot of those in 4K. When people do super creative things with their villagers and play that into the theme, it is very commonly a recipe for success. So, yeah, Babbitt, you can really choose either one of those, but I love the indoor one personally, but it's your call. Crafty Joe. Okay, we got a little indoor scene here. You got Belle with a book. I would say, you know, if you would, instead of using the camera toggle to like put Belle there and have her read the book, if you had the patience for it, you can just let Belle wander around the room. Basically, bring her into the room, tell her you're done hanging out with her, and let her walk around until she sits on one of these chairs and opens her book, and then snap your picture. That would make it even more relaxed, because you're sitting down over here chilling on this little rug, and then now Belle's sitting down reading a book. I think that would make this even more impactful. You get some good lights in here, casting light onto the sides. And you have the robot pose. I think if you let the robot pose play a little bit as well, it might be worth it to like reach for the hot chocolate or something, or reach for something you have here. And the other thing is too, since it's a lazy cozy day, I would go very minimal on things like makeup. And I do think for like the purple in your shirt and the purple in the hair, I think there's things you can wear that would match with your cardigan and your pants a little bit more. Like maybe something a little bit more casual. You know, like the purple highlights and the purple top here. I feel like they kind of clash with the rest of the look. But you could use them if you wanted to. Aside from that, I would definitely take all of what you got going on here and bring it down further into the scene. Because this is all empty right here except for a book, right? We're not even interacting with the book at all. So we might as well get rid of the book, take this rug, make it touch the bottom of the scene, take your avatar, put them right at the front, and then you can take your hot cocoa and your sandwich, put them right, or just the hot cocoa and put it right down here. But you have a lot of opportunity in this space at the bottom of your scene. Keep in mind, voters love seeing the avatar up close, and you want to fill out your foreground anyway. So might be a good idea to bring those items down a bit. Bunberry, almost the same build, except one is outdoors, the other is in. Different time of day, small wardrobe preference, any differences, any preferences? I think it was always, of course. So this one is outdoors, but it looks like you got the daytime lighting. It's very bright. Doesn't have that warm and cozy kind of warmth. So there's white light, which is your midday light, and then there's your sunset light, which would be your warm light. And the challenge did ask us to make a warm and relaxing type of scene. Now, warm doesn't always have to mean fireplace, but warm light will work very well here. The foreground's filled out very nicely, Bunberry, but you already have like a lot of white here in the rug, and like, you know, the colors on the cardigan look more whitewashed because of that daytime lighting. But I do like the environment. If you were able to do this with sunset lighting, if the sun sets behind the camera, and you were able to have sunset lighting in here, I think it would look really good because you'd have more of a comfy, cozy, warm light situation. This one, I think, is much better. This is much better. This one, the whitewashing with the rug, with the cardigan, with the white blanket on the couch here, and the daytime lighting, it just feels like, basically, it feels like we're in a house that has fluorescent lights all over the ceiling. Like, it feels like warehouse lighting. I would not recommend that that's why most indoor daytime builds always use sunset, because it feels more like natural indoor lighting. Because, I mean, this feels like natural indoor lighting. See how much warmer it is, you know? Kind of, you know, this is, like I said, it's like if you walk into a Walmart, you know, this is the kind of lighting I would expect. So if you could do this with sunset lighting, I think it could be very good. But honestly, you don't even have to, because this is perfect. This is really strong. The avatar's nice and close to the frame. You got great foreground here with the honey tea. The fact that we can even see the honey swirl is awesome. You got this really cute little honey pot on each side. It's like you made a little cabin for Pooh and friends. Like, that's so adorable. You guys are watching Lion King. Eeyore is locked in, which is fantastic. And Pooh is just back here rubbing his tummy because he's eating all the honey. And you even got Piglet sitting on the couch. I don't think this could, you know, be any better. I wouldn't do any changes here. I would honestly just go with this one because I think this is very solid. I love that you have like little cozy earmuffs on too. And the way you design this whole house is great. The little table back here with the treats, the cupboards up at the top, and the fact that you're using light casting. Like, you have these chandeliers and you're not showing the ceiling. We talked about that with a lot of indoor builds. If you look through my 4K indoor builds, they're either not showing the ceiling at all or they're showing only a little bit of the ceiling. And if they are showing a lot of ceiling, it's heavily decorated, you know. But the fact that you've kind of tilted the camera here to where, you know, we get to see everything going on down here at the base. We get to see all the details you've built into the room. I would go as far as to say this is one of the best indoor builds I've seen. The only one that comes close would be the one Babbitt did here. That's the only one I think that comes close. Very, very good job, Bunbury. I would definitely go with this one. And this is why I always tell people you don't have to do these indoor-outdoor builds. They take more time. This is really pretty. I think with the right lighting, this could be very strong. But no matter how you built this, I really don't think it would be as good as this. This is just really, really great. Mammy Bear. I like it, but I'm second guessing whether it goes with the theme. So do I need to pivot completely? I did an indoor as well because there were a lot of outdoor ones. I know the indoor one is simple, but my entire household is sick, and that's all I can muster with a migraine. Any advice is appreciated as always. Oh, sorry to hear you have a migraine. Well, this could work with the theme, you know. I mean, you're seated, you're relaxed. I probably wouldn't have a sword on my back because, you know, it's more about coziness. I know it's a wooden sword, but I feel like it doesn't really vibe with the scene. There's also a lot of energy over here, like with Flynn and Vanellope dancing. You know, the idea this week, it's not just a lazy day, but the theme said to make a relaxed scene. That's what we're being tasked with, relaxed. So the more relaxed it is, the more on theme it is. So again, you know, we can look at other examples of like how people have made these relaxing lazy day scenes. Notice how no one here is energetic. You know, they're drinking hot cocoa, they're eating cookies, they're watching Lion King. Everybody's sitting down, everybody's chilling. Very relaxing. You know, this truly is a lazy, cozy day. And with the theme asking us to make a relaxed scene, if you are going to use a fair amount of villagers, you know, we don't necessarily want them hyper animated or full of energy. That's why even snaps that are using Tigger this week, a lot of them are not having him excitedly jumping. They're having him being thoughtful, or kind of just, you know, chilling a little bit. I do like the rainbow. I think it's very pretty. I think this could do well on beauty factor, but I think if it paired up against some of the more lazy cozy day relaxed concepts, it could have a harder time coming across as on theme as they are. Now for your indoor scene, I think this is really good, actually. I love Mochi here. This feels a lot more relaxed because we don't have as many energetic villagers. And I think you've done a good job with the environment. I love that you're gaming on your, you know, relaxing day here. You wouldn't have to do a lot more with this to make it more competitive if you wanted to go with this option. I would just maybe add a villager or two. Like if you can get Piglet sitting in this chair, or I mean, you have the Eeyore ears. You can have Eeyore over here off to the side, you know. That could be really fun. I love the laundry basket to show that you're kind of gaming instead of doing your laundry, you know, really embracing that lazy day. It feels warm and cozy because you got a nice furnace here. We have the honeyed tea here. Maybe a plate of cookies here on the side as well, you know, since it wanted us to feed your treats. That could be good. But there's a couple little things you can do here to make this one even more competitive. This one would be easier to kind of equip. And then in addition to that, you know, if you chose a time where these lights would be on and where you can get some like chandeliers casting some warm light in the room, you can make this seem a lot warmer. This one feels very warm, but it's also very energetic. So if you do go with this one, you definitely could. I would just approach it in a way to where the villagers you're using are a lot more relaxed. Maybe just stick with Pooh and Friends since you're in the Winnie the Pooh area. and just have everybody kind of chilling and maybe get away from things like the pillow fort and the dancing and like the celebrating and stuff. Horty, buddy, I'm still streaming, buddy. I'm still streaming. He was trying to walk across my desk again, and I stopped him, and he went to bite me. He was like, huh. I know you want attention, buddy. I know. Okay, go ahead. You want to come? Come on. You can come across. Hi, buddy. He wants pets. Actually, I don't know what he wants. He wants to play. I think he wants to play. I can't play right now, buddy. I gotta finish the snap reviews. And even after that, I gotta pack and stuff. I'll play with you. I'll play with you. Alright, Black Knight is next. Hi, so I have 3 picks, 2 seated, 1 with the character further away, but the hedgehogs are in a great spot. 1 with the character closer, added a few details, and 1 standing. Thank you for your feedback and suggestions. Alright. So you have this one here. I would say this outfit is a bit risky this week. No one's using it, and a lot of us have it. So why is that? You know, why isn't this outfit getting a lot of shine this week? Well, that's because it's kind of a work outfit. You know, it's a beekeeping outfit. It's what you do when you're tending to your bees. It's a lazy, cozy day. We're not working. We're not doing that. We're being lazy, right? So a lot of the snaps we reviewed, I'm telling you, most of those players have this, but they're just not using it. This is also a lot to put on for a lazy day. Like this double leather brace here. There's the smoker here for the bees. You know, like this whole outfit it's a work outfit. It's an apiary outfit. It's for taking care of bees. So if it's a lazy, cozy day, we're probably not going to be wearing something like that. Now this is more like it. Oh, and the hedgehogs do look really good here. Yeah, I agree. You're not that far away. I mean, you could be closer, but you're actually still taking up a good bit of the frame. You're still very impactful here. And then you have this one where you're a little closer. Yeah, honestly, I would go with this one because you know, just like you said, you got a really good shot of the hedgehogs. I think that's more valuable than having you up a tiny bit more. The hedgehogs still look cute here, but they look perfect here. And also, really good job with Eeyore. But yeah, this is definitely the one I would go with if I were you. It feels more like a lazy, cozy day. Doesn't have that work feel. You know, this one's super cute. Like, if it was like a Dreamsnap that was kind of about a Winnie the Pooh picnic day, then sure. You know, because then it's not a lazy day, right? You can wear what you want. You can take a break from taking care of your bees. But if it's a lazy day, that means the whole day you're not really doing much. So being dressed in a really lazy outfit, you know, cozy, I think this is going to work a lot better. So, and again, really good job with the hedgehogs here. I wouldn't really change much about this. I think, you know, you could roll with it. You do have some opportunity here at the foreground, but you do have a really colorful rug here filling out that space. You know, you can always do like a little plate of cookies here, but then that would require you to try to get the hedgehogs like this again. So probably not worth it. Probably just good to go with what you got here. Kimberly is next. All right, let's see what you said here. For some reason, I've had a hard time getting motivated this week and was feeling a bit drained creatively. So I definitely appreciate your help so I can provide and improve. Thank you for your time as always. Of course, of course. Well, if you're feeling a little, you know, burned out on the creative aspect, I don't know if you played a lot of Honeyglow Woods when it came out, but that could do it. That could do it. You know, when we get a new DLC and you've been playing it a lot, and you've been grinding all these quests, you know, looks like you've already unlocked all the new villagers, so you've been busy with it. So maybe that's what it is. You know, maybe you've been busy with the DLC and just didn't, you know, the vibes weren't there quite when you were starting to work on it. My advice for you would be to make sure it feels more like a lazy day. There's not, you know, you don't absolutely have to sit this week, right? Like you do not 100% have to do a seated option. But I do think having the avatar completely stationary like that is going to really communicate that relaxed feel. You know, we're not up and about. We're not moving around. We're relaxing. And with the challenge asking us to make a relaxed scene with warmth and coziness, you know, I do think, just like I was telling everybody when we had Forested Book Nook, you know, I was constantly saying the seated poses were going to dominate the meta this week, and I was 100% right. When you look at, I think, like, almost all the 4K submissions, it was fox poses and robot poses. There were some standing poses, but they were interacting with books in some kind of way when they stood. But these poses really dominate the meta, and I think that's going to happen again this week, mainly because it's a great way to communicate relaxation. This is a very relaxed and beautiful pose, and I do think the B pose is very pretty, but you wouldn't have to, like, you know, rework this entire thing and do a whole lot of extra creative stuff to make the scene a bit more relaxed. You could, you know, you have the picnic set here. You know, if we pulled that up and you basically did the same exact scene you have here, but seated, you know, we could get rid of the trees here because you're going to be lower if you do that. And if you really want to play with cute items on the ground, think about the new hedgehog house. Think about some of the really cute new decor we have that's going to work good at ground level. You know, the glowing jars here and the little glowing mushroom are super pretty, but are they more valuable than the theme itself? And finding ways, you know, like I always say, making the theme so insanely obvious that it can't even be debated that you're on theme or not is a great way to ensure 4K, so long as your photo is also beautiful. If you make something that's very, very on theme and creative and well lit with good balance, you're almost guaranteed 4K. So the main thing I would consider here is, what can we do to make it more relaxed? What can we do to make it seem more like a lazy day? And, you know, I think seated poses are a great place to start. You don't have to sit on the ground. You don't have to do what everybody else is doing. You don't have to do the fox pose. You don't have to do the robot pose. You can also sit in chairs. Some people are sitting on their bed, scrolling on their phone. Lots of different things to do. And again, I don't think it's something you absolutely have to do this week, but I do think it'll be a safer route. Claudia, hey, I hope you having a great week. Weekend. Here's my snap frame for this week. I love Eeyore in every pose. Thought he was pretty funny, and I had only one pot rainbow because I'm missing one 4-leaf clover, and to have a second one, I'm only missing one. Claudia, you should ask around in the community. I'm sure somebody would give you a clover. As always, I appreciate your advice and suggestions. Thank you so much. Love what you do. Thank you, my friend. So we have this one here. Okay, and then we have this one here. Okay. Very vibrant, very colorful. Let's see. Well, you don't need more than one rainbow. It's kind of nice back here because you have the Winnie the Pooh tree here. And yeah, this is my favorite Eeyore pose this week. I keep telling people I think that's the absolute best pose to use for Eeyore this week. You have a lot of food here. Tigger's not jumping or leaping around. Like, I like the brightness of this one, but it is a lot of yellow with the enhanced saturation where it is. It's very strong. So usually I like the higher saturation, but I kind of like this one a little bit more. Same thing for you that I was kind of saying for the last one, though. You know, I feel like on beauty alone, this would likely get 4K, but I do think there's a lot of snaps out there that are communicating the relaxed and lazy day concept a little bit better. And that's just by making it insanely obvious that it is a lazy day. If I had to guess lazy day here, I think it would be kind of hard. I would guess like banquet or, you know, like definitely something to do with Pooh and Friends. And I do think if you are going to stand, the new hedgehog pose is probably the best thing to do because voters do like seeing the new pets. And I think voters are also going to love seeing like the new Winnie the Pooh stuff. So I feel very confident this would still get 4K. And you never know. Like, you pop against the right stuff and get the right voters, you can end up in rank 1. You really never know. Even if you're not as clear with the lazy day concept as some people are. It all depends on your 1v1s and your voters. But same kind of advice I had here, which is, you know, what can you do to really play up that lazy day feel, that cozy lazy day feel. There's outfits I feel like that are, very warm and cozy. And then also, by having a stationary avatar that's kind of on the ground, you can still show off the new hedgehogs by having them present in your environment. I do think things like this are going to be a little bit safer. And personally, I'd probably vote for something like this over, but that's just me, over something like this. But I would still choose something like this over a lot of different snaps. I'm the picky voter. I'm one of the picky ones. I vote for theme first, like theme is my top priority, and then the very next thing would be everything else, beauty, balance, etc., etc. But theme is my number one concern, because I always do everything the theme says, so I'm more inclined to vote for people that are doing the same. But I know I'm not alone in that. There's a lot of people here that heavily prioritize the theme, and I know they vote the same way. So if you get voters like that, you'll be safe if you're up against a photo that's like yours. But if you're up against a photo that has done something really creative to highlight that it's a, lazy cozy day, and we've seen a few that are, like with and them chilling in the back playing board games, the character in her PJs, giving Piglet uppies, the untouched laundry basket. There's a lot of snaps that are finding super clever ways to show that it's a lazy cozy day. And again, if I had to guess that it was a lazy cozy day here, I don't think I could guess that. The only one that really, like Eeyore looks pretty lazy, it looks pretty lazy. But we have like all the food on the sides, it's a lot. It's a lot. Like a little picnic works for a lazy day, but like a grand banquet is, it's a bit heavier. And then, with the avatar up instead of stationary or, seated or relaxing, only going to matter if you're up against what we talked about, though. I think this will beat pretty much anything that's not set up in a way that really embodies the theme. And then also that's only going to matter with the voters that are very, very theme-centric. So you're not guaranteed to get those voters, so it's not guaranteed to matter. I feel pretty confident you'll likely get 4K with your submission, but there is a tiny bit of risk involved. LM says, "Hi, my first ever submission for review and only my 4th Dreamsnap ever." Nice. Welcome, my friend. Would love your feedback. I'm not loving it so far. I know I have a lot of work/learning to do here. Okay. Well, let me start you off with some of the basics, some of the things that will really help you in your Dreamsnaps journey. Number one, and one of the most important things, is lighting. So you got good lighting coming in, but you see your shadow here? You see how your shadow is going this way? You have the sun back here to the right. So we don't have any light hitting these trees, and the light is hitting the back of your villagers, the back of your avatar. We got great lighting down here. But as far as what's popular within the 4K range, what we see the most, and, if you want to check this for yourself, you can go to Dreamer's Portal, or you can go to my Facebook, and you can look at different 4K submissions there. Every Wednesday I make that post, and there's hundreds of snaps there you can look through. You're going to see I would say about 80% of what's in 4K. You're going to see the shadows going back. And that's because the sun is behind the camera. In photography, lighting is massive. It's arguably the most important element to a good photo. And when it comes to lighting up your scene, nothing really beats having the sun behind the camera in this game. Sure, you can capture a good sunset, or you can get creative with the sun to the left or right if you want to. But again, most of what you see in the 4K submissions are going to be scenes where the sun is behind the camera, because it lights up everything. You get really good saturation. And also the sunset time of day gives the best. Like most of these are all sunset. Most of my outdoor submissions are all sunset time of day with the sun behind the camera. That allows for great lighting on your trees, great lighting on your villagers, great lighting on your avatar, on your pets, on your landscape, everything. So my first recommendation for you would be to always consider that when you're designing your snap. Now, this is really pretty. The other thing is, and I do like the fact that your eyes are closed, definitely makes it feel very relaxed. But as we've seen today with a lot of snaps, you can definitely take the theme further than that. There's you can do seated poses. There's a lot of things you can do to come off as very relaxed. The sky is really pretty here, and I do love like the honey topiary. It's very pretty as well. But yeah, where I would start in your Dreamsnaps journey would be lighting. That would be the very first thing. So if I were to do my snap here this week, if I were to come to the Honeyglow Woods and I was going to do a dream snap here, the sun is setting right there. And I'm not going to be in these big shadows. So I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be here away from the shadows. And then the other thing is we want an item to push the camera forward. This allows us to get nice and close to the camera. And if I had more time today, if I didn't have to get ready for my journey to Florida, I would pull up a bunch of dream snaps and show you. But I trust that you can find them if you would like. You can head over to Facebook or Dreamers Portal and you can look through 4K submissions. You're going to see a ton of submissions where the avatar is up close. We've already discussed today why that's so favorable by voters. But a lot of what you see in the 4K is like that. Even for the seated ones, they still have the avatar fairly close. So, you're going to see a lot of snaps with, these seated poses where they're still pushing the camera up forward. Like this one here. And the last thing I'll say is, there's a lot of beautiful places where you can snap a photo. There's no limit of really pretty spots to, grab a photo. You chose a really pretty spot here with the Mickey Cloud and the blue skies and the bridge. It's really pretty. I think this could do really well against a lot of different snaps out there. It's better than a lot of snaps out there. A majority of what's out there is random selfies, quest photos, people in empty fields. Only about 40% of snaps are good. This is good. So you're starting at a really good spot here. And this could get 4K if you pop up against the right things. However, again, based on what we know is very popular with voters, based on what we see week after week after week, there's definitely things voters prefer a bit more. And that's where it would be tricky is if you pop up against those kinds of photos. Like a lot of the stuff that we've discussed today, a lot of the snaps that we've gone over today, snaps where the sun is behind the camera and the environment was designed by the avatar rather than finding a really pretty place to snap a photo and dropping a few items. The snaps that tend to do really well are the handcrafted environments. So take this snap, for example. This looks like it was made on a floating island. They have the beehive house here. They have the tiger bed here. They put trees here with the honeybees. They put a rug down here. They put some tall grass here, tall grass there. They have candles, books, a lot of cozy elements. They have beautiful flowers scattered about. So they've handcrafted this entire environment rather than finding a pretty place to snap a photo. This goes a long way with voters because most voters know the effort that goes into snaps like this. Again, if you pop against the right things, your snap could definitely do very well. Like I said, you chose a great spot. It's very pretty. It's very pretty. But the big secret to doing, I think, very well with snaps is to get to a point where you really enjoy decorating, where you don't even have enough room to put all the stuff you're excited to use, And that doesn't mean you got to spend 8 hours on your snap or all day on your snap. You can make a really strong snap in 30 minutes. It all just comes down to how you structure it, how you layer it. But I love the background here with the hills. I love the rolling clouds. I love the Mickey Cloud right in the center. You frame this really well. So I do think, as it stands, this has a good shot for 4K. But what I would consider, if you don't make any changes this week, what I would consider for your future snaps is, number one, lighting. Sun behind the camera, really good light going into the scene, hitting everything within that environment. Number two, custom environments. Custom environments tend to perform very well. I would say 90% of what you see, probably 99% of what you see in 4K, to be honest, are scenes that are handcrafted for that challenge. Now, I know you do have some handcrafting here with the topiary and the foreground items. It's just that everything from the bridge back is built into the game. Again, very pretty, though. Very pretty. That's why I think it still has a great shot at 4K. And then, lastly, making the theme hyper clear, finding ways to make the theme insanely clear. So, with it being a lazy, cozy day, what are we doing to really showcase that we're having a lazy, cozy day? Some people are sitting down having a picnic. Some people are in their PJs scrolling their phone. You know, there's a lot of ways you can make the theme hyper clear. But for somebody that's new to snaps, I mean, you're doing really good. I think you're natural. I think you're gonna, you know, if you're not consistently getting 4K yet, I think you will definitely be part of the 4K club and very consistently getting 4K if you keep it up and you keep enjoying the process. Jesse Joints here. Very nice, very nice. Okay, we got the big honey pot thing here in the background. Love Eeyore here. Very lazy. I love how well you featured him here, too. Voters love that as well. They love well-featured avatars and well-featured villagers. So, everybody seems really relaxed. We have you kind of interacting with the food down here. I love that you did the fox pose, but you turned to the side, so we got the side profile. This looks a lot better than looking down the bridge of the nose. Lots of honey in the background. You got this giant honey here. We got the honey topiary here. We got the bees. See, overall solid submission. We got the sun behind the camera. We can see Piglet's shadow going back here. We see the honey shadow going back here. I definitely think this can do well. With all the giant honey pots, you know, it does have, there's a lot going on here compared to some of the relaxed scenes that we've seen or come across. Whether it's too much or not, I don't really know. You know, I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like it's pretty safe here. I think it's tasteful. You know, you're not, it's not like you added a million fireflies to this as well and fireworks and stuff. But with the way the light's coming in, you know, very bright already on a lot of the honey. And there are some other scenes out there, you know, it's kind of the same thing I was saying with like this one, you know, very busy with a lot of the yellow in terms of, you know, the coloration. But there's a lot of scenes we've come across throughout the reviews today and throughout the reviews this week where's that one I found earlier? Well, we have Marie's here, which is, I think, a good one to fall back on as well. There's scenes, you know, without, like, where the big honey pot might be a little further back, so it's not as busy with its very bright yellow, and we get to play up the wood notes and the cozy forest notes a little bit more. Not saying you absolutely have to do that, but I think that could be one of the only points where, you know, it could be tougher for a scene like this. Because we get a lot of good woodland notes in the background. But with these very big, bright beehives right next to you, and the very big, bright honey behind you, it's a very, very loaded mid-ground. It might be worth considering having some of these elements a little further back. And there's a super cute bee on top of this, like, little honey spinner thing. And, you know, if you moved it back, we could see that cute little bee as well. But I do like that the avatar seems very relaxed, and I love how relaxed the villagers are. So as it stands now, I think this is a great shot at 4K. Silver Tab had a lot of fun and nostalgia with the expansion, so had to do a cozy day with Boo and friends. Hope you had a good weekend. Enjoy your vacation next week. Thank you, Silver Tab. Thank you. Oh, very good. Very good. I like that they're going in for a hug back here. This is a... Dude, I've been talking about this. There was only one other person so far I've seen reach out to comfort or pet Eeyore. And I kept talking about how with the robot pose, this was what I want to do. Like, and how I think it would be a great idea because, you know, a lot of people are reaching for food or reaching for books, but like Eeyore is perfect for this. And also when he's got his eyes closed like this is just so good. Like he just looks like he's loving the pets, and Piglet looks really relaxed. Pooh and Tigger do come off really energetic here, but I think you have enough relaxation in the front to balance that out. I also like the tasteful presence of the fireflies. You know, we're not going over the top with them here. We don't want the scene to feel too busy. We want it to feel nice and relaxed this week. Little cute mushroom house is awesome here. Have you considered attaching like a couple of hedgehogs to the house? Because if you can get a little hedgehog walking around, that could be fun. Unless they just wouldn't show up in the right spot. But yeah, I love this silver tab. I don't think I would change much about it. You know, maybe if you can get a cute little hedgehog on the scene somewhere, that'd be great. But this is the best Eeyore shot I've seen so far with the robot pose. But this is what I was talking about last week when I was talking about what you can do with the robot pose and how using it with Eeyore would be really strong. You've done it better than anybody else I've seen so far. Because you're actually petting his head here. And he looks like he's really enjoying the pets. That's awesome. Yeah, extremely good job. I think this alone kind of locks you in for 4K because this is very relaxed. And it's a very good storytelling element. Like, you have two good storytelling elements. There's the reunion, and then there's this petting scene. Extremely strong snap. I feel like you're very safe for 4K. Great job. Mags. Okay, let's see what we got here. Max says, hi there. Hope you had a great weekend. We didn't get to do Go Fest because I got sick. Oh, no! Worst time to get sick. But thankfully got this done before work on Monday. Excited to hear your thoughts or any improvements I can make. As always, thank you for all your help and insights. Of course, of course. All right, so we got you around the campfire here. Very relaxed pose, like the eyes like slightly closed here. Pooh kind of walking after the butterflies is really cute. And then we got a few friends hanging out. I will say, you know, I would be careful using a lot of villagers this week. Since it's a lazy cozy day, I probably won't do too big of a gathering. You know, when I think lazy cozy day, I'm probably not going to reach out to like too many people. You know, maybe a small picnic with friends, you know. But I do really like the campfire vibe. Like this pocket here at the front of your scene, I think is very good. For the table, maybe if we had a smaller table so it didn't feel like a big banquet, because a lot of work comes with that. Maybe a smaller like honey table, like one of the honey tables we can craft from Wish Blossom Ranch could be good with just a few items on it. But if you want to use that one, that's fine. But that would also help take away some of the white from the shot as well. If you did swap to something different, your call. But the framing here is very nice. The avatar looks very relaxed. And so do the villagers. No one's like super energetic. Everyone's pretty chill. Even Tigger is back here thinking about honey because he's not a big fan. And we got a lot of beauty elements with like the hanging lanterns. So, yeah, overall, I think very solid, very solid. My only recommendation would be to, I think, reconsider the table. And that way it doesn't feel like so much like a banquet. It could be more of like a lazy thing, you know, like a few little treats brought out for, you know, a small, humble little campfire, you know, sit around session. So maybe a smaller table. And also, you know, if you chose something that was other than white, we could play with the colors in the environment more. And if you did do that, I think you'd be safe with just the Winnie the Pooh cast here. But if you wanted to use more villagers, you know, go for it. Your call at the end of the day. I don't think you'll be punished for that necessarily, but I do think for like a lazy cozy day, less is more. Dizzy Chic. Oh, good. We got another one. Our third one. I love these. So good. Good job, Dizzy Chic. Great job zooming in on the avatar. I think you're using free mode here. Or you could be pushing the camera up with the Vizier table. It's hard to tell because the tree line's pretty close. But you got a really good framing on the avatar. Very cute and cozy outfit. She looks very relaxed. Reaching out to pet Eeyore. I love this. Very cute shot of Piglet here. And Pooh, like we were just saying, you know, less is more. Also, voters love simple snaps normally. So on a week where we're being tasked with making a relaxed scene, this is really good. You know, there's not as much depth of field. Everything is very simple. The concept of the scene is displayed like right here at the front of the image. You got your corners filled out with these pretty little purple bushes. We got some honey in the back. We got some cookies here. And then we have the books on the side as well. Overall, very solid, very solid. Not a lot of space to add anything else because we have the tree line very close, so there's not really much I could recommend to make it more competitive. So I mean, you know, if you could somehow get Pooh to sit in this chair, I think that would be awesome, but then that would also make the left side feel a little bit less balanced. Unless you brought in Tigger. Like, you could get Pooh to sit here, and then you can have Tigger thinking over here by this tree. Now, for that, you would need to block Pooh into this area, and you would need to open your camera while he's walking around, and when he sits, pause him. Might be a lot of work, so you could just go with this Dizzy Chic for sure. But that's the only thing I can really think about that would fit in the scene you've made and make it even more competitive. So, like, Pooh sitting in the chair here and Tigger taking his place, but instead of jumping around, we have Tigger doing his thinking expression where he's just kind of thinking, you know, maybe looking at the books, like, what are these? You know, it could be fun. Looking good. Heathen Dove. I'm loving this adventure packs much more than I expected for the price I paid. Yeah, it's a great deal. I love the pose. I got Eeyore in. He looks cute and happy. I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much for any advice you might have. All right. Oh my god, yeah, he looks like he's doing a little jump. Well, a lazy one, because he's Eeyore. I love that you're kind of reaching out for Piglet here. That's very fun. Seeing a lot of the ones reaching out for Eeyore. I like the tree house in the back. We have Tigger's house back here, Piglet's house here, and Pooh's house here. So you got the whole group here. Very good shot of the avatar, nice and close. Good honey pots on the left foreground, some flowers on the right foreground. My only recommendation would be to reconsider Tigger to make him a little bit less excited. I mean, you know, we want him to be happy, but you could always have him kind of standing right here, because we do have a nice spot for him here, and that would make the photo slightly less energetic since it's a relaxed scene. I don't think it'll be too big of a deal. So if you want to keep him here to cover more of the skyline, you totally can. But yeah, it's super cute the way you have the villagers. You have some good treats on display. Featured the avatar well. Lighting is good. Sun's behind the camera. Doing everything right here. Yeah, the minor... you know, I would try Tigger in a more relaxed position. And then you can just weigh the two and see which one you like more. You might like this one more because he does fill the sky here very nicely. Overall, very solid Heathen Dove. And yeah, Eeyore looks super cute there. Becca, not sure if this seems more like a picnic than a lazy day. I couldn't decide which outfit looked best, so I did 3 shots. I think it feels cozy at minimum. Last shot changed things after obtaining more items through questing. I'll let know your thoughts. Thank you for the review. Of course, of course. So, when it comes to being a lazy day, you can do a picnic on a lazy day. There's a lot of those this week, but you want it to feel very relaxed. That's the trick. You know, and also the way you dress, I think, is going to be big. I wouldn't do anything too, like the hair being all up. This doesn't feel lazy, right? Like you put your hair up in buns, you put a bow on, you got this bright red lip, you did your makeup. That's not really too lazy. That's a lot of effort. You know, I mean, you ladies know that. You ladies know how much time and effort goes into fixing your hair and doing your makeup. That's why, you know, almost every week people are doing all kinds of cool stuff with their hair and makeup, whereas this week, everybody's a bit more natural. Why is that? You know, why is everybody going in a bit more of a natural direction this week? Like, why don't we see all the grand makeup and the heavy eyeshadow that we usually see? And I think it's simply because, you know, we're really trying to play up that lazy day concept. Now, it does look like you've already changed the outfit a bit here. This, I think, is much better. And the hair. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, this definitely feels a bit more like a lazy day style. And that's what I mean. Your picnic can feel like a lazy day, but what's really going to make that work is the other elements. You know? Okay, this is the best. This is the best out of all 3, but I would probably do more of a natural lip color. I mean, you can go with the red because it matches the hair really well. And at least you're not as heavy colors with the eyeshadow. So, I mean, if you want to keep the makeup like this, you can. But yeah, I was already... My first thoughts were like, I would switch out some of these items. I wouldn't do the white flowers. And now with the rug here, the white flowers aren't as impactful. And you have way more warm colors. I do think, you know, again... Everybody seems really relaxed except Tigger, if we can get him to calm down a little bit. This is the most commonly used Tigger pose for a good reason, because it's his best kind of like jumping up in the air, you know, just very Tigger. But for a really relaxing scene, you'll see a lot of, high-end players that have been very consistent seem to be using Tigger in a more relaxed manner this week. Now, the other thing is, instead of these white flowers from your furniture menu, I would recommend pocket items. We have the beautiful new flowers we can place within the environment. We also have those beautiful new oak leaves that glow and send off yellow orbs. There's no, abundance of white flowers here. We have some white petals here, and that's it. But then the white flowers are kind of scattered throughout the environment, and I would really avoid much white. I would play up the warmer notes, and that's exactly what those new oak leaves are going to do, and they tie into the whole Honeyglow Woods concept. But that's the only change I would really recommend here. Avatar pose looks really good. You already fixed, what we were talking about with the style. This seems a lot more on brand for the avatar for a lazy day. I mean, I do think we can make the, makeup in here maybe less, or maybe more subtle to where it's more relaxed. Love the hedgehog here. And yeah, the white flowers I would reconsider because I think there's better items to use for this particular concept. But yeah, overall, very strong, Becca. Looking really good. Your third option is definitely the best of the three, so it's looking great. Beyblade. Hi, Sabai. I realize I can see the light pole on the left and forgot to add a tree behind Tigger's house. I will fix those. Okay, look at you. You already caught things you figured I would notice. Please let me know if everything else looks okay. Open everything. Thank you so much. Was thinking of moving that stool on the right to bring Tigger closer. You could, but he is a bit more animated. He's a bit more energetic, so I think having him further back is fine here. If you do bring him closer, I would have him doing his thinking pose or another pose where he's more relaxed if you do bring him closer. I do love the hanging lanterns here. Very warm and cozy, giving lots of good cozy glow. Great job with the foreground. The candles are very warm and cozy. We have Piglet right here at the front. I see you're using the new oak leaves instead of the... oh, we got a raid coming in. Hello, you guys. Thank you, Stash. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're in the middle of snap reviews right now. We've gone through a lot of snaps. We're just trying to power through. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Yeah, just like what we talked about with some of the previous snaps, we were talking about maybe instead of, the white flowers, we have really good new items, which, this is, Beyblade is always, I feel like me and Beyblade just have the same mind in a lot of ways when it comes to snaps, because, here we see exactly what I was talking about. For filler options, these new oak leaves and things like pine cones are going to be really good. They're going to fit very naturally with the aesthetics of this type of scene. Now, you already pointed out fixing the lights here, so we're not going to worry about that. And yeah, overall, if you did bring Tigger up, if you move the stool and you bring Tigger up, I would give him a more relaxed pose. And I will say, there is that pose for Eeyore where he's kind of flat and he's got his eyes closed. That one has been very popular this week for a super relaxed Eeyore pose. Trying to make the scene feel as relaxing as possible is really going to play up that lazy, cozy day vibe. So that's really all I would consider here is if you do make alterations to the villagers, I would consider having them as relaxed as possible. Happy, yes, but relaxed. And then also I think, this new outfit is really cute. But this is a personal opinion, not a voter opinion, which is usually where my advice comes from. But in my personal opinion, I think some of the other outfits that are a bit more, I guess, low maintenance, there's very cozy, easy outfits I'm seeing for a lot of people. I do think those work really well with the lazy cozy day concept. This is still cute, though. I think it'll still easily get 4K. Gryffindor Panda. Thank you for the advice. Also, I'm super hyped because I finally got the Fireflies I recommended for the premium shop. Nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. So, good side profile for the fox pose. So, I'm glad to see you've learned very well with that because If you don't turn to the side when you do the fox pose, you end up looking down the bridge of the nose, and it's a very unflattering angle on the avatar. Though I will say when you use the fox pose, I would be careful with like skirts and stuff. It's kind of an awkward angle. I think if you are going to use this pose at this angle, might be nice to use like some cozy, cozy pants, and like there's that new cardigan that's super cute and cozy. There's some great options there. I mean, you could do this if you want to. Your call. And then we have Winnie the Pooh here. Also, I know the new Winnie the Pooh Dream Style is super cute, but I would say if it's not a rainy day, if it's like sunny and beautiful, like, you have the sun here, you have the Mickey Cloud here, I think Pooh would be better in his regular style here because it would play into the kind of environment you've created. And also, instead of using things like the cheese splatter and these meals, I would stick to the new food. Like you have the new honeyed milk here, which is great. And you have these new little pancakes or waffles. I would highlight a couple of new meals here and here as well. There's some really cute stuff, and they'll play really well with the honey concept. So I would do kind of more honeyed meals in the immediate environment here. And I love Eeyore kind of on the edge here. It's very fun. Maybe bring him in a little bit more because I almost missed him entirely. Like, I didn't catch him until near the end of your snap review. Even if he covers, like, the word honey here, like, you have it in enough places. You have honey here. You have honey here. So I think if you brought Eeyore in and had him slump a little bit more onto the carpet, he would be a little bit more noticeable. And if you have Tigger, you can always have Tigger standing in the back as well. I love your hedgehog here, too, by the way. But yeah, overall, Gryffindor Panda, looking good, looking good. You got great lighting, sun behind the camera. I see you've added your new fireflies. You didn't go too overboard with them. That's what a lot of people do when they first get them. They put them all over the place. But since this is a more relaxed scene, I do think it's a good idea to be more tastefully reserved with your fireflies this week. So having a couple here, I think is fine. Whereas in other environments, even I've been known to go absolutely crazy with the fireflies. Where it's like this, where I kind of have them all the way across my skyline. But for a relaxed, lazy day, very relaxing scene, we don't want it to feel too energetic. We don't want it to feel too busy. So, a couple tasteful fireflies is fine. Sunshine is next. Hope you had a really wonderful weekend. I did, my friend. I wish I had more time today so I could tell you all about it. Let me know any thoughts or suggestions. Also, can an indoor snap compete with outdoor business this week? Absolutely, absolutely. Indoor snaps are incredibly strong this week. I would say if I picked my 10 favorite snaps so far, I believe at least 3 of them would be indoor. And the only reason it's only 3 is because there's not as many. But yeah, I've seen some really good indoor subs. And this is actually the third of that 3. So one was the Winnie the Pooh in the bathtub one, where they were playing board games in the back. The other one was the one where they were gathered around watching TV. And then this one, where you guys are playing board games right here. You've got some great food on display. So you got the treats the challenge mentioned. I love your outfit. I love that you don't have shoes on. If anything, I think indoor snaps, in a lot of ways this week, actually resonate even better with the theme than some of these others. Because if you think about it, if you go out to set up a picnic, that's a lot of work. You got to get your blanket together. You got to set things up. You got to get your food. I mean, of course, for an indoor, you got to make cookies and stuff, but this feels even more lazy because you didn't bother putting shoes on. You're in a super cozy, comfy home outfit. And then, you have really relaxed expressions for the villagers. Like even Tigger, you don't have him jumping around. You have him, I believe he would probably say something like strategizing about the board game. And yeah, great wall decor, good lighting within the space. Overall, very solid, very solid. I really like this one. And yeah, Sunshine, I think you're pretty much locked in for 4K with this, I would say. You even have a nice little silhouette, like back here with the Vitalis lanterns, kind of around the avatar here. It's a very solid snap, and absolutely it can be competitive. If anything, I think it might perform better than a lot of the outdoor submissions, because a lot of people didn't really prioritize the lazy, cozy day. I've seen a lot of snaps that feel like massive parties, where there's like a ton of food, or there's like loads of fireflies and a bunch of villagers jumping around. which doesn't really feel like a lazy cozy day. This feels like a lazy cozy day. So very well done. Now those other snaps I feel sure will still get 4K because they're still good. But this one I think is even more competitive. Very, very well done here. Very well done. Impressive work. Beautiful job. Jingle Bells is next. Well, we got Jen. Hi, Semi. I haven't spent much time on this one, and I got started on it late. Is there anything you'd advise to desperately change? I can maybe rework it tomorrow. I'm just a little short on time this week. Oh, I get you. I'm flying out on Wednesday, dude. I'm trying to power through these. Getting Hunting Glow Woods and wanting to explore and get everything cuts my time even shorter. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you so much for all you do. Of course, of course. Very solid. Very solid. Honestly, I don't think there's anything you desperately need to do. Overall, it's very relaxed. It's fun. If you had time, you know, I think instead of... The waterfalls are super pretty, but I think playing up the warm new items, like if you've had a chance to get, you know, the new, like, Beekeeper house, or maybe Winnie the Pooh's house back here, or Piglets, you know, I think for a Winnie the Pooh picnic scene, this would be like an easy thing to do, but it's not a desperate change. I think you're pretty safe for 4K here because it's very well structured, very well lit. Sun is behind the camera. You know, nice chill picnic day, very cozy. The outfit is very relaxed. That's kind of why I was worried about, you know, I love this outfit. Like, this new outfit is really fun, but it's very colorful. It's like, you know, I don't know. It doesn't come off as lazy as some of the other outfits. Like, for me at least, I like these looks on the avatar. Like, she just rolled on a bed, threw on a sweater, threw on some pants, and then went for a picnic. You know, that's the vibe I get. You know, there's not like a... there's not as much of an element as, like, preparedness for that. It's like she just went for it. But yeah, if you know, if you wanted to save this to your gallery and you end up having some time, but you don't have to do this because I think you're pretty safe. But if you did want to make any tweaks, the only thing that could be fun here, I think, is instead of the waterfall lineup, there are some great new houses in the game. Like, you know, Winnie's house and Piglet's house, and also some really fun things like the Honey Topiary and some of the, you know, new blueprints you can unlock on the map. And those, I think, would play really well with the Winnie the Pooh cast. But if you are pressed for time, just roll with what you got, because you're looking really good here. Alfira is next. Only had less than 2 hours to make this since I had to take care of my dog who just got out of surgery. Oh, I hope your puppy's okay. I'm not too sure I can do major changes. Understandable. Would appreciate any feedback. Well, luckily for you, I don't really see any major changes you would need. You're highlighting a lot of the fun new stuff, right? Like, you got a nice little picnic here. Good cozy outfit. We got the new Beekeeper house. We have the Honey Topiary I was just talking about. We have the new windmill, which is another blueprint. And okay, so the one minor change would be being able to see Eeyore a little better. He's like, when it comes to a lazy, cozy vibe, like Eeyore passed out, like on the ground, just being Eeyore, I think is a fantastic presence to have. But he's kind of buried behind the, like, pastries here. You know, what if he was like, what if his head was like right behind you instead of this book? Like, what if we had Eeyore just napping right behind you? I think that would be super cute. Put him right at the base of the frame. And then we can just take some of the, you know, you can put other items behind them, because we don't necessarily have to have the board game or the little pastries here if you don't want to. I think Eeyore would be more impactful than this set. So, like, I would get rid of this for Eeyore, but that would be, like, the only thing. And then where Eeyore is, you could just do some of the new flowers, and you can water them with the new honey potion to make them glow if you wanted. Optional. If you don't make any changes here, I know you're taking care of your puppy. You know, they just got out of surgery. So if you don't have time to do anything, I think you're pretty safe. You know, it feels nice. Like, you know, it's got the cozy, lazy day vibes to it. The reason I think it would be a good idea to highlight Eeyore better is because we want to really highlight the relaxed vibe. Tigger's very energetic here. Eeyore balances him out well, but he's a little harder to catch. You could always just put Tigger into his, like, thinking animation. Like, that's why, you know, when I look at, like, Sunshine's here, this one's really solid, right? Like, Tigger's not jumping around. He's not super animated. He's thinking about his next move in the board game. Looks pretty relaxed. You know, just a little thoughtful. Eeyore's doing a wave, but, you know, he's Eeyore. He's not really energetic about anything. Piglet's kind of chilling. So everybody seems really relaxed here. And that's really the only recommendation I have here, Alfira, is, like, the only thing I would recommend to make this more competitive is, you know, you can really highlight the more relaxed villagers, and you can make the more hyper villagers more relaxed. And there's also things you can do on the avatar to where she looks very happy, but also very relaxed without, like, the you know, the smile with her, like, you know. Let me see if I can find it. There was an example earlier that was really good on the avatar. I probably won't have time to hunt it down right now, to be honest. I'm going to try, though. Here it is. Look at this avatar. You know, she looks incredibly relaxed. In fact, everybody does. But she's using either facial expression 2 or 4 to get those, you know, mostly closed eyes, almost like she's daydreaming. And she's got a very subtle smile. And that's what I mean about the relaxed expression on the avatar, and how you can still have her look happy, but also have her look really relaxed. So, again, none of these are necessities where you absolutely have to do these things, Alfira. So, again, you know, prioritize your family, prioritize your puppy. But, you know, if you find yourself with a little bit of extra time, making the avatar and the villagers a bit more relaxed, and then highlighting the villagers that are very relaxed prominently, I think would be a good play here. Johnny is next. Hi, Zabai. I've loved the adventure pack, and I've used everything I could. I could think it that would fit these themes. I tried one at night, and I tried I kind of like that it's a bit darker for the lazy cozy vibes, but I did also one with a classic sunset time as always. Well, the tricky thing here is that I think a lot of voters are going to be looking for day. If you look, there's not a lot of nighttime submissions, and a big part of why is that it's called Lazy Cozy Day. Now, day could be night as well, right? Like right now, if I'm like, what day is it? It could be nighttime and it's still the same day. So it works, but I do think most voters' minds are going to be looking for those daytime scenes. That's why 99% of what we're seeing is daytime. The other thing is, if it's a lazy day, are we really going to be doing all this much with our makeup? You know, like, it takes a lot of work. I know I'm always reminding people to, you know, do your makeup, you know, style things for your avatar, but that's theme reliant. 99% of the time, good to do. But you'll notice if you look through a lot of the very high-performing players in the community, you'll notice most of them are very subtle with their makeup this week. They're also going with very casual hairstyles because they know how much work goes into doing these things. So if you really want to play up the laziness, I think things like that, thoughts like that, are going to be very important. The other thing is, you know, with like fireworks and such, you know, at least they're tasteful here, which is nice. And then we have, looks like a picnic area here. Tigger's very animated, but he kind of has to jump so you can see him. And the other thing is, do we really need the rainbow phoenix? I feel like that's just kind of, I don't think it really fits the environment, so I think we could probably get rid of the rainbow phoenix. Because, I mean, the scene's not even rainbow. I don't know if you left that on from last week when we were doing the explosions of color, but I would always be very mindful of what pets and villagers and even dream styles you have. Like, if you're not doing a rainy day, maybe don't have Pooh in his raincoat, unless you're on an indoor build and you're trying to indicate that it's raining outside. I do think this is going to be your better option, to be completely honest. Like I said, I think a lot of people are going to be looking for daytime submissions. I also think the daytime colors work better for the warmer vibes. When it comes to warmth, right? Let's read what the challenge says. Do you want a lap dance? Why do you sit right behind me? What are you doing? It says, build and decorate a relaxed scene filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. So, lazy cozy day, right? None of these examples showcase night, which is normal. And then pretty much everything we saw today, all the snaps we reviewed, none have been night. So I think that should be a little bit of a red flag. Might not matter, might not. Just depends on what you pop up against, but I would be very careful there. And then, you know, when it comes to building and decorating a relaxed scene filled with warmth, warmth doesn't necessarily mean fireplaces and candles and heaters. Warm lighting, warm emotions. You know, there's different ways to do warmth. And that's also why, you know, when it comes to most of the snaps we're seeing this week, that's why you see a lot of the warm colors, because they come out with the sunset time of day. And also most of the colors in the new biome, that's why they probably mention warmth, because if you go to Honeyglow Woods, it's a lot of yellow, a lot of orange, very warm colors. The honey has very warm colors. So the thing with night, a lot more cool colors, not quite as warm. We do have some warm colors from the floating orbs. But yeah, I would definitely stick more towards the sunset time of day here. But I would also be mindful of like the makeup and the presentation of the avatar, because you want it to be very clear that it's a lazy, cozy day. You don't want anything to feel like, you know, a lot of effort went into it. If you have the time, if I have time, I'll add Piglet, but I'm still working on him. Gotcha. I love these poses with the avatar tickling Eeyore's head, but I think the other snaps are more voter friendly. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, because this is super cute. But yeah, with how voters are, they really like the avatar, you know, close or featured very prominently. And the tricky thing is with this particular pose is we won't get the expression from the avatar quite as well. It is super cute though. Now what you could do is what we saw Dekai do. So there is an option for you if you want to give Eeyore a really comfortable pet. Or I think it was Silver Tab. Yeah, it was Silver Tab. So you could do this, right? If you want to give Eeyore some head scratches, this is a great option. You use the pose where he, you know, slumps down, and then you use the robot pose and you reach out to pat the robot, but you hide the robot, and now we're giving Eeyore some little head scratches. Like, this could help you do what you want to do while being voter friendly, as you put it. So I would consider something along those lines, Ims. I think that could be a good path for you. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? What the heck? There you are. I had to find you again. Okay. And the second option, you know, you're close to the camera, which is voter friendly, but what are we doing here to determine that it's a lazy day? Also, I would do Pooh in his regular style. Again, it's not a rainy day here. You guys are out in the sun. I know the new dream style is fun, but I would always be very intentional with the dream styles you pick. It's not going to make a big difference, but having things in the environment feel very natural will perform better overall. But yeah, you could do, you know, the same kind of idea Silver Tab had there, because that's something I've been talking about a lot even before we featured Silver Tabs, was using the robot pose to reach out and, you know, comfort Eeyore. And I also talked about how the Eeyore pose where his head is flat is like the most relaxed and lazy pose for any villager. So the combination of the two is very good. Now also, it looks like your sun, like, you seem to be shaded here. There's like good light hitting your left side, but not the front of you. So I'm not sure where your sun is located right now. So as always, Ims, be mindful of your sun location. You want that sun behind the camera casting good light into the scene. And if we are having a lazy, cozy day here, you know, the challenge also said that it needed to be filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. I'm not really seeing any treats around you guys. I see some in the background, but you can't rely on the voters zooming in and trying to hunt these things down. That's why most people are using their treats in the foreground. Also, I would avoid putting, like, a bush on top of your rug. Like, it's weird. We have the rug here, but then we have, like, a bush growing through it. You don't need that. You know, just get rid of this and put, you know, you can put all kinds of fun stuff here. Plus, if you reposition Eeyore to where he's slumped down, now you'll have this space freed up and you can put some honey pots and some food over there. All kinds of fun things you can do. But I would definitely be mindful of the lighting, because it looks like the sun is actually behind you or over your head, because look at your shadows. Your shadows are on top of you. So just like every week, M's, sun behind the camera. That's 101, unless, you know, like here, you have the sun behind the camera. So I don't know why we moved away from it here. Maybe you were just setting this one up quickly as an example. But let's go back to getting the sunlight dialed in on that one. And then, you know, you can always take a picture with the sun setting in the background, but that's a lot more technical. So, you know, if you wanted to do a scene where the sun's not behind the camera, my recommendation would be to, you know, you're going to have to adjust a lot of settings, and you're also going to need to play up items that work well in shaded areas. But I know you're not doing that, so it doesn't matter. Katie Elisa here. The first one is an hour before the sun sets. The second one, I think, was 3. I really feel like the full daytime lighting best. I had treats on the ground, but they can't be seen now. They can't be seen? We got to move them then. So that means they're out of frame. You know, there's no benefit to telling me, Katie, that they're there, because if they can't be seen, that means you didn't put them in the photo. You put them past the frame. So you have to adjust that. You know, you telling me that there isn't really going to help. And that was part of the theme. So the theme said to build a relaxed scene filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. You can't just tell the voters, sorry, the treats they're just not there right now. They're I put them there, that you just can't see them. You can't do that. So why do that to me? Why submit it to me? Because you know I'm looking for the theme. You know what I'm going to tell you, Katie. If you want to be competitive, you want to be as on theme as possible. You want to bring out, you know, these elements of the theme. Also, you know, reaching for the guitar here is kind of cool, but like you got Eeyore right here. You could be like petting him. I think that would be a little bit better instead of blocking him with the guitar. As far as the lighting, yeah, the reason your sunset lighting is not working well here is because you're on cloudy weather. So all your sky is totally gray instead of blue. Whereas here, your clouds are a lot lower and they're coming in as white. So what you'd want to do if you were going to go with the sunset time of day, there's a few things you would need to do. Number one, something is putting a huge shadow on your scene. So all of this is dark. When it comes to the sunset time of day, it is the strongest lighting in the game. It is what you see most consistently in 4K, but you have to do it right, and this is not right. So yes, this does not look as good as this, because this is done wrong. Reason, and when I say wrong, there's not really a right or wrong, but there is a voters like it, voters don't like it. This is under the voters don't like it as much. So when you use the sunset time of day, you cannot have things casting large shadows throughout your scene. Otherwise, there's no point in using that lighting. We're only getting the sunset lighting on like a third of your photo. So, yeah. In this case, it'd be much better to go with this. But on top of that, you know, I would also be a bit more thoughtful about where you're building. So I wish I had more time because I could really show you. I mean, I've already shown, you know, we've shown many times today. So I'll just pull up an example. That's gonna be way easier. Let's show you the sunset time of day lighting done right. Let's show you what it looks like when it's done properly, and then hopefully you'll understand the difference between what you have versus what you could have. Okay. So here we have a scene with the sunset time of day. You'll notice that the colors are very warm. Everything's very saturated. Everything's very well lit. Half the scene is not dark. And that's because Marie doesn't have any big trees in between her build and the sun. Marie has set the scene up to where the light hits the scene directly and there's nothing blocking that light. You cannot use the sunset time of day if you block the sun. It is going to ruin that lighting. It is completely not worth it if you're going to block it. So that's what you got to understand with the sunset time of day. It's the strongest lighting in the game. That's why all these players that are getting 4K every week, they're almost always using it. You know, another good example would be like Nelvaria, who has been, or Alfira, for example. Alfira has been on a 4K tear for like a year straight. Beyblade has been on a 4K tear for, I think, 8 months. I've been on, I think in the last 2 years, I've had one snap not get 4K. But here's Alfira's snap. Notice how well lit the scene is, right? There's like the sun is pouring in. Again, sunset time of day. Compare that to your sunset time of day, and you'll notice a huge difference. So, yes, when it comes to the lighting, daytime is going to look better in yours, but that's on you, my friend. That's on you. It's not on the daytime. It's how you built the scene. It's where you built the scene. These are things you're really going to want to understand in order to consistently get 4K. So the problem here is this is the very edge of the biome. You're building right up against a wall. And then you have a big tree casting a shadow on that wall. And you also didn't give yourself much space for like a blanket, or, a lot of people did like a picnic blankets. There's, the challenge called for warmth and treats. Now, you could still get 4K with this. You're seated, which is good. You have the camera pushed close to the avatar, which is good. And you have villagers looking very chill, which is good. So you have some good things going on, and your outfit's pretty cozy. So this could definitely get 4K, but it could be so much stronger, and you could pretty much guarantee 4K. Whereas with this, you're going to have to kind of hope you don't pop up against some of the other good snaps. And I don't want that. I want you to be at a point to where you can not only not worry about popping up against the other snaps, but you can beat them. And you can beat them consistently. But in order for you to get there, the very first thing you need to master is lighting. And, if you can't tell the lighting is off here, that's an issue. Like, that should have been a red flag right away when you built here and you noticed this was all shaded. We'll look at one more example, and then I'm going to move on. We can look at Silver Tab. Great snap. Again, Silver Tab, very consistently 4K. Pretty much stays in 4K, just lives there casually. Notice how they're not building right up against a cliff, right? They're building their environment. You're using the environment that already exists. You're just going up against a cliff wall and then putting the Winnie the Pooh tree there and a couple of items around you. That can get you 4K every once in a while, but it's not going to keep you there. If you want to get 4K consistently, you want to get to a point to where you're enjoying decorating. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard. But that's what this game is all about, is, every star path is about unlocking new things to decorate with. Unlocking new ways to customize your avatar. You want to have fun with it. You don't want to just go up to the edge of a biome, drop a couple things, and say, all right, I hope that's 4K. Nah, it should be like, for Silver Tab here, they're like, okay, I'm going to use this rug. What would be cool in the foreground? Oh my god, I love the way these new beehives look. I'm going to put that there. And then I'll have some honeypots in front of the beehive. Oh my god, I love this new hedgehog house. I'm going to put that right behind the beehive. And then we need some stuff for my picnic scene here. So let's put a little picnic basket in the back. And then, I can do Eeyore with this little petting pose. I'll have Pooh and Tigger happily reunited. That's going to be so cute. And then I can have the Ever Oak tree right in the middle because it's a big part of the new story. And then I'll have Winnie the Pooh's house over here to the side because Winnie the Pooh is right here. And then I can have this honey pot fountain here because Pooh loves honey. Oh, and then I can put a little bench over here with these cute new lights. That's how you do good. But if you're, if you're submitting a snap and you're like, oh, I did have food, senpai, but like it doesn't show up in my picture and I don't want to move it in. You're clearly not enjoying the process that much if you can't be bothered to move food 2 squares, or to readjust your angle, right? And I'm not trying to be super hard on you here. But the truth is, I want you to get 4K. I want you to stay in 4K because there's enough room in 4K for everyone watching. There's 7,000 to 9,000 4K spots every week. But you got to be willing to learn, and you got to be willing to try, and you definitely want to be enjoying the decorating process. If you're not doing those things, you're going to fall in and out of 4K and have a hard time staying in there, and it's just going to be tough overall. So you know, coming over here to the edge of a biome and building right on a cliff and then just using the poo tree and like 4 items. Well, you do have, you know, several Vitalis lanterns stuck around as well. But there's so many things you could do with, we have all these fun new items. And then also with the lighting, you know, like we discussed. When it comes to the sunset lighting, it's on you to set that up properly. If you use it and you're like, oh, it doesn't look good, it looks fantastic. If it doesn't look good for you, you might be doing something wrong, and you got to think about that yourself. You don't need me to tell you that. I just showed you 5 other shots using the sunset lighting that look a million times better. It's the same lighting you're using, so why doesn't it look good here? That's for you to figure out. You got to learn that. You got to say, okay, well, it doesn't look good here because I have these big items making huge shadows, and I'm building on the edge of the biome in the corner where I'm not getting good sunlight. Once you can start understanding and learning based on that, you can start making the same quality of snaps these other players are making, and you can stay in 4K with them because there is room for you, and I want you to be there. Scuttle is next. Hope you had a blast at GoFest. I'm on vacation in the Upper Peninsula of Emma, and I catch the live stream due to spotty internet. Can you please DM in Discord or have somebody whisper me when my stream, when the uptime in the stream is? Yeah, mods. Will somebody message Scuttle and let them know what the uptime is? I really love how this turned out. I wasn't able to get the snap done with vacation prep and grinding out the new DLC. First is currently submitted. I commented some updated shots as I finally had a few minutes and internet connection. Thank you very much as always. Okay, so we got this one here. Then we got this one here. Okay, I'm glad you switched off of the raincoat outfit since it's very sunny and colorful. And then we got this one. So very good, but I will say a bit loud for the relaxed vibes, you know, with all the yellow. It might be okay. It might be okay. I also think this particular outfit has a lot going on, a lot that you have to put together for a lazy day. Like the headband, you know, there's the eyeshadow. It's a very extravagant outfit. You know, it's got these puffy sleeves. I think what really communicates a lazy, cozy day is a lazy, cozy outfit. That's really going to help. So there's a lot of snaps we reviewed this week, Scuttle, where the avatars just, they threw on a sweater, they threw on some sweatpants, and they're having a picnic. You know, there's cute options for that, too. There's also, like, the little cardigans and the little sundresses you can throw on. But I would be careful to have on, like, super crazy outfits, like the bee outfit or the beekeeper's outfit. There's outfits that are going to feel less like a lazy, cozy day, a little bit more extravagant, right? And that's what this would fall under. Not that it can't do good. It's a very pretty scene. I think it has a great shot at 4K. You have really good lighting here. You have the sun behind the camera. Everything is very well lit. Beautiful sunset time of day. But it's a very heavy presence of yellow. Like we have the yellow honeypots here. We have the flowers here are all glowing yellow. We have a lot of yellow go here. And I know this is supposed to be green, but it looks yellow from, you know, these, like the grass looks yellow here. And then your outfit's yellow. Poo is yellow. I would be careful with boosted saturation, -1 vignette, and the presence of yellow. I think having the vignette border here would actually be better than not having it. So I would reactivate the default vignette border for this, because that's going to mute some of those yellows on the outer corners, which I think would make the yellows on the inside a little bit more, a little easier. And I would definitely choose a more lazy, cozy day kind of outfit, like something you just threw on when you rolled out of bed and now you're having a picnic, you know, very lazy. When it comes to a lazy day, setting up a picnic is going to take time and work, so we don't want it to feel too extravagant. So how can we still make sure we feel lazy even when we set up a picnic? And I think that's going to be an avatar presentation. I think that's really going to help. And I think when people vote, when they see people wearing super lazy, cozy outfits, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, that's on theme. I think it's definitely going to help this week. Now, the pose is really good. I love that you're reaching for the honey, and you did a great job with the villagers here. I do think Eeyore is one of the best to highlight because he's got the best lazy day kind of pose here. So I think finding a way to bring Eeyore up into the scene a bit would be a good idea. And, you know, that's about it. You know, overall, very strong. And even if you don't make changes, I think it has a great shot at 4K because it's very fun and it's beautiful. My only concern is that with the boosted saturation, the yellow is a little much because there's a lot of it. And I think if we chose like a different outfit with maybe some different color notes, that would help balance it. And also if we left the vignette border on, because since these flowers glow, I think that's going to help as well. And I always leave the vignette border on when I use glowing items on the edge, because I found that reversing the vignette actually makes those items even brighter, and sometimes it can be a bit much. Bammy Sam, first time posting for review. Any advice is greatly appreciated. Thanks for all you do. Alrighty. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so you're actually in Wish Blossom Ranch. So the tricky thing, I do like the mountain in the back. That's pretty fun. Pretty fun center point. I love Eeyore laying on the beach towel. Stitch laying here. Woody laying here. I think you use your villagers in really creative ways. And the pose with you reaching out for Piglet is also really fun. So this could potentially get 4K. It really just depends on what you pop up against. Now, this is something we've already talked about a lot today, but I will briefly touch on it here. But you can rewatch the full stream if you want more details on this. But what you see more consistently in 4K is not necessarily people coming to areas and using a big backdrop, but people customizing their own environments. So what we see most often in 4K, what makes up most 4K submissions, are going to be builds where everything is unique. No matter how many times I open my game, I'm never going to see a background like this because it's custom, completely custom. There's a lot of really cool places you can go in the game to snap a really interesting photo, and it will sometimes get you 4K. But what tends to work best when it comes to the 4K range, what voters really like, there's a few things, and we talk about these all the time. Number one of the most common things you're going to see is, for lighting, you're going to see the sunset time of day, and you're going to see the sun behind the camera. That gives one of the best lighting styles in the entire game. And if you go to Dreamverse Portal or any Discord server and you look through the 4K submissions, most of them are going to be using that. You can follow the avatar's shadow back. You'll know the sun's behind the camera because the shadow goes back when that happens. You're also going to see a lot of scenes where people make their own custom backdrops rather than using something that's kind of built into the environment. With this, you did do a good bit of customization. Like you have beach chairs and the table over here, and you have like the reeds and everything over here. Again, I think what gives us a good shot at 4K is that you're doing a really good job with your villager tool. Like, I think Eeyore here really sells this, and you have a really good shot of Piglet and your avatar. You also have a nice, easy, cozy outfit, which is good. What could make it difficult here is that the sand in this region, in the midday lighting that you're on, gets very bright, and you're putting more white on top of that with these white petals. There's a lot of snaps that are a bit more warm than this. The theme said to build a relaxing scene filled with warmth, treats, and cozy corners. So the reason we see so many snaps that are, playing up the natural feel of some of the Honeyglow Wood stuff is because of the wording in the challenge. With them asking us to create a scene with warmth, warmth is not necessarily a fireplace or heat. It's going to be the warmth of emotion, which you have with Piglet and yours, and then the warmth of color as well. So these environments that are playing up orange and yellow and the glowing honey pots and such, they're going to be so filled with warmth. And they're also not going to be blindingly bright, kind of like that sand is in yours. Anytime a snap has elements that get like really bright to where it feels in a way almost like it's white light, it tends to hurt their performance. So when we look at a snap like this, it's absolutely loaded with warmth. We have warm light coming from the windows on the house. We have the warm glowing like honey lights in the tree. We have the warm glowing honey from the honey pot here. We have the warmth from the ever oak tree itself with these honey bands that run through it. We have a lot of warm colors down here at the base. Your photo, I think, can do well, but I think it would really struggle against a lot of these scenes that are playing up the warm colors and are customizing their backdrop, to include a lot of different new landscaping options, some different houses, different topiaries. That's the tricky thing, is voters tend to move towards those types of snaps because it's not something they've seen. And, we've all seen the mountain here at the beach. Now, like I said, I do love the way you're using your villagers here. And I think a lazy, cozy beach day is a fun concept. So it could do well. It could do well. And I know this was your first review. So, again, my advice, you don't have to do it this week. You could roll with this and see how it does. But my advice for your future snaps would be customize, really, really play up your ability to decorate. Rather than relying on something built into the map, build your background yourself. You can do this on occasion if you want to. If you really want to. I mean, actually, you can do whatever you want. It's your Dreamsnap. I'm just telling you what we see most in 4K. Like, what's most consistent in 4K. If we look at, Journey into Imagination, or we look at Explosions of Color, or we look at Cherished Childhood, or we look at Kingdom of Beauty, or we look at Legendary Moments, you're going to see countless snaps. About 99% of what's in 4K are going to be custom backdrops. And the reason it's so popular is not because ideas like yours aren't good. Your idea is good. Voters just love seeing people's creative ability in terms of making an entire scene. Not just making the foreground, not just making the midground, but making the background as well. So there will be photos here and there in 4K that just use a pre-existing asset as their backdrop. It happens, but they're not that common. So I would definitely recommend, really enjoying the creative process. And you can use elements of the background for sure. Like I'm using this butterfly here, but I've added, my own elements for the backdrop of the scene. So there's some really fun elements you can have back there, but I would just be cautious because when you do something like this, you're only going to be able to highlight a little bit of your decorative skill. And voters are heavily influenced by your display of your decorative skill. And again, also very important is lighting. Sunset time of day, sun is behind the camera. Sunset time of day, sun is behind the camera. Sunset time of day, sun behind the camera. Same. Nighttime, same. Nighttime, same. I'm using sunset time of day with the sun behind the camera in almost all of these daytime photos. Even the ones in the snow. Because it gives you really good natural saturation. And when you have the sun behind the camera, you get fantastic lighting on the whole scene. There's no dark spots. There's no big shadows if you build it right. We saw one today that was using sunset lighting where they had huge shadows across the scene. And they're like, oh, the sunset lighting doesn't look good. Well, yeah, of course it doesn't. You blocked most of it. It's all shadows. You got to let the light hit the scene, right? So that's why when you build a scene with the sunset time of day, you want all your tall trees and buildings in your backdrop, and you don't want to build right up against a cliff wall or right up against the edge of a biome. Again, I'm just showing you what's popular with voters. When it comes to how you build your scene, there is really no right and wrong. It's all in the eye of the beholder, right? I'm just here to tell you what we see very consistently in 4K, so you can consider that when you make your snaps. I spend many, many hours observing what does well each week. I look at hundreds, if not thousands, of Dreamsnap results each week, especially in the 4K region, constantly keeping up with the metas, constantly keeping up with what we see doing very well, and I'm here to share that information with you. Totally your call whether or not you do any of those things, though, at the end of the day. Like, I really like the idea here, and I think the background is really pretty. And again, it could get 4K if it pops up against the right things, but it is a lot harder for snaps like this to get 4K. It has to rely on popping up against the right things because voters tend to like and gravitate towards other things a bit more. Dysfunction here. Not sure about the husking painting or if I should get a closer shot of the bee pose. Well, the Husky's cute. And I don't think you need to be closer with the bee pose. I like your little picnic display here. That said, what's been really popular this week, dysfunction, and just like I predicted with Forested Book Nook, I was telling everybody when we were reviewing these, I'm like, these seated shots are going to completely dominate the meta this week. This is going to be most of what you see in 4K, and it was. I was 1,000% right about that. Most of the shots in 4K were the fox pose and the robot pose, with the camera on the ground, with people enjoying these book nooks. It's the same this week with the Pooh and Friends scenes. There's just so many shots where the avatar is on the ground enjoying these picnic scenes. Now, the reason why is because it just works really well with the wording of the theme. The theme said to make a relaxed, warm, and, cozy setting, right? And lazy, it's cozy, lazy day. So there's only so many ways you can communicate that you're being lazy or that you're relaxed. And one of the ways that you can very easily display that is by being seated, by being stationary. Of course, you can be relaxed standing up. There will be standing up shots in the 4K range. There always are. But I do think it is a bit more competitive this week to play up the theme. Like, look at this one, right? Like, this, they're playing board game. This is a true lazy, cozy day. She has her hair down, just with a little, hairpiece here. Didn't even put shoes on. Look at the way they're considering the avatar here. And she's seated on the ground, surrounded by treats, board games, and friends. This is a lazy, cozy day. And Sunshine is doing everything in her power to make that extremely obvious to the voter. It won't always matter. There's some snaps that get 4K that don't even do the theme. Like, they don't even do what the theme says. They just ignore it, and they can still get 4K if they get the right voters and if they make a pretty scene. People will just click on it. But you can't rely on that. You gotta think about, what if I get the picky voters? What if I get the people that are very particular about the theme? What happens then? Well, nothing bad if you really went out of your way to make the theme hyper clear. And that's why I think the seated poses are going to be a bit better than the bee pose and a bit better than the dog pose this week. But if you were going to use either one of these, I'd probably do the Husky, I guess. Because, lazy cozy day with your puppies, nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I would consider the seated pose. But if you do, just keep in mind, free mode, zooming in on the avatar, or putting the camera on the ground is going to be a good play. If you don't know how to do this, you can actually put the camera on the ground just by going into selfie mode. You squat, and then you stand back up and immediately switch to portrait mode. So, like that. Now, you see my camera's still on the ground? Now, if I sit down, I'm right at the front of my scene, even though I'm sitting. Whereas if I don't do that, it's going to look like this. I'm going to be very tiny in the shot. See, now I'm super small. I'm only taking up like 4% of the photo. So if you do end up doing a seated shot, there is a meta in play where you can make that a lot more, because, voters do love seeing the avatar close to the scene. So this is going to be a lot more popular. If you can't master that camera trick, you also have the option of going into free mode and simply zooming in like this. This could also work. So, I think these are good things to consider for this week. Bethany is next. Hello, Senpai. Didn't have a lot of time to work on my snap as I was at Supernatural TV show convention this weekend, so I feel a little rushed because of the con. Here is my idea. I went out of my comfort zone and tried Inside Snap. Thanks for all the advice. Okay. Looking really good. Very nice, very nice. I would be... Oh, the indoor one's very solid. Or the outdoor one's very solid as well. Though you do have a lot of shadow coming in here. A lot of shadow. And I've been very, very vocal about this, Bethany, sorry. Do not use the Forest of Valor floating island for your Dreamsnap builds. Do not do... If you're going to show grass... do not... Because look at this. This biome has the worst grass in the game. It is so rough. look at how it clips through your picnic set. Look at how tall the grass is. Look at how much it obstructs this pretty little box you have here. The issue with the Forest of Valor grass, it's a really nasty dark green shade, which does, the darker colors do not do as good as the vivid colors. And the grass is like twice as tall as any other biome, and it completely obstructs the base of your items. I never use this floating island. In fact, if you look through any of my Dream Snaps where I'm showing grass, it's always the Meadow or Plaza. And the same thing for Beyblade, the same thing for Mama Duke's, the same thing for Bob's. Look at the players that stay in 4K. They avoid the Forest of Valor biome. Because even if you want to make a forest, you don't have to use the biome that has the worst grass in the game just because it has forest in the name. And it's not your fault this grass is horrible. It's just the way it's coded, Like, notice how there's no texture to it. It's just like big pieces of green lines. It looks like somebody took a paintbrush and just like ran it through your picnic table or your picnic blanket. Again, not your fault. It's just the way it's coded. So what you can do, thankfully, they've added a new option to the game. You can very easily now just move your build. So what you can do is you can go into group select and you can just select the whole thing, save it as a preset. And if you can't select the whole thing, like if it's too big, you can save sections of it and then you can move it somewhere else. What the heck? Okay. So I would, number one, Bethany, I really hope you remember that, because I think you've been here as I've pointed this out before, unless you were just watching your snap and not some of the other ones. But yeah, guys, please avoid Forest of Valor, because it really hurts the details of the base of your items. It really hurts. If you're going to pave everything and make it to where we can't tell what biome you're on, go for it. Use the forest. But it is such a rough biome to use. Now, for your indoor builds, I think this is actually looking really good, but when you go out of your comfort zone, go indoors, I know you said you're kind of new to it. Number one, these lamps will only cast light after 6 p.m. your time. So if you're trying to get light to hit the walls and the windows from this lamp, it needs to be after 6 p.m. And number two, just like all my other Dream Snaps advice, I would definitely... Oh yeah, both of them are the same, Bethany. FYI, Ancient Island and Forest of Valor have almost identical grass. I say the same thing about both of them every time. So I don't really have time to go to both and show you, but you can just do that yourself. So if you go to the Ancient Island, or if you go to the Forest of Valor, they both have completely unruly grass, and I advise against using both of them. The only reason I would ever use the Ancient Island is if you're for some reason trying to capture, like if you're I don't know, maybe you're trying to capture the big robots in the background, but I don't know why you would need those for your snap. So again, if you want grass featured in your snap, just use Plaza and Meadow Island. It's a much lighter shade of green. The grass is much shorter, and it's going to look much better. And you can check that with any of them. Hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We got 23 friends coming in. Gypsy, hello, hello. In fact, I'll give you a quick rundown on all the islands. I don't recommend going to the Tangled Island for Dream Snaps because it has a very tricky built-in green fog. If you've ever built there, you know what I'm talking about. There's a built-in fog that affects the entire island. Now, if you want a foggy snap, great place to go. If you do not want a foggy snap, do not go to Tangled. Ancient Island, same exact problem as Forest Island. Same exact problem. The grass is the same super dark shade. If you look at both pictures, the grass is identical, and they're both extremely tall. The only way you can tell the difference is if you see the trees in the background. So when I refer to the Forest of Valor grass, it applies literally to both islands. And also, that's just semantics. Like, I already showed you that it looked bad in the photos, so I don't know why we're having to say, oh, well, that's actually a different island. I already showed you why it's hurting the photo. That's what I was trying to point out. I'm just trying to help you here. Because, I zoomed in on this spot so you could see it. It's not your fault that it looks bad. It's the way they coded this. You can look at it. There's no texture on the grass whatsoever. There's no texture. And it looks like somebody took a green brush and just drew lines directly through your picnic blanket. I had the same conversation with Dreamer when she was decorating for Kingdom of Beauty. She had all these really pretty rose petals on the ground from the Beast Flower Stall. They were buried by all these blades of grass because they're so tall. And there's no texture to them. They're all super dark. They're all super tall. Same grass, same problem. There's no need to debate about whether it's the Forest Island or the Ancient Island. I've already shown you why it's an issue. And then I showed you a version of, I showed you what the grass looks like in the other biomes. This is what the grass looks like in the other places. So compare that, we'll just compare the two. And it doesn't really matter which one you're on. There's a pretty big difference between this and this. There's a huge difference between those two. The forest grass, which again applies to Ancient, is like roughly 12 times taller than the meadow grass. And that's not even an exaggeration. Like if you took one of these meadow grass blades and stacked 12 of them on top of each other, that's about how tall the forest and the Ancient grass is. It is very invasive. Now, if for some reason, if there's some benefit to having giant green lines going through the base of your items, by all means, go for it. But I'm telling you, if you look at the high-ranking players, if you look at Beyblade, if you look at Mama Dukes, if you look at Bob's, if you look at any of these players, anytime they have a grassy environment, I guarantee you it is going to be the meadow or the plaza. And I say that every week because there's always somebody that gets stuck on one of these islands. And also, like I pointed out, you can now easily move your build. It's super easy. All you got to do is select everything. And we also talk about how vivid, bold colors are very good for snaps, right? Vivid, bold colors. This is not vivid. It's very dark. Meadow and plaza grass, very good. So, yeah. If you do want to go with your outdoor build, I would save it as a preset, and I would move it to a new location. And I would also try to make sure you don't have a big shadow on Eeyore here. So whatever's casting the shadow, I would try to remove. If it's whatever's pushing your camera, then don't push your camera. Use free mode. You don't have to push the camera, guys. You have free mode. So if you're having an issue where you want to do a seated pose, and you want to use Eeyore, but you don't have something small like the alchemy table, and now you got a giant shadow on front of your build, well, why are you doing it that way? You could just zoom in and do the same thing. You won't see as high into the build, but that's a lot better than having the whole base of your shot completely covered in shadow. It's going to be a lot better of an option for you. Now, for your scenes here, your indoor scenes could definitely work. I think it looks like you're reaching, I'm not sure what you're reaching for. Your hot cocoa cup's way over here, and you might be reaching to pet Eeyore. We did have a really good example of how you can position Eeyore to actually pet him. Silver Tab did that perfectly here. So if you want to pet Eeyore, you could do this. This is a really, really good way to use Eeyore. Same pose you're using in that shot. Now when we go back, last thing I would recommend, on top of fixing the pose here, would be, if you're going to be indoors, I have a whole video guide about your lighting. So, we talked about this a lot at the beginning of the stream because we came across some indoor snaps. Right above primary reviews, there's a whole channel right above it called Dreamsnap Tools. If you want the best value out of these reviews, if you really want to consistently get 4K, I would use all the resources. I would watch the guides. That guide will tell you exactly which lights will actually cast light. And these ones here will only cast after 6 p.m. Additionally, just like with regular snaps, I'm always, I'm sure you've heard me say, oh, I would recommend avoiding those white paths. I would recommend avoiding those light gray paths. Same applies inside. You're not going to get good value from casting light onto walls that are mostly white. You have all these fun colors on the floor, like from the rugs. But then we have, these kind of bland white walls. There's some great colors. Let's look at an indoor snap that's using wood walls. Because again, the challenge said to make a warm, cozy environment, right? Warmth, cozy corners. Let's find Sunshine Submission again. One of the best indoor builds we saw this week. Actually, we saw several really good indoor builds. That's the other sunshine. Where's our sunshine? The first sunshine. Well, they're both our sunshine. Dang it. I know it always moves these around. Spending way too much time on this one review. I have to get to the other one soon. I don't know why hers moved. Katie M's, Johnny Alfier. It should be down here. There we go. Okay. Look at this compared to a snap where the walls are all white and the ground is pale, right? Voters love color. I say that every week. Every week I point out, if you want to be competitive, anybody can do the theme. Anybody can do the theme, but just doing the theme does not guarantee good results. If you want good results, you got to be competitive. You got to do the theme and make an appealing photo. And that's what makes this so strong, right? It's not pale, it's not pasty, it's not mostly white. You know, we have a lot of fun colors, but it's also not too much. It's not overwhelming. It's very rustic, it's very cozy. We have the board game up on a table. We have a very well-developed scene. This is competitive. I can guarantee that this gets 4K. And I know you're like, Semi, nobody can guarantee 4K. I've never been wrong about that. Anytime in my entire history of reviewing snaps that I've said, I guarantee you this gets 4K, I've never been wrong. Because I only say that about snaps that are really competitive. And that's what this is. The reason this snap is really competitive is because the lighting is perfect. They're playing up the meta of having the avatar very close. They've gone really far out of their way to embody the theme, the lazy cozy day concept. They don't even have shoes on. And then they're not using very much white. They're doing everything voters have proved they love. They're doing everything. Not about what I love. It's about what I know voters love based on what we see week after week after week. This is doing all of that. And every time I see a photo that is doing all of that, it has always gotten 4K. Because honestly, there's like 9,000 spaces for 4K. There's a lot of room. And for whatever reason, there's not a lot of people. Even a lot of the shots in 4K aren't doing all this. So if you do happen to do all this, you got a really high chance of being in 4K. That's what I try to stress to a lot of people. Anyway, that's enough. Let's move on to the next review. We got too caught up trying to break down the fact that the grass is the same. Again, I feel like that's I've gone through that like 5 times in the past 2 weeks. All right. Birdie is next. I was struggling with the balance of my original post, but I kept messing with it after submitting for primary review, and I re-upload after let's skip. I gotta skip. Hopefully the balance is decent with the concept, resonating with the theme. All right, well, let's take a look. Oh, very fun little camping snap. Good fireplace here. I like the tents. This one, you got, I think, a bit better saturation. It's a little bit more colorful. It's a very different kind of vibe for the challenge because, I don't know, I'll be honest, I think the reason we're not seeing a lot of camping snaps is because a lot of work goes into camping. It's not a lazy activity. When you go on a camping trip, you have to set up your tent. You have to haul out your stuff. It's a lot more work than a basic picnic, and I think that's why we're not seeing a lot of camping. So, I mean, once you get set up, if you're there for multiple days, you can have a lazy day on day 2 or day 3. So it still works, you know. But I think the work that goes into camping is probably why we haven't seen too much of it. But yeah, it could still work. It could still work because, I mean, like I said, you know, the first day of camping is not going to be a lazy day because you got to set everything up. There's bringing everything out. There's hauling everything. But the second and third day, you know, you just lounge around the campfire all day. So, and that's what we have here. So it can definitely work. Now, your son does appear to be behind the camera because I can see the light moving. I can see the shadows moving down this way, which is good. We got some tasteful fireflies in the back. And for the most part, the villagers look very relaxed. It's a nice, relaxed scene. Now, and also you did a good job filling out your foreground. Bottom left corner, bottom right corner. As far as how this performs, Birdie, it's really hard to say. It's a very different style approach. Like I said, we haven't really seen any camping style submissions. And I think that's because of the work that can go into camping. But again, I think most people that stop and think about it will say, well, yeah, you can have a lazy day. Like, you know, if you're camping for a few days, like a couple of them are going to be nice lazy days by the campfire. I do like the way you styled your forest. Instead of just using like the same trees over and over, you got some good diversity here. We do have some good fireflies present. So overall, very solid. Eyes of Sorrow, thank you for the bits, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. And you are using some of the new flowers here. My one recommendation would be for pocket items, I think it could be really nice to add a couple of the new oak leaves in here. They have a really pretty glow. They put off like golden orbs. They're really pretty, and the oak leaves would work really good with the forest concept. Poppy is next. Not had much time this week. This only took half an hour, but hoping to get back on track or make any changes needed. As always, thank you for taking the time. Much appreciated. Of course, of course. All right, so we got this one here, and we got this one here. I definitely think this is going to be your safer bet. I've been pretty vocal about that with the seeded poses. I think they're going to play up the meta a lot this week. I think a lot of what we see in 4K are going to be like this. Now, when it comes to the build, it looks like you're going for balance here, but this windmill is a lot closer than this windmill. So perhaps if you readjusted things, or you can always move this one back so it's even with this one. I think that could be good for the balance. And since it's not a rainy day, I would honestly just do Pooh in his regular outfit. I know the rainy day outfit is super cute, but seeing him in a full raincoat set with the deep blue sky, you know, classic Pooh I think would work better here. And if you wanted to bring in one more villager, I know Tigger is pretty animated. You know, he's not as relaxed as the others, but he still works for sure if you use the right pose. So instead of having him jumping and flailing, you can have him standing back here, kind of, you know, you can have him thinking, you can have him, there's a lot of different things he can do where he's not jumping around. And then that way you can have the whole, you know, Winnie the Pooh and Friends cast. I like the foreground with these glowing flowers, though this one is barely in the shot and this one's kind of leaning in a good bit, so that's another thing I would try to balance out. And I do think also you don't have any of the new mills placed around you. You place 2 picnic blankets with items built into them. So what if you got some honeyed milk and some of these new cookable items? You could put one right here behind you. You could put a little item over here in between you and Piglet. So maybe a couple of more little items here, but that's about it. Overall, Poppy, very solid snap. Very solid. Now we have our other Sunshine. Hi, Sebai. First time submitting for Dreamsnap. Appreciate any feedback. Thank you. Of course, of course. Great shot here. Great shot. Cute pose with the fox. I like the Mickey cloud here. No shoes. Kind of a lazy day vibe. We do have the pie kind of in the grass. I think an oak leaf here might be more fun. I don't think you necessarily need the pie here since you have like some pies on the ground behind you. You could always choose a food dish to put here that's on a plate. I mean, you know, that's kind of technical. I don't think you absolutely have to do that. Now, the only other thing here that would make your snap a lot more competitive that we see a lot in 4K, which I would recommend that you always consider, because this is the most common thing we see in 4K. About 70 to 80% of all the snaps in 4K are doing this, and this is why I recommend it so much. If 70% or more of the snaps in 4K are doing this one thing, that means it's really popular with the voters. And that one thing would be having the sun behind the camera. Right now, your sun is kind of over the camera. You're around the noon time of day, so the light is coming down. And because of that, you're getting really good light on the top of these pumpkins. You're getting really good light on the top of this mushroom. But we're not getting any light on these trees. So, you know, we're seeing shade at the bottom of all the trees here. And the reason the sun behind the camera at sunset works so well is because it always provides very good lighting across the entire scene. It doesn't mean it's better. It just means that's what voters vote for the most. They choose those more than anything else in the voting phase. And again, you know, if we look at a player like Beyblade that's, you know, they're on about 8 months of 4K without a single submission with less than 4K. So for the past 8 months, look at the colors here. Look at the colors here. Look at how vibrant the orange in the tree is. Look at how vibrant the green is. Look at how vibrant the yellow is. Right here. This is so colorful and well lit because they're using that exact technique. And again, they've been using it. Beyblade submits every photo like this, unless it's a photo where they need to do nighttime for some reason or some other time, or rain. But I've been reviewing Beyblade snaps for a long time. Mama Dukes is the same way. Been getting 4K, I think, on just about every submission for like well over a year. There's a lot of people here that are extremely consistent with 4K. And even if you don't use the sunset time of day, you still want, I would do the hour before sunset. If you'd rather use the daytime lighting, the hour before sunset still has the sun low enough on the horizon to where it can beam light directly at the shot. So my biggest recommendation for your sunshine, it's a different sunshine, would be for, you might not be able to use it this week because if you change the time of day, the sun might end up going over here or over there. You have to build your scene in the right spot for this to work. So before you start building next week or, anytime you want to use this technique, which is very popular with voters, go to the sunset time of day or the hour right before sunset, look at where the sun is, and then build your scene facing that sun. That way, when you open your camera, the sun is behind the camera, and you're not going to have any of the shade. You're going to have the same beautiful clouds, same beautiful sky. You're going to have all the same beauty here, but you won't have as much darkness along your tree line. It's going to make the whole scene feel really magical. And again, voters absolutely eat this up. Ashy Poo. Not sure which one to go with. I never did Dreamsnap without my avatar, but I love the hedgehogs. Last picture, I have a sunset time of day. I use third camera mode because I'm not fast enough to push the camera down. Well, that's good. At least you use the free mode. That's a good option. A lot of people are missing out on that this week. A lot of people just said, I can't do it. But you went to free mode, so that's good. Well, this one's really cute, but very active. Oh, that's super cute. That's super cute. I do like this. Honestly, Ashy Poo, I would say your second one's probably my favorite. And a scene without the avatar can do really well if you're highlighting either companions or villagers prominently. Like this, like for architectural statement, I use no avatar. I had the Cherry Blossom Dragon right at the front in between these two bands. And then we had Mushu and Mulan and then Khan. But the real star of the show was the dragon because it really highlighted what the architecture was all about. And this got a really good rank. So you can do really well when you highlight companions well instead of the avatar, as long as they're well featured. And he's very well featured here. Not to mention the sunset time of day, sun behind the camera. This looks really good. Color is immaculate. Again, voters love this kind of thing. It's just it stands out so good when you have good saturation and good lighting. Your photo immediately draws their attention. It's not about what's better. It's about what voters are drawn to. And this is what we see. It's not really my opinion. It's just a fact. If you look at Dreamers Portal, if you look at the 4K submissions that we show on Facebook where people share hundreds of their submissions, if you look at the Dreamsnap Hub, if you look at any of these places, you see the same thing in 4K. Roughly 70 to 80% of the photos are using this technique in the 4K range. Most of them. So, yeah, very solid, very solid. It is very energetic for a lazy day, but at least Eeyore looks like he's being very lazy. And, Pooh's got a belly full of honey. Tigger's not jumping up too high, and Piglet looks pretty chill. And you got plenty of treats around. So, it's super cute. It's super different, Ashy Poo. I would definitely go with this. I think it can do very well. Only downside is, the avatar is a great tool this week to really showcase the laziness by, dressing them a certain way or styling them a certain way. could be really good. But yeah, the new hedgehogs are super cute, and I do think a lot of voters are going to really love this. Messy Mothercrafter, our final snap review for the day, unless somebody's got moved around, but I don't think so. I think this is the last one. Oh my god, I can't believe it took till 10 o'clock. Oh my goodness, I got too much to do. I'm gonna have to move really fast tomorrow. All right, Messy Mothercrafter here. So we got you laying down using your phone. We got a messy room. This is pretty fun. So you got like the books, you got the pile of socks, you got the laundry. Then we got the TV on. And Pooh, Eeyore. My only thing is I'm not sure why we wouldn't build this indoors. Like, why not just go inside, right? Because, like, we're not really... Oh, I think it's because you're trying to use the clouds. I would try to make them a bit more visible if you're trying to showcase rain outside. I can't really see the raindrops. We had a really good raindrop one yesterday. So let me show you. If we look at Plum Bob's, right? You see how they have the clouds really close, and we also don't have a big glare on the glass, and we can see the rain out the window really well. So the rain here is incredibly easy to see. Whereas here, I can't really see it. I see white. The only reason I knew you had the rain clouds because I just noticed there's like kind of gray here. So I was going to say, I think this would work better indoors, but if you want the rain out the window, then yeah, that's a good thing to do here. Now, the reason I think it works better here is because they're closer to the windows. And they also have the glass turned towards them a bit so they can get the rain clouds really close so they can be super visible. In yours, the rain clouds are a bit further away, and you also aren't angling the windows in, and that's also causing you to have to use a whole wall as the rainbow, as the window, which is a lot. Like, that's a massive window. Whereas if we look here, they use 2 bookshelves and then 1 panel, just 1 panel. That looks like a very normal size window, right? Very normal size window here. That's the tricky thing with indoor-outdoor. This could definitely work, but my big recommendation for this one, Messy Mothercrafter, would be to try to reposition things just a little bit to where we can make that rain super obvious. Because otherwise it's going to look like we have a lot of haze on this window. If you rotated the window towards us, you won't get this light reflection on the window, and then we can see through it better. But I would try to make the rain a bit more clear. It's going to be tricky to do the same kind of concept that Plum Bob did if the wall is that far away and if it's mostly glass panels. So the way Plum Bob made this was they have the 2 bookshelves in the middle, and then the 2 glass panels come towards the camera a bit. They're rotated inward, and they also have them featured very close to the frame. So we only see part of 1 panel on each side. Whereas on this one, we see multiple panels. And we also have a lot more weight on the left than we do on the right. Just keep in mind, balance is very big. So I would try to center it to where, again, we can go back to Plum Bob's. Notice how the divider between the bookshelves is right in the middle of the scene. And then we have the same amount of window on this side as we do on this side. It's all about in how you line up a shot like this. But I definitely think this could have been maybe inspired by Plum Bob's review that we did on Friday. And we also highlighted Plum Bob Snap on our Facebook and in the Dreamsnap Hub. But if it's a technical snap if you want to pull it off. I say go for it if you want to do the rainy day out the window concept. But with the way this is set up right now, you would actually have better luck with something like this indoors. But if you do restructure the way these windows are built and you make it to where we can see the rain clouds and we can see the rain pouring, which you'll have to get it way closer to the camera, you also need to rotate this window pane so it doesn't catch the light at that angle, because now we see a haze and we can't really see much outside of the window. The other thing is your outfit doesn't really say like lazy rainy day, you know, this outfit is a bit more, it looks like you're going out, you know, you have like the hat and stuff. If you're laying around doing nothing, you know, let's go back to a really good example of that. We had like Sunshine Snap, right? This was an indoor. That was really good. I should have just saved Sunshines. I will save it because I'll probably need it tomorrow. There we go. Yeah, I'll probably bring this up as an example tomorrow. Lazy, cozy day examples. Okay. Like, she looks like she's taken the day inside, right? She has no shoes on. She's in her cozy outfit, got a sweater, got pants. She's chilling. She's just chilling. So if you're going to be indoors, and it was the same thing with Plum Bob's, right? We look at Plum Bob's. She's just in a cozy sweater. She doesn't look like she's going out anytime soon, right? Your outfit, Messy Mother Crafter, I would say it's a super cute outfit, so I see why you'd want to highlight it. It's really fun. It's really cute. It's really unique. Though the downside with that outfit is that it doesn't really look like a lazy lay around the house kind of outfit. It looks like I'm going out and I want to show off this cool fit kind of outfit, you know? So again, how you present your avatar this week, I think, is going to be very important. If you really want to communicate that you're having a lazy, cozy day, there's really good ways to do that. Like, really good ways to do that. Like, leaving off your shoes, leaving off your socks, throwing on a sweater. Like, think about it. If you're, let's say you're at home and you're not going out, how are you going to dress? Are you going to do your makeup? Are you going to have your hair up? Are you going to put on these, like, colorful overalls with, like, a special hat and, like, thigh-high socks and, like, some fancy shoes? I don't do that. I mean, well, I don't put on thigh-high socks and, you know, all that stuff anyway, but you get what I mean. If I'm not going anywhere, I'm going to be in, like, gym shorts and a t-shirt and a pair of socks. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to be presented, you know, like I'm going out. So keep that in mind. I think that's a great way to communicate the theme this week. That was our last review for today, you guys. I have to skedaddle. I can't believe it took until 10 o'clock to do those. That was a lot of reviews. But we did have a lot of new snaps coming in this week. Good thing we knocked out some on Friday. I would have been here till midnight if we didn't. Tomorrow we'll knock out the secondary reviews. A lot of your reviews were really good. A lot of you guys had really solid snaps, so hopefully tomorrow I can move through these pretty quick. I think I'll be able to. I know we'll have a lot more coming tonight and a lot more coming tomorrow, but we made some really good progress, and yeah, I would love to see some good secondaries. Oh yeah, here was Zombies. Yeah, this is the one I was praising earlier when I was talking about another good indoor one. Notice the untouched laundry here. Notice the fact that they're not wearing shoes. The raining outside, the indoor-outdoor raining outside build is fun, guys, but you really don't have to go through, you know, like Plum Bob had a really fun kind of concept here, but if you're unsure how to get it to look quite like this, it might be a better idea to just do indoors, or, you know, you can try to make it work, but again, it's a bit more technical. That's why the glass walls are pivoted. That's why they're so close to the walls. It's to make sure voters can see the rain. So, you know, it's a lot more than having the bookshelves and the walls and then having the clouds behind. There's a good bit more you got to do to make this, you know, really, really convincing. And it could be so much easier just to make a really fun indoor build. Like, this is so simple, but so good. And we got a fat kitty cat. We got untouched laundry. And the avatars are sitting here scrolling on their phone. You know, so simple, but communicates the theme well. And they have great lighting. We have a nice chandelier or something at the top of the scene here, casting really warm lighting. Notice how they're not using white walls. Notice how they're using wooden walls. They're not playing up a bunch of pale colors. They're making it cozy. They're making it warm. Same things you see every week in 4K. And eventually, you know, I know on some of these snaps I spend some extra time on them, and I really try to hammer these points in. But that's because I want all of you guys to be in that 4K range very consistently. And also, like I said, there is no right and wrong, guys. Just because you're not doing these things in your snap doesn't mean you're doing things wrong. It just means you might not be aware of what the voters keep choosing. I can't control what the voters keep choosing, but I can control telling you guys what they're choosing. So that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, I better run. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. My cat is going to be really mad at me, and I have so much to do tonight. Oh, my God. And I don't know what I'm going to do my snap this week. I guess I'll try tomorrow. I'm going to throw something together this week. If there's ever been a week where I might miss 4K, it's going to be this week, because I'm probably going to have, like, less than 20 minutes to make my snap. I have too much to do. All right, you guys. Well, thank you. I will catch y'all on the stream tomorrow. We'll knock out the rest of the reviews. So we're looking pretty good right now. We're looking pretty good. What are you guys counting? What is everybody counting here? Bunch of counting in my chat. What are you guys counting for? Sounds like somebody's not having a lazy cozy day. No, I don't think so. I will after Wednesday. When it comes to what I got to do tonight and tomorrow on top of the reviews, it'll be a lot. Like, I'm going to be busy. But once I fly out Wednesday morning, I'll just be relaxing. So I just got to make it to Wednesday. I got a lot to do. But we'll get there. You guys are counting something. I don't know what you're counting, though. All right. Well, I gotta run. I can't contemplate so much. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. As always, stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you so much for 210 consecutive goals. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Thank you. If you're getting your Twitch drops, hopefully you got them today. If not, I will be live tomorrow around the same time. So I'll see you guys. I don't know if I can go live early. I would love to go live early tomorrow. So maybe tomorrow should be pretty manageable, right? Because a lot of you guys didn't really need a review. And as of right now, we actually don't have too many secondary reviews to do. So, as long as like 1 million more don't come in overnight, I think I can get done in 3 hours. Don't jinx it, homie. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. All right. I'll catch you guys soon. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Much love, you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for the amazing week and the amazing week last week. We'll see you soon. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.